Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 1 Shadows of Randall Gorge. In Randall Gorge, located within the bounds of York, England, the sun was a rare visitor, and the skies remained overcast throughout the year. Not that this bothered its inhabitants, they had little fondness for the sun. After all, the residents of Randall Gorge were vampires who preferred the shadows, wetlands, and marshes. On this particular day, a graceful and elegantly dressed lady arrived in Randall Gorge by car. As the vehicle approached the border of the area, she ordered her driver to stop. "Park here. I'll walk the rest of the way myself." The driver slowed the car hesitantly, then pleaded submissively, "But, Countess Constantine, the Count specifically instructed me to." The Countess waved him off coldly. "Tell him I know what I'm doing." With that, she gathered her skirts and stepped out of the car, striding toward the misty depths of the gorge. Her fiery figure quickly disappeared into the shadows. The driver, recalling the Count's repeated orders to ensure the Countess's safety, found himself unable to ignore his duty. Though the eerie surroundings made him uneasy, he got out of the car and hurried after her. He couldn't let this noble woman face danger alone. The moment he stepped into Randall Gorge, it felt as though the sunlight had vanished from the world. Everything became sinister and dark. A damp chill seeped into his clothing, making him shiver in his summer attire. Looking up, he was shocked to see a crescent moon hanging in the sky. "How is this possible? It was just afternoon when we arrived," he murmured. Before he could finish, a rustling sound startled him. A swarm of bats burst from a nearby dead tree, their wings slicing through the darkness as they flew past, leaving the driver screaming in fright. Soaked in filthy mud, Dawson sat on the ground, trembling. "This place is cursed," he muttered miserably. As he ventured further, the scenery grew increasingly bizarre. There were no flowers on the ground, only rotting, poisonous weeds. The blackened, withered tree trunks appeared as though a fire had once ravaged the forest. Yet, no healthy, living trees could be seen. No streetlights lined the path, but countless half-destroyed tombstones were scattered about. To his horror, faint white light seemed to emanate from them. He even noticed a massive pitcher plant, swaying and emitting an eerie chuckle. Dawson's nerves were on edge as he walked for 20 minutes. He came upon a statue casually placed at the roadside. The statue, carved from jet-black stone, depicted a werewolf's upper body, its fangs and claws bared menacingly. The craftsmanship was so lifelike it seemed the creature might spring to life at any moment. At the base of the statue, a Gothic inscription read, "Dear lost traveler, this land belongs to the great progenitors of vampires, the eternal nobles of blood, the shadow elves, and the kings of the dark knights, the Von Draugr clan. If you come seeking immortality and the unending night, present your offerings here and await the decay of eternity. But if you are a foolish trespasser, know that entering this territory seals your fate, death." Terrified, Dawson screamed, "V vampires!" His legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. He could hardly believe that the graceful and beautiful Countess Constantine, a shining star of high society, would venture into vampire territory. Just then, footsteps echoed. The Countess emerged from the thick fog. Her cold, detached gaze fell upon the driver. "Dawson, were you following me?" she asked softly. Dawson was utterly petrified. He hated this cursed place. If he'd ever doubted the existence of vampires before, he was now a firm believer. Only such malevolent creatures could make their home so horrifying. Tears streaming, he stammered, "The Count ordered me to protect you, but—" "Oh, God. Madam, do you intend to sell your soul to such monsters? God blessed you with such beauty and nobility, and yet you're willing to forsake them for this so-called immortality." The Countess spoke quietly, "Dawson, you are not me, nor are you a woman. You're merely a driver hired by my husband, and you have no right to judge my choices. Besides, you don't understand the terror a woman feels when faced with the prospect of her beauty fading away. Perhaps the more beautiful a woman is, the more she fears it." Before she could finish, a sound broke the stillness of the air. Under the pale crescent moon, a raven flew toward them from the distance. It was larger than any ordinary raven, with a wingspan close to a meter. Its feathers shone black with hints of blue at the edges, and its eyes gleamed with a ruby-red brilliance. The Countess visibly trembled, gasping softly, "Oh, my lord." Dawson couldn't believe his ears. This Countess, whose status was among the most esteemed, so much so that even the modern British royal family wouldn't dare slight her, had addressed a raven as her master. But Dawson was about to find out why. As the raven swooped to the ground, its body became shrouded in mist. Moments later, from within the fog emerged not a bird but a boy. He appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, with a pale complexion that seemed cold to the touch. His long black hair partially obscured his right eye, while his left eye gleamed with a striking red hue. He wore a high-collared, vintage suit with a black cape draped over his shoulders, and a pristine white cravat was tied neatly at his chest. The boy's appearance was so breathtakingly handsome that it captured one's gaze effortlessly. Despite his youth, he exuded an alluring charm that could captivate anyone, regardless of gender. Even Dawson, terrified as he was, couldn't help but observe him. The boy smirked faintly, casting a dismissive glance at Dawson, who was still sprawled on the ground. He let out a soft snort before turning his attention to the Countess. His gaze swept over her like an appraiser examining a prized item. Yet the Countess didn't perceive his scrutiny as demeaning. On the contrary, she regarded it as a form of praise and admiration. Straightening her posture, she lifted her chest slightly, striving to present herself with the utmost grace and elegance. The boy observed her for a moment longer before speaking in a soft voice, "Eloise Constantine." A fine woman indeed. My name is Nolan Von Draugr. As you are likely aware, I am a direct descendant of the progenitors of the Von Drawber clan. With that, he turned away from the Countess, who was trembling with excitement as though she were in the presence of an idol. His gaze now fell on Dawson, who was still seated helplessly on the ground. Nolan parted his lips, revealing slender, razor-sharp fangs. And, as you might have guessed, I am a vampire. Chapter 2, The Talking Black Cat and the Maid. A vampire. He really was a vampire. Dawson's mind screamed in alarm. He dared not underestimate this being simply because it appeared to be in its juvenile stage. Vampires were extraordinary creatures imbued with mysterious powers. Even those newly born, with abilities not yet fully developed, were far beyond what an ordinary human like him could contend with. Stammering, he managed to choke out, "Oh, Lord Vampire, it's truly an honor to meet you." Nolan retracted his fangs, tilting his head slightly as a cherubic smile spread across his face. "But I don't feel like your reaction reflects much honor. In fact, I'd say, maybe a bit of fear." Dawson was already paralyzed with terror, trembling uncontrollably as he desperately thought about escaping from the fearsome vampire before him. Forget the Count, forget the Countess, damn them all. No amount of money or rewards was worth more than his own life. Just as Dawson prepared to flee, a sleek black cat leapt gracefully from the underbrush. The black cat's violet eyes glimmered coldly as it opened its mouth. To Dawson's shock, a girl's voice, as clear and melodious as a silver bell, rang out, "Foolish human, ignoring my warnings and trespassing on the lands of Von Draugr. You are guilty. The verdict, death." With those words, the black cat transformed into an amorphous, inky substance. In the next instant, it morphed into a monstrous black maw, its gaping jaws snapping shut as it lunged at Dawson, who was frozen in horror. Crunch. Blood splattered everywhere. Dawson's lifeless corpse, now reduced to a pair of legs, collapsed to the ground. The black mass that had devoured his upper body reverted back into the form of the black cat. Stretching lazily, it sauntered elegantly over to Nolan, brushing its whiskered face affectionately against the vampire's trousers. Nolan cast a cold glance at the mangled remains, then shifted his gaze to the Countess, who was struggling to suppress her discomfort. He bent down to pick up the black cat, cradling it in his arms as he gently stroked its fur. "Miss Nancy," Nolan asked coolly, "what exactly did you warn him about?" The cat purred contentedly in Nolan's embrace, replying in a soft voice, "When I saw that fool trespassing, I shook the dead trees, summoned bats, and tickled the pitcher plant to frighten him. But that idiot was utterly ungrateful and simply barged ahead. Humans always die from ignorance and misplaced bravery. It's been that way for centuries." Nolan sighed, his tone laced with indifference. "Such pointless bravery and motives. Now our courtyard is dirty again. Miss Teresa, clean it up." At his words, a girl dressed in a maid's uniform materialized from the mist. She performed a flawless curtsy and said, "As you wish, Your Highness." Nolan nodded slightly. "Good. Just make it clean. Blood might be a tribute, but once it's spilled on the ground, it's nothing but trash. Speaking of which, quite a few humans have wandered in over the years. Perhaps it's time to find a proper gatekeeper. A three-headed hound might do the trick, or maybe I'll capture a juvenile werewolf from the Cold Claw clan." With that, Nolan began to stride toward the dense fog ahead, his steps leisurely yet precise. "Countess," he called back, "follow me. Though I am a vampire, I understand the importance of courtesy. This courtyard, dirted by your servant, is hardly a suitable place for conversation." Countess Constantine followed Nolan with a mixture of excitement and trepidation as they stepped onto the gravel path. As they walked further, the barren, gnarled trees began to thin, replaced by scattered ruins of buildings. There were half-collapsed churches, charred castles, and remnants of humble cottages. It was clear that this area had once been a village, though now it lay in ruins for reasons unknown. Throughout the village, gravestones were scattered here and there. As they advanced, the gravestones became more densely packed, until finally, a vast graveyard unfolded before them. Mist swirled above the tombstones, bats flitted in large numbers, and the faint sound of distant wolf howls echoed in the air. Nolan absently stroked the black cat in his arms as he spoke. There used to be a town here. Perhaps 1,000 years ago. Or maybe 500. Who knows? Back then, I hadn't been born yet. Hey, Miss Nancy, do you know? The black cat twisted lazily, her mouth parting to emit a girl's voice. How could I possibly know? Do I look like some old hag to you? Ha ha ha, Miss Nancy, you're still just a young lady. My apologies. Nolan chuckled. But from what I've heard, this town's residents were once slaves of the Von Draugr family. Later, during the witch hunts, the town was set ablaze, and most of the people perished. A few were turned into undead kin by my ancestors and are still around. If you're interested, perhaps you could speak with these antiques someday. Not that I care, these lowly, base-born vampires don't interest me at all. Nolan's tone was casual, and occasionally, he would share such snippets with Countess Constantine. Despite his nonchalant demeanor, his soft expressions and relaxed attitude made him seem approachable, perhaps even friendly. However, Countess Constantine hadn't forgotten her purpose. She had come here to become a vampire, which meant, to her understanding, becoming a servant of the Von Draugr family. Click. Nolan's silver-trimmed boot struck the stone pathway with a crisp sound, snapping the Countess out of her thoughts. She stopped in her tracks, lifting her head in awe. Before her loomed a massive Gothic castle, its black silhouette rising like a dark beast from the shadows. Welcome back, Your Highness. With a creak, the iron gate swung open. Emerging to greet them was none other than Miss Teresa, the maid who had earlier disposed of Dawson's body. She respectfully took Nolan's belongings and gently picked up Miss Nancy from his arms. Miss Nancy protested loudly, "Hey! Be gentle. My fur is delicate, you brainless muscle-headed maid." Nolan burst into laughter, handing his cloak to the maid while teasing, "Miss Nancy's temper has been especially foul lately. Are you in heat, perhaps?" The maid walked ahead, Nolan followed, and Countess Constantine trailed behind like an attendant. She didn't feel out of place. In the eyes of vampires, human social hierarchies were laughable. Even a king or prime minister would be nothing more than a humble servant to them. The interior of the castle was decorated in deep red and black hues. Priceless oil paintings adorned the walls, and magical chandeliers filled with eternally burning candles illuminated the grand halls. Although Countess Constantine was wealthy by human standards, her fortune seemed garishly mundane compared to the timeless elegance of the vampires. Click, click, click. The sound of light footsteps echoed through the hallway. Soon, a girl of 16 or 17 appeared before them, dressed in a lavish, blood-red noble gown. "Oh, Nolan, my dear brother," she exclaimed with mock regret. "I'm sorry I couldn't join you this time, but I heard you did splendidly. Was the maiden hunt an enjoyable game?" Chapter 3, Felicia, the Vampire Grand Duchess. "I'm doing well, my dear sister," Nolan replied smoothly. "This outing was quite rewarding. Dalric was impressed with my transformation magic, and Baron Dura taught me several tricks to seduce human maidens. His advice is always insightful. If fear fails to control others, stir their desires instead. And I must admit, he's right, virgin blood has an exceptional flavor. Perhaps I'm growing fond of it." As he spoke, Nolan embraced the raven-haired girl in the crimson gown. The two siblings exchanged a light kiss on the lips. Countess Eloise Constantine didn't find this odd. Among vampires, who lived for centuries, such behavior was considered normal. Their customs differed vastly from those of humans, and close familial relationships, even among siblings, were not uncommon. According to legend, the parents of these two vampires were full-blooded siblings themselves. The raven-haired girl smiled brightly, hugging her younger brother tightly and nuzzling against him affectionately. "Oh, my sweet Nolan, I'm so glad you've developed another delightful hobby. If you'd like, you could even bathe in virgin blood." Nolan gently pushed away his sister's enthusiasm and replied in a calm voice, "I'm not surprised that the Von Draugr family could afford such indulgences, but the best things should remain as rare luxuries. Drinking it daily would make even the most exquisite blood seem mundane. Once that happens, nothing will satisfy my appetite anymore." The girl smiled indulgently. It seemed that Nolan didn't need to say or do much to brighten her mood, his mere presence was enough. Her gaze then shifted, and she finally noticed Countess Constantine standing nearby. A look of displeasure crossed her face as her delicate nose wrinkled. "And who is this, Miss Teresa? Another offering?" Startled, Countess Constantine instinctively took 2 steps back, trembling like a frightened animal. The maid who had been stroking Miss Nancy's fur replied calmly, "I don't believe so, Grand Duchess Felicia. She is a countess and holds a prominent position in human society, but who knows? Not an offering, Felicia tilted her head thoughtfully, circling the countess twice. Her playful smile only grew as the countess stood frozen, nearly paralyzed with fear. Finally, Felicia asked, Then what are you here for? Bowing deeply, Eloise Constantine pleaded earnestly, great and omnipotent progenitor of the fourth generation of the Von Draugr family, I, the humble Eloise Constantine, am your devoted follower. I've come to offer my wealth in exchange for immortality and eternal beauty. Oh. Felicia raised her eyebrows, clapped her hands, and exclaimed with delight, did you hear that, Nolan? I have a follower. Am I becoming a god? Have I finally ascended to divinity? No, Sister Felicia, Nolan replied flatly. I think she's merely flattering you. Felicia pouted her lips dramatically. How cruel, Countess Constantine. Are you toying with a young girl's innocence? Before the Countess could protest, Nolan interjected, she's probably just grateful, thinking it's fortunate that you're a vampire with a less than sharp mind. What? Felicia's anger flared as her fangs gleamed. She turned to Eloise, her voice sharp. How dare you imply I'm not intelligent? I've lived for 5 centuries, and no one has ever called me dull. That's because anyone who did is now dead, dear Felicia, Nolan remarked indifferently. He glanced at the pale and trembling Countess before continuing, but this woman isn't without merit. She's beautiful enough to enrich your collection. Perhaps you should grant her a bit of your blood, your capacity for creating undead kin is far from exhausted, is it not? He sniffed lightly and added, though it's a pity she doesn't seem to be a virgin. Otherwise, I might have wanted a taste myself. Felicia's fury evaporated in an instant, replaced by a cheerful grin. She nodded eagerly. Since it's your suggestion, Nolan, I'll accept. Eloise Constantine was overjoyed. She hadn't expected such a twist of fate, but it seemed she would indeed join the ranks of the vampires and gain the eternal beauty she desired. She bowed deeply toward Nolan to express her gratitude, only to see him stride up the stairs without so much as a glance in her direction. Within moments, he disappeared from view. Grand Duchess Felicia also vanished shortly after, though not before instructing Miss Teresa to prepare the Countess for dinner. And thus, the enigmatic siblings, the true masters of the manor, were gone, leaving an air of both dread and excitement lingering behind. Not long after, both siblings vanished without a trace. The sudden abandonment in the sprawling manor left Countess Constantine feeling uncomfortably out of place. She looked helplessly toward Miss Teresa, the maid, and Miss Nancy, the black cat. You'll get used to it, Miss Teresa said coldly. Meanwhile, Miss Nancy yawned and stretched languidly. That's just how vampires are. They're all about mystique and theatrics, often disappearing for years at a time. Some of them even sleep in their coffins so long they lose track of time, and when they wake up, 100 years have passed. Thank goodness Nolan and Felicia aren't like that. I think you should address them as your highness or master, Miss Nancy, Teresa interjected sharply. Ugh, maid, you're so annoying. Meanwhile, Nolan returned to his own room somewhere in the manor. A faint hissing noise greeted him as a small white snake, about 20 centimeters long, slithered toward him. It coiled around his wrist like a bracelet. Gently stroking the cool, smooth scales, Nolan murmured, Ah, I'm back, Sheila. I'm sorry I left you at home. The maiden hunt was strictly for fledgling vampires, and you know how volatile they can be. Honestly, I even ended up fighting Borgnard's second son. He transformed into a bear and almost clawed me. I'm glad I didn't bring you along to face such danger. The little white snake hissed softly, circling his wrist twice before flicking its icy tongue to lick his skin. Ah, so cold. Haha, Sheila, I know you're happy, but stop licking me, will you? Just then, a rustling sound of flapping wings came from outside the window. Nolan frowned curiously and opened it, only to see a dark brown owl flutter inside. The owl circled Nolan twice before dropping a letter in front of him. With an air of self-importance, it perched on top of a nearby coffin, as if basking in the glory of completing its mission. An owl. A wizard's messenger. Nolan muttered, examining the letter. What could a wizard possibly have to say to me? While vampires and wizarding families like his weren't exactly sworn enemies, their relationship was far from friendly. A decade ago, when the Dark Lord rose to power and the Death Eaters ran rampant, many rogue vampires had joined his ranks. After the war, the wizards hadn't dared to imprison these terrifying creatures in Azkaban. Who could say what ties might exist between Dementors and vampires, after all? Chapter 4, probably a letter from a magic school. Nolan ignored the owl and glanced at the letter. The envelope was written in dark green ink. Randall Gorge, Sistine Manor, 3rd floor, 1st coffin, Mr. Nolan Von Draugr. Well, that's strange. How do wizards know the name of the manor? Nolan muttered irritably, feeling that his family's privacy had been invaded. Just as he was about to tear open the envelope, he paused. There was a crest on the seal, a magnificent H, surrounded by lions, snakes, honey badgers, and eagles. Hogwarts. As someone familiar with the magical world, Nolan instantly recognized the crest. It belonged to the largest wizarding school in the UK, Hogwarts, where almost every wizard in the country attended. How enthusiastic. Their clever minds and insatiable collection habits are finally dissatisfied with recruiting werewolves and goblins. Now they're setting their sights on us, the bloodlines. He pulled out the contents of the envelope, revealing high-quality parchment with dark green magical ink. It read: Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore. Oh, of course, Albus Dumbledore, you old fool, the greatest of this century. Dear Mr. Nolan Von Draugr, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed herewith you will find a list of required books and supplies. The term begins on September 1st. We eagerly await your owl by July 31st to receive your reply. There was also a smaller note at the bottom. If Mr. Von Draugr has any questions regarding his acceptance, please consult the great Lady Felicia. We sincerely hope she will persuade you to attend Hogwarts. Also, please convey my regards to Lady Felicia. Yours faithfully, Albus Dumbledore. The next page contained a list of books and supplies. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniforms first-year students require 3 sets of plain, dark-colored robes. A plain, everyday pointed hat. A pair of dragon hide gloves. A winter cloak. Note, all students must have their names labeled on their clothing. Books. All students are required to have the following books. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, by Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Phil-Lita Spore. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenio's Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other supplies. A wand, a cauldron, a set of glass or crystal bottles, a telescope, a brass scale, and students may bring an owl, a cat, or a toad. Nolan stared at the parchment, as though it held a portrait of his father's killer, silent for a long while. After a long pause, he finally sneered and muttered, shaking with laughter, Dumbledore actually expects a vampire to buy fantastic beasts and where to find them. A dark magical creature buying the dark forces, a guide to self-protection. Hey, Sheila, can you think of anything funnier than this in the entire century? The little white snake hissed, tapping the last line with its tail, seemingly annoyed that it wasn't mentioned as a permissible pet. Nolan gently rubbed its tongue with his fingertip and murmured, Don't worry, I'll take you with me no matter what. Dumbledore seems to be convinced I'll become one of his ridiculous wizards, walking around in ugly robes and a silly pointed hat every day. He must have some reason for thinking that. Reason. Felicia, groggy from being woken up by her brother, climbed out of her coffin, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She let out a loud yawn before throwing herself onto Nolan, mumbling drowsily, Don't worry about reasons. Sister is still so tired. Oh, look. I just noticed something. It's a coffin that can fit 2 vampires. But, well, a tall vampire would fill it up on their own, right? But look, look. This coffin can perfectly fit me, the slim Felicia, and my cute little brother. Isn't that fascinating? Nolan coldly pushed Felicia away as she kissed him on the lips, causing her to pout and plop down onto the floor with a soft, HMPF. He sighed, If you can solve my problem, I might not mind sleeping with you for a month, Felicia. Really? Felicia squealed in joy, jumping around the room like a child, despite being 500 years old. Ah, the situation is actually quite simple. Finally, the Grand Duchess Felicia, who had led the vampire race in England for over 3 centuries, spoke up. When Voldemort rose to power, he tried to recruit vampires. However, Albus Dumbledore, the White Wizard and Voldemort's enemy, tried to persuade vampires not to serve the Dark Lord. At the time, the shrewd businesswoman, Felicia, proposed a condition: if the Von Draugr family sided with the White Wizards, they should be compensated. Her demand was for magic, the kind wizards possessed. Typically, vampires' greatest strength was their physical prowess. Though they greatly admired the dazzling magic of wizards, most vampires lacked the talent to be wizards. Even if a vampire occasionally had the potential to become one, the Von Draugr family couldn't provide the proper education. So, Felicia and Dumbledore struck a deal: the Von Draugr family would not join Voldemort's side, and when a vampire with wizarding talent was born into the family, Hogwarts would actively invite them to enroll and help them become a competent wizard. It was a deal that ensured success. After all, no matter how powerful he was, Voldemort couldn't touch the true Dark Lord. The Von Draugr family's role was just to stay out of the dogfight between the Wizarding World factions. And in fact, a year after the agreement was signed, Voldemort made the foolish mistake of using the killing curse on a baby, ultimately causing his own downfall. By the way, Voldemort's self-destruction had been a running joke at the Von Draugr family's gatherings for the past decade. Nolan looked into Felicia's jet-black eyes. So, in other words, me attending Hogwarts to study is your wish, Felicia. Felicia's expression turned serious, and for once, she spoke in a grave tone. This is for the eternal continuation of our race, my dear Nolan. The world is heading into an age of decline. Muggles are growing stronger, and I can already see the coming collapse of the wizarding world. Before that happens, we must make a change. We have already overcome the weakness of sunlight, but silver can still kill us. We are not eternal, Nolan. Nolan held Felicia's hand, feeling that these were words from her heart, words that she would rarely speak in her lifetime. Chapter 5, The Idol of the Wizarding World. That afternoon, Norin penned a response to Dumbledore. I was quite surprised to receive a letter from Hogwarts. Perhaps I will become the first vampire in 10 centuries to go shopping for a pointed hat in Diagon Alley, destined to be the laughingstock of all vampire clans. All right, I agree to enroll and will purchase the necessary supplies before September 1st. However, I hope Hogwarts will make adequate preparations for my admission as well. Specifically, I prefer my vampiric identity not to become public knowledge. It would be rather unpleasant to be constantly guarded against by the young wizards. Yours sincerely, Nolan Von Draugr. P.S. I personally promise not to feed on the young wizard's blood. However, I kindly request the school to arrange for fresh blood tomato juice and blood-filled pastries. If you can't find a supplier, you might have some luck in Nocturne Alley. After sending off the letter via owl, Nolan was promptly dragged into a coffin by the excited Felicia. As Nancy had aptly remarked, vampires truly had a distorted sense of time. Once inside a coffin, they would lose all awareness of the outside world, completely immersed in the bliss of their near-death slumber. Meanwhile, Lady Constantine spent the next 2 weeks in a state of terror within the mansion. She constantly feared that she'd end up as minced meat under the whim of the erratic vampire Duchess. However, Maid Teresa repeatedly assured her that Felicia had merely lost track of time while sleeping in her coffin. August 17th, London, the Leaky Cauldron. On this particular day, the dingy old pub hosted a most prestigious guest, Libera Rousseau. At just 18 years old, this freshly graduated Hogwarts alumna was nothing short of a sensation. In some circles, her fame even surpassed that of Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic known more for politicking than leadership. Libera, with her fiery red hair and exuberant personality, had taken the magical world by storm. At the tender age of 15, she was invited to perform at the Quidditch World Cup, captivating audiences with her enchanting voice. Her subsequent success as a singer garnered invitations to numerous high-profile events, allowing her to mingle with the magical elite. A year after graduation, she secured a coveted position at the Department of Magical Publicity, solidifying her status as a public icon. Libera's portrait even graced the collector's cards inside Chocolate Frogs, earning her a spot among the famous wizards and witches lineup. So, when such a celebrated figure appeared in the shabby confines of the Leaky Cauldron, steadily ordering one butterbeer after another, it naturally raised eyebrows. She seemed to be waiting for someone who, it appeared, was running 6 hours late. But who could possibly keep a person of her stature waiting? At 2 in the afternoon, a small figure entered the pub. He wore silver-embroidered boots, an out-of-season black cloak, and carried a cane. His jet-black hair and delicate features immediately drew the attention of the room. The patrons watched as the boy strode purposefully toward Libera Rousseau, their curiosity piqued. A child asking for an autograph, they mused, smiling knowingly. After all, who hadn't idolized a famous witch or wizard in their youth? But their assumptions shattered when Libera stood up abruptly, dropping to one knee like a humble servant before the young boy, her expression full of reverence and submission. Who in Merlin's name is he? Not even the son of Cornelius Fudge could command such respect from Libera Rousseau. Perhaps Albus Dumbledore could, he certainly had the status, but Dumbledore was known for his kindness and humility, never one to demand reverence. The mysterious boy was, of course, Nolan. He frowned slightly and whispered to Libera, "Stand up quickly, can't you see this is attracting too much attention? I don't want to become some celebrity in the wizarding world before I even step into it, known as the one who makes their idol kneel down." Libera Rousseau scrambled to her feet, chuckling awkwardly as she cleaned her robes with her wand. Then, eagerly hovering around Nolan, she began peppering him with questions. "Your Highness, Nolan, Your Highness. Did Lady Felicia send for me again? Is there something she needs me to do? I'll do anything to prove my loyalty. Should we go get rid of Fudge right now?" "Don't be silly," Nolan flicked her forehead with a sharp snap. "If Felicia really couldn't stand Fudge, someone else would have taken care of it long ago. It wouldn't fall to you. Relax, I'll convince my sister to grant you the embrace before you turn 22. That's the age when a woman is at her most beautiful. Compared to your youthful self now, the 22-year-old you will be truly worthy of being preserved for eternity." The fiery-haired woman was moved to tears. "Oh, Your Highness, Nolan, you're as generous as ever." Her warm hands clasped over Nolan's cold ones, pressing them to her face, and he couldn't pull away. Slightly furrowing his brows, he added, "I asked you here today to act as my guide. I'm not familiar with Diagon Alley and can't find the shops. Libera happily accepted the absurdly simple task, darting about Nolan like an excited bird. The pair passed through the secret door behind the leaky cauldron, stepping into the bustling lanes of Diagon Alley. The moment Libera appeared, every head turned toward her. Young wizards squealed and cheered, while the adults greeted her with warm waves and smiles. Nolan noticed that everyone seemed to recognize Libera, and not only that, they genuinely seemed to like her. "Good afternoon, Miss Rousseau." A plump witch nearby handed Nolan a piece of candy, engaging Libera in cheerful small talk. Then, looking at Nolan, she asked warmly, "Is this child a new Hogwarts student?" "Good afternoon, Mrs. Molass." "Oh, I mean, yes." Libera smiled sweetly. "This is Nolan, such a darling boy. He might even become my kin, sharing the same bloodline as me. Isn't that wonderful?" The plump witch tousled Nolan's dark hair affectionately and chuckled. "What a lovely child. He looks like a little angel when he smiles. I bet he'll end up in Hufflepuff. Our house always welcomes kind-hearted children like him." Libera secretly pulled a face, clearly unimpressed by Hufflepuff. "No, I think he should be in Slytherin. His sister wants him to learn the family sense of honor there." "Oh, that's unfortunate," said the witch, a hint of sympathy in her tone. She then changed the subject. "By the way, is young Mr. Potter starting school this year?" "I don't believe so. Harry Potter will likely enroll next year," Libera replied. Chapter 6, The Heart of an Elf, the Horn of a Unicorn. After bidding farewell to the plump witch, Libera led Nolan to begin his shopping. Upon learning that Nolan was heading to Hogwarts, Libera was initially astonished, then quickly dejected. On the way, she complained incessantly, "Why couldn't my mother have had me a few years later? Why can't I attend school with your highness?" When Nolan was about to lose his patience, Libera finally realized it and changed the subject. "If you're going to Hogwarts, your highness, the first thing you'll need is a wand." "Oh, but no vampire has ever wielded a wand before." Nolan, however, wasn't particularly concerned. He firmly believed that vampires were a superior species, transcending both wizards and muggles. If others could use certain tools or weapons, there was no reason he couldn't. So far, the reason vampires didn't use magic, he thought, was simply that they found it unnecessary. After all, why bother learning complex theories when claws and fangs could resolve most issues? There are magical practitioners even among werewolves, aren't there? Or do you think vampires are inferior to those devolved beasts? Libera laughed awkwardly, quickly clarifying that she had no such opinion. Diagon Alley had 3 wand shops, but Libera confidently proclaimed Ollivander's as the best. "Did you know, your highness? Ollivander's has been here for over 2,300 years. The craft has been passed down through generations. His great-great-great-grandfather was already making wands. When it comes to skill, no one surpasses Ollivander's. This is what you call the best." Nolan stared at a shabby little shop barely larger than a muggle newsstand. The grimy window displayed a single lonely wand. He failed to understand the appeal of showcasing a wand. Was its design particularly unique? But at the end of the day, wasn't it just a stick? The two stepped inside. The cramped shop was filled with small drawers stacked to the ceiling. "Good afternoon, Mr. Ollivander." Libera called cheerfully as she entered, her lively voice filling the space. Ollivander, an ancient-looking man who seemed ready to climb into a coffin at any moment, emerged from the back room, polishing his glasses. He greeted them in soft, old-fashioned English, "Good day, Miss Rousseau. And to you, the enigmatic young gentleman spoken of only in legends." Nolan blinked, then chuckled softly. "Good day, Mr. Ollivander. I didn't expect a wizard to recognize my identity so easily." Of course, Ollivander murmured. "The scarlet eyes, pale and otherworldly complexion, the silver-embroidered crest of the Von Draugr clan on your cloak, there's no room for doubt." Libera glanced at the brooch enviously, swallowing hard. Nolan chuckled dryly, a playful glint in his eye. "So, Mr. Ollivander, would you sell a wand to a vampire? Even knowing that a vampire with magic might bring trouble to the wizarding world in the future." Unperturbed, Ollivander replied, "The Dark Lord's wand came from me." At this, Nolan froze, his playful demeanor replaced with solemnity. He inclined his head slightly and said, "I spoke out of turn. My apologies. Mr. Ollivander, I have received an invitation to attend Hogwarts and require a wand." Ollivander's lips curved into an odd, lopsided smile. "Let us see, then." He retrieved a measuring tape. "Do you favor your left hand or your right?" Nolan was puzzled. "What do you mean by left or right?" Libera, ever eager to assist, chimed in, "It means, your highness, which hand do you use to hold a dinner knife?" Nolan waved his hand dismissively, clearly annoyed. "What dinner knife? We drink blood and never eat wizard food. When we eat blood pudding pies, we use our hands." "Fine." Libera retreated pitifully, her romanticized image of vampires seemingly shattered once again. Nolan continued, we vampires have exceptional control over our bodies. I can write with either hand and kill with either hand. Does that affect my use of a wand? No, of course not, Ollivander said indifferently. He measured Nolan's arm length with his tape measure, then asked, how do vampires mature? If Mr. Von Draugr maintains this height for decades or centuries. No, vampire growth rates are the same as humans. However, our aging stops somewhere between 16 and 28 years old. I have reason to believe I'll reach my physical prime within 5 years. Ollivander nodded. I see. Every Ollivander wand is unique. We use the most powerful magical substances to create their cores. Unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, or dragon heartstrings, for example. Nolan, bored by the old man's lengthy explanation, began to feel drowsy. Meanwhile, Ollivander, having taken the necessary measurements, climbed a ladder to select a wand. He gently wiped it with his fingers and said, perhaps there's no need to hesitate when choosing a wand for Mr. Von Draugr. Is there a more fitting combination in existence? It was a wand of pure white. Its handle was as smooth as jade, with a flat tip that subtly radiated an aura of malevolence. Libera swallowed nervously and cautiously asked, Mr. Ollivander, what is this? In a voice as soft as if he were afraid of waking a sleeping infant, Ollivander replied, every wand has its purpose. Wands are neither good nor evil, though the maker of this one was undoubtedly wicked. A unicorn's horn and the heart of a pureblood elf, two of the purest magical substances in the world. Harvesting a unicorn's horn meant killing it, an act that incurred a terrible curse. The same was true for pureblood elves. This wand was crafted from two pure but cursed materials, making it an undeniably sinister creation. 7.5 inches long. Here, Mr. Von Draugr, give it a try. Nolan accepted the wand. He didn't even need to wave it, an intense heat surged from his fingertips to the wand's tip, condensing into a pure black energy mass. Oh! Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Ollivander exclaimed, muttering excitedly. Nolan paid 13 galleons for the unicorn wand, more expensive than the average wand, but certainly worth the price. The young vampire was delighted with his wand. It was powerful, beautiful, and as exceptional as any vampire should be. Next, we need spellbooks. Libera cheered. There's only one choice, Flourish and Blots. The owner has ties to the Ministry of Magic, which is why no one else can open a bookstore in Diagon Alley. Boring bureaucracy. Nolan sneered disdainfully. Libera took Nolan's hand and, laughing mischievously, added, because of the monopoly, Flourish and Blots books are ridiculously overpriced. But young wizards have no choice but to buy them. We have reason to believe the owner has connections with Hogwarts as well. All pursuits are driven by profit, Nolan remarked dryly. Even Hogwarts, it seemed, wasn't immune to the mundane. Chapter 7, A Chance Encounter at the Bookstore. At the pile of used books near the entrance to Flourish and Blots, Nolan noticed two red-haired, freckled boys arguing with their mother. The short, plump woman argued adamantly, you two won't be sorted into different houses, right? One set of textbooks should be enough. You can share and take turns when doing your homework. One of the boys pleaded with a hint of a whine, oh, no, Mum. That'll make us look like a pair of idiots. The woman smiled sweetly. Well, they wouldn't be wrong, because the two of you are a pair of idiots. Now hurry along, George. We still need to buy your brother a new set of robes. I can't believe Charlie's graduating this year. Mum, I'm Fred. So sorry, dear. Let's go. No, he's George. I'm Fred. The boys continued their silly banter with their mother as they walked past Nolan. Both boys froze for a moment as they saw him and Libera. Oh my goodness, it's Libera Rousseau. Mum, it's your fault. I could have talked to her. Do you think she'd go out with me? I heard witches love young gentlemen. Nolan glanced at Libera mockingly, smirking. Seems you have some admirers. Libera rolled her eyes, about to retort when the manager of the bookstore approached. He enthusiastically insisted that Libera leave her autograph on the shelves of the store, right next to that of the idiotic Gilderoy Lockhart. Absolutely not. Libera shouted in anger. That idiot tried to sign my robes with a permanent magical marker the last time he saw me. I'll give you an autograph, but only if you remove his books from the shelves. After some deliberation, the shopkeeper decided that Gilderoy's name still had more pull than Libera's, much to her frustration. Nolan casually picked up a book and flipped through it, sneering. Voyages with Vampires? Is this guy out of his mind? Oh, the general facts about us here are actually correct. Though the story is absurd. Libera, having finished her argument with the manager, stormed back over. She glanced at the book in Nolan's hands and whispered, Gilderoy Lockhart, he's hiding quite a few secrets. I can guarantee he's not the adventurer these books claim he is, but he knows a lot of things. Nolan shrugged indifferently, placing Travels with Vampires back on the shelf before pointing to another book. And what about this one? That's a monster book. Apparently, it's bound in werewolf hide and can be very aggressive when awake. Back in my 6th year, a second-year Slytherin girl's cat got killed by one of these in the common room. Nolan nodded. No wonder it reeks of hostility. After selecting the spellbooks needed for first years, Libera eagerly carried them, and the two made their way to the register. On the way, Nolan was suddenly bumped into. He turned to see a young Asian girl with black hair and a flustered expression. Her dark eyes darted around nervously. I'm so sorry, but I've lost my mum. Have you seen her? She's Asian like me, but she's a muggle. Oh gosh, I can't imagine what might happen to a muggle lost in a wizarding place. Don't worry, Nolan said nonchalantly before turning to Libera. What's the spell to amplify one's voice? Libera replied, you can say sonorous. Nolan drew his unicorn wand, pointed it at the girl's throat, and enunciated clearly, sonorous. Feeling the spell take effect, he said to her, now you can call out to her. The black-haired girl opened her mouth and shouted, M-U-M. The sound of that one word was amplified to a deafening degree, echoing around Flourish and Blots and nearly shaking the shelves. Before long, a black-haired Asian woman came running, sobbing as she embraced the little girl. Cho, I'm so sorry. I got distracted by the self-cleaning brooms. I thought I'd never find you again. The little girl cried as well, saying, Mum, you're so mean. Her voice was still thunderously loud. Now, everyone in Flourish and Blots was curiously watching the mother and daughter pair. They were whispering to each other, but every single syllable the little girl uttered was absurdly loud. Blushing furiously, she lowered her voice and asked Nolan, can you help me undo the magic? Oh, that's easy. Nolan drew his wand and gave it a quick flick. Quietus. The little girl tested her voice and found that it was no longer booming. She smiled shyly. You know magic. Are you a student at Hogwarts? No, I'm a new student too. Nolan gestured toward the large pile of books in Libera's arms. I noticed you bought the same books. Did you also get a letter from Dumbledore? The little girl's face turned beet red as she nodded excitedly. Dad said Dumbledore is the greatest wizard of this century. I can't believe he sent me a letter. Even though Professor McGonagall wrote it on his behalf, I've already had the envelope framed. After paying for their galleons and leaving the bookstore, Libera looked at Nolan with interest. I thought you didn't care about wizards, but you were willing to help her. Flipping through the standard book of spells, Nolan replied indifferently, she has a scent I like. What scent? Nolan glanced at her, his voice low. The scent of a virgin. And by the way, you have it too. With that, he strode forward, leaving Libera standing there, her face flushed crimson. The rest of the days passed in relative monotony. Not that it mattered much, after all, as vampires, they were used to a life where excitement was rare. Most of their long existence was spent in boredom. Vampires typically passed the time in their coffins, but Nolan had found an alternative. Somehow, he had procured a brick-like gaming console and was completely absorbed in a game about capturing 151 little monsters. Baron Dura, for his part, couldn't understand what was so enjoyable about it. Yet, he was intrigued enough to purchase a set of his own. From then on, he was often heard muttering, who knew painting a mouse yellow could make it so adorable? And so, the video game became a trend in the Randall Gorge vampire community. In a way, perhaps vampires weren't so out of touch with modern culture after all. Incidentally, just 3 days before September began, Felicia seemed to suddenly remember the existence of Countess Eloise Constantine. That very evening, she drained her blood and turned her into one of her undead kin. And so, the Sistines Manor welcomed one more resident. Chapter 8, Traveling with a Vampire in the Same Carriage. As the end of the month rolled around, Nolan packed his belongings, coiling the white snake Sheila around his wrist. Accompanied by Miss Teresa, his maid, he left Randall Gorge and set out for London. The next time he might return would probably be Christmas. When he departed, he didn't bid farewell to any of his kind. Half a year apart was a mere blink of an eye for a vampire. Even if Nolan were to stay at Hogwarts for the full 7 years, it would still seem fleeting to them. There was even a good chance that the ever-forgetful Baron Dura wouldn't notice he had left in the first place. Nolan and Miss Teresa didn't use any magical methods to travel. Instead, they opted for Muggle transportation, taking the Underground to King's Cross Station in London. What platform was it again? Nolan asked Miss Teresa, pushing his luggage trolley. 9 3/4, the calm maid replied, stroking Miss Nancy's fur. Why 3/4? Miss Nancy, the black cat, muttered under her breath, good question. Which was to say, it didn't know either. At that moment, a cheerful voice rang out, hey, we meet again. Turning his head, Nolan saw the black-haired girl he had run into at Flourish and Blots. The scent he liked, the distinct purity, still lingered around her. Walking alongside her was another girl who appeared slightly younger. "Good morning," Nolan greeted her with a straightforward nod. Perhaps due to the excitement of starting at a magical school, the older girl's ears were flushed red. She grabbed Nolan's arm as soon as she saw him, chattering excitedly without pause. "Oh my gosh, I could barely sleep last night. My dad told me they sort us into houses with a wizard's hat. That's so strange. How can we trust a hat to decide for us?" Nolan shrugged indifferently. "Maybe the hat uses magic to read what's in your head. Dumbledore must want to know who the real troublemakers are at his school, so he probably reviews all our memories after the sorting ceremony." "Ew." The girl squealed, horrified. "They can't do that." "Who knows?" Nolan replied lightly before turning his attention to the younger girl, who was looking up at him with admiration. "Is this your sister?" "Yes. Her name is Chong. She's a year younger than me." "I'm Chong," she said with a bright smile. Then, crouching slightly, she whispered encouragement to her sister, "If I can go to Hogwarts, maybe you can too next year." "But," Bai murmured pitifully, "I still can't break a vase like you can. If I don't get in, it must be Mom's fault for being a muggle." Cho's expression hardened as she flicked her sister's forehead. Hands on her hips, she scolded, "Don't talk about Mom like that." But then she let out an awkward laugh, realizing she might have come across as too harsh in front of the handsome boy. Worried about making a bad impression, she quickly changed the subject. "I don't know your name yet." Nolan wasn't paying attention to Cho anymore. He was busy observing the wall between Platform 9 and Platform 10. Without looking at her, he answered, "Nolan Von Draugr." Cho blinked a few times. "Nolan. Like the name of the Norns. You know Norse mythology?" "Huh. Isn't that from Greek mythology?" "The Greeks also have their 3 fates, but the Norns are from Norse mythology," Nolan corrected. "If it's Sun Wukong, I'd know that one," Cho said with a grin. "I know that one too," Nolan replied before turning to Miss Teresa. "I'm off. You can take Miss Nancy back home. If she wants fish, buy her some, but don't lose her again. Remember, she has no sense of direction." Miss Nancy let out an indignant screech, "I do not lack direction. I merely struggle with the Muggle world." Nolan, along with Cho, who had just said goodbye to her parents and sister, crossed the barrier to Platform 9 3/4. It was simpler than they had imagined. "Oh my goodness, I thought we were going to crash." Cho clutched her chest, her heart still pounding from the experience. Following the line of young witches and wizards pushing their trolleys, they turned a corner and found themselves greeted by a vibrant sight, a bright red steam engine that looked comically outdated yet charming in its way. The platform buzzed with life as students shared stories of their summer adventures, while others eagerly tried to persuade the first years to join their respective houses. Gryffindors, in particular, seemed the most enthusiastic. "Gryffindor is the best," they declared. "And whatever you do, don't end up in Slytherin. That house is full of bootlickers," they warned. Cho appeared to have made up her mind to stick with Nolan. Struggling with her heavy suitcase, her small frame wobbled as she moved. At last, she found an empty compartment and collapsed onto a seat, panting. "Is Gryffindor really the best?" she asked. Nolan casually lifted his suitcase with one hand, placing it on the luggage rack. "If I were them, I'd say my house was the best too," he said softly. "But they said Slytherin is the worst." Cho huffed indignantly. "Maybe they have a grudge against Slytherin," Nolan replied. "Humph." Cho puffed up her cheeks in dissatisfaction. Her father had been a Hufflepuff, but she didn't like Hufflepuff much, thinking the students there were too simple-minded and hard-working for her taste. Hoping to chat more about the sorting ceremony, she looked over at Nolan, who seemed completely uninterested in the topic. Frustrated, she glanced between her own luggage and the boy seated calmly across from her. "You could at least help me put my suitcase up." "It's not impossible." "Then help me." "All right." Nolan sighed, lifting her suitcase with ease and placing it on the rack. Sitting back down, he added, "Miss, next time you want someone to help you, try using words to ask. And don't forget to say thank you." "But at school, the boys always scrambled to help me." Without looking up from the chunky game console he had just pulled out, Nolan retorted, "That's because they're idiots." Familiar music played as he powered up the device. "But I'm not." Before long, the train was about to depart, and their quiet compartment gained 2 more visitors. One was a girl with striking silver hair and the delicate features of a porcelain doll. The other was a freckled, brown-haired girl with an approachable demeanor. "Hey, guys," the brunette peeked in and asked, "all the other compartments are full. Mind if we sit here?" Cho immediately sprang to her feet, trying to appear gracious. "Oh, of course. Please, have a seat. I'm sure Nolan doesn't mind, right?" I don't mind, but next time, you should ask me first, Nolan replied, eyes glued to his game console. He muttered under his breath, why can a carp evolve into a dragon anyway? Chapter 9, The Hogwarts Express in motion. The brown-haired girl, whose appearance was rather ordinary, introduced herself as Marietta. She was a pure-blood witch and seemed quite proud of her mother, who worked at the Ministry of Magic. The silver-haired girl, who resembled a delicate porcelain doll, was named Eve. She was from Denmark and came from a Muggle family that had been non-magical for 5 generations, except for her. Nolan couldn't help but suspect that Eve's mother might not have been entirely virtuous, but such speculations were inappropriate, so he dismissed the thought. The 3 girls chatted animatedly throughout the journey, with most of the discussion revolving around the Hogwarts sorting ceremony. They debated which house was the best. Marietta expressed her desire to join Ravenclaw, as her mother had been a Ravenclaw herself. Cho-Chang declared, Merlin's beard. As long as it's not Hufflepuff, I don't care where I end up. Oh, but preferably not Slytherin. They say if you're not a pureblood in Slytherin, you'll get bullied. That house has such a bad reputation. Eve, on the other hand, was more pessimistic. She fiddled with her wand gloomily. Among the 4 of them, she was the only one completely ignorant of the magical world. She had also noticed she couldn't even perform a simple Lumos spell. I don't know where I'll go, she admitted. I'm not smart, I lack courage, and my bloodline isn't pure. I think I'll end up in Hufflepuff for sure. Nolan sighed, saved his game, and closed his console. In a calm voice, he reassured her, don't talk about Hufflepuff as if it's a garbage dump. In fact, the garbage is evenly distributed across all 4 houses. Besides, the houses aren't sorted by magical ability. The decision is based on your personality and traits. Even if you go to Hufflepuff, it's no big deal. I've heard the people there are very friendly, it's probably the house with the best atmosphere. Comparatively, Ravenclaw can be a bit aloof, while Gryffindor and Slytherin are cliquey. But the idea that Slytherin bullies those who aren't pure-blooded is just a misconception. At this time, Slytherin indeed had a tarnished reputation. It had only been 10 years since the fall of Voldemort, and Slytherin's emphasis on blood purity and their overt chauvinism often drew comparisons to the Dark Lord. Additionally, many Slytherin students had Death Eaters among their family members. For at least the next 20 years, the other 3 houses were likely to continue isolating the Slytherin house. To make matters worse, even Felicia had once mentioned that Voldemort, having used dark soul magic on himself, was likely not entirely dead. Marietta pouted indignantly. But everyone agrees Slytherin is bad. Nolan waved his hand dismissively, clearly annoyed. Bad. What does bad even mean? The founders established Hogwarts to create a safe haven for young witches and wizards to develop their magical abilities. They were equally renowned and incredibly powerful, beyond what you can imagine. Yet of the 4, why is it that only one founder is said to produce inherently bad students? Gryffindor values bravery, but bravery doesn't preclude recklessness. Ravenclaw values intelligence, but intelligence doesn't preclude stubbornness. Hufflepuff values kindness, but kindness doesn't preclude a lack of ambition. Slytherin values pureblood heritage, but purebloods aren't inherently arrogant. You only see Slytherin's arrogance but ignore Ravenclaw's intellectual rigidity. So don't mislead someone who knows nothing about the magical world with your immature remarks. Marietta burst into tears and ran out of the compartment. Jo hesitated, glancing at Nolan, who remained indifferent. She wondered if this boy was just too cold-hearted. After some thought, she decided to chase after Marietta. Nolan shrugged nonchalantly and pulled out a game magazine from somewhere, flipping through it. Beside him, Eve sat in stunned silence. After a long pause, she managed to stammer, "You shouldn't have said that." Without looking up, Nolan replied evenly, "What I said was correct." Eve was stunned, her crystal-clear eyes blinking in confusion, unable to form a single word. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside their compartment. Nolan could hear screams and cries from younger students, interspersed with a hissing sound that resembled a snake speaking in parcel tongue. The white snake Sheila, hidden in Nolan's sleeve, poked her head curiously out of his cuff at the strange noise. Eve was terrified. She had no idea what was happening outside. It wasn't hard to sympathize with her, she knew almost nothing about the magical world, like Alice stumbling into Wonderland. The shouting escalated, followed by the sound of spells being cast and exploding. The racket made it impossible for Nolan to focus on memorizing his game walkthrough. Irritated, he slammed the guide shut and was about to get up. Suddenly, the compartment door was blasted open. A blonde-haired boy with a face smeared in dirt tumbled inside, rolling on the floor. It was clear he was the one who had accidentally broken their door. Standing before the boy were 3 other students, all with wands in hand. 2 of them looked identical, with freckled faces and striking red hair. The third was a black boy with curly hair. One of the red-haired boys was holding what looked like a snake. No, Nolan was certain it was actually a toy snake. Can someone explain to me, Nolan said in an icily calm voice, what exactly you're doing? Or have you mistaken the Hogwarts Express for an amusement park? The two redheads exchanged a glance. One of them quipped, looks like we interrupted their date, didn't we? The other one added, I'll bet we did. Just look at how mad he is. Maybe we should apologize, Fred. The first one replied, shut it, George. I'm Fred. George, or maybe Fred, it didn't matter which, grinned broadly at Nolan. Hey, mate, you're first years too, right? Let's introduce ourselves. I'm Fred Weasley, he's George Weasley, and this guy here, he gestured toward the black boy. Coolest guy you'll ever meet. I'm Lee Jordan, the black boy said, twirling his wand in what he clearly thought was a stylish move. Before Nolan could respond, the blonde boy on the floor scrambled to his feet. Using the back of his hand to wipe away a trickle of blood from his nose, he glared at them furiously. If I were you, I wouldn't be friends with the Weasley vermin. Fred, or George, mocked him with a smirk. Oh, look at this, Malcolm Baddock's back to spouting his pureblood supremacy nonsense. Why hasn't the ministry just locked him in a cage with the Dementors already? Shut up, the blonde boy, apparently Malcolm, yelled, raising his wand and pointing it at the twins. One of the twins, still grinning, held up the fake snake. Look, genius, it's your favorite Slytherin mascot. The toy snake hissed in response, emitting a low, eerie sound. Malcolm's face, which had been flushed with rage, instantly turned pale. With a terrified shriek, he curled up in a corner of the compartment, clutching his head in fear. Chapter 10, First Encounter, the Magic School. Ah. It's a snake. Eve cried out, clutching onto Nolan in fear. Her small body trembled as she buried her face against him, eyes squeezed shut. The Weasley twins exchanged a glance, scratching their heads awkwardly. Looks like we really scared your little girlfriend, one of them remarked. Nolan shot them a cold glance and replied indifferently, she's not my girlfriend. But I am curious, why were you bullying him? Lee Jordan chimed in, bullying him. Us. Never. Everyone knows Malcolm Bardock sides with the Death Eaters. If he lived 10 years ago, he'd have joined the Dark Lord in a heartbeat. The Bardocks are traitors to wizardkind. Malcolm, who was curled up in fear of the snake, protested angrily, my family is not a bunch of traitors. The Weasleys are the real pureblood traitors. Everyone knows your father is a clown, obsessed with muggle junk. He probably regrets marrying your pumpkin-shaped pureblood mother instead of a filthy mudblood. You shouldn't insult our parents, Bardock, one of the twins said, his tone turning sharp. They held up the fake snake again, making it hiss as they moved it closer to Malcolm's neck. Enough. Nolan snapped irritably, raising his wand. With a swift flick, a reducto spell shot out, hitting the toy snake. The snake exploded with a loud bang, but instead of gore, the air filled with colorful confetti, like a magical firecracker. You Weasleys dared to scare me with a fake snake. Malcolm screamed in humiliation. His face turned crimson as he realized he had peed in his pants. Being humiliated by two pureblood traitors with a fake snake would undoubtedly make him the laughingstock among first years. Shut up, you two, Nolan said coldly, flicking his wand again. Malcolm flew backward as if struck by an invisible sledgehammer, crashing out of the compartment and slamming into the carriage wall with a loud thud. Whoa. That was awesome. The twins let out appreciative whistles, but Nolan had no intention of tolerating any more disruptions to his peace. With a frigid expression, he pointed his wand at them. You two, as well. Shut up, turn around, and leave my compartment. Now. The troublesome trio awkwardly chuckled before scurrying off. Once they were gone, Nolan waved his wand and muttered, Reparo, restoring the compartment door to its original state. Eve watched Nolan spellcasting with wide-eyed awe, her gaze full of envy. She asked timidly, when will I be able to use magic like you? Nolan glanced at her briefly. When you decide to. By the time Cho Chang returned with a teary-eyed Marietta, the Hogwarts Express was nearing its destination. The young witches and wizards hurriedly changed out of their regular clothes into their school robes. Nolan's robes, however, stood out dramatically. Custom-made, they were more akin to a coat than traditional robes. The front of the garment was open, adorned with the silver crest of the Von Draugr family, as well as Gothic-style chains and buckles. A hood was attached to the back, cinched at the waist with a belt. The hemline stopped just at his knees, revealing a pair of high-top boots trimmed with silver. Pockets lined the sides of the coat, where Nolan stored emergency blood packs and his treasured handheld gaming device. The outfit was undeniably striking, especially when paired with Nolan's unnaturally handsome features. Even Cho, who already had a bit of a crush on him, couldn't help sneaking glances. Shy Eve and still pouting Marietta were also stealing looks. They had to admit, among the incoming first years, Nolan was unquestionably the most dazzling of them all. The train swayed as it gradually slowed down, steam hissing and billowing out before it finally came to a complete stop. First years jostled their way out of the train, some Gryffindors and Slytherins taking the opportunity to exchange a few shoves or sneaky curses, clearly not on friendly terms. Not far from the platform, a small, solitary lantern swayed in the mist. Emerging from the fog was a massive figure, towering over the students at more than 2.5 meters tall. A gruff voice called out, "First years. First years over here. Mind your step, don't go fallin' into the lake. Follow me. Hey. Little Lockman, I see ya there. How's your gran? What is that?" Eve's voice trembled as she clung tightly to Nolan's sleeve, clearly terrified by the sight of the giant-like men. Her silver hair quivered as she nearly burst into tears. Nolan squinted at the figure and muttered under his breath, "Half-giant. Dumbledore must be mad." Cho, not hearing Nolan's quiet comment, said cheerfully, "That's Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." Eve tugged on Nolan's robes nervously. "Is he dangerous?" "Judging by the fact that he hasn't been fired yet, probably not," Nolan replied with a touch of dry sarcasm. "I suppose I can trust the old wizard's wisdom and sanity, at least for now." He flicked his wand and whispered, "Lumos," lighting the tip. With a confident stride, he followed the keeper of keys into the dark, misty path. The path ahead grew increasingly dim and the ground wetter with each step. Above them, a crescent moon hung in the sky, perfectly aligned with the tallest spire of Hogwarts. And there it was, the castle itself, finally in full view. It resembled a colossal beast slumbering in the darkness. Even in the enveloping blackness of the night, its sheer presence was palpable. Flickering lights adorned its towers, giving it the appearance of a mighty dragon with sparks of fire dancing along its body. Hagrid led the group to the edge of a black lake. Nolan glanced into the water and caught glimpses of various creatures, merpeople and grindylows, no doubt part of the welcoming committee. Though they knew the first years couldn't see much in the dark, the creatures still waved and gestured enthusiastically, trying to make an impression. 4 students were assigned to each small boat, while Hagrid took up one all by himself. Nolan chose a boat, and Eve, still clutching his robes, naturally followed him on board. Cho seemed ready to join them, but Marietta grabbed her arm and steered her away. Eventually, 2 other students, a boy and a girl, climbed into Nolan's boat. "I'm Miles Bletchley," the thin, wiry boy introduced himself, grinning as he settled in. He seemed outgoing and chatty, quickly striking up a conversation with Nolan. "Hey, mate, do you know anything about Quidditch?" The girl introduced herself simply as Alicia, withholding her last name. She seemed quiet and distant, her gaze fixed on the starry sky, as if lost in thought or disinterested in the conversation around her. Chapter 11, The Sorting Hat. Eve dipped her small hand into the cold lake water, her curiosity evident as she asked, "Why can't we ride the carriages with the older students?" Nolan shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Alicia, the quiet girl across from him who had been gazing at the night sky, answered instead, "It's tradition." Tradition. Hogwarts tradition. First years cross the lake by boat. It's been this way for centuries. Nolan nodded thoughtfully. That explanation holds some logic. When Hogwarts was first constructed, it was to shield wizards and witches from the persecution of muggles during the witch-hunting era. The founders used magic to hide the school from muggles, and the only way for fleeing wizards to enter was by crossing the lake. Perhaps that's how the tradition originated. Miles Bletchley, the wiry boy, seemed puzzled. Why would wizards be afraid of muggles? Nolan's response was matter of fact. Numbers. Numbers. No matter how deadly a wizard's spell, it can only kill one person at a time. Muggles, however, can afford to lose 10 of their own to take down a single wizard. Do wizards even make up a tenth of the Muggle population? Not even 1 in 10,000. When faced with the overwhelming force of numbers, magical prowess becomes insignificant. The most terrifying aspect of Muggles, Nolan thought, was their cockroach-like ability to reproduce. One person might fail to kill a vampire, but what about 100? 1,000? 10,000? In that regard, vampires were far less efficient. They could spend centuries sleeping, only to spend another century figuring out what era they'd woken up in and what they needed to do before they even began creating offspring. Far too inefficient. The fleet of small boats seemed to glide into what could only be described as Hogwarts' underground waterways. Despite the ominous setting, there was no unpleasant odor. They traveled through a pitch-black tunnel until they saw the flicker of torchlight and arrived at a small dock. The dock was ancient, its wooden posts bearing scars of battles fought long ago, perhaps 1,000 years ago, or even longer. Nolan stepped out of the boat and offered his hand to help Eve out. The first years, herded along by the half-giant, jostled their way forward until they reached a massive oak door, large enough to accommodate 3 Hagrids standing side by side. The keeper of keys knocked on the door with a fist the size of a barrel. The door creaked open to reveal an elderly witch clad in deep green robes. Though her face was lined with wrinkles, her sharp gaze cut like a blade, betraying no hint of frailty. Nolan was still trying to guess her identity when the giant man spoke. "Here's the new batch of first years, Professor McGonagall." "Ah, so this was Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress." "Thank you, Hagrid. From here, I'll take over. First years, follow me. Quickly now, come inside and warm up." With a wave of her wand, Professor McGonagall opened the oak doors wide, ushering the excited students into the warmth of Hogwarts. Nolan's first impression of Hogwarts was that it was ancient. The walls were built from old stone, and instead of electric lights, torches burned everywhere. Underfoot, the carpets were musty and worn, though not unpleasantly so. Above them, the ceiling was a marvel. Instead of seeing the actual rafters, one could only see a starry night sky stretching infinitely upward. Nolan knew this was the result of enchantments, giving the illusion of boundless height. Professor McGonagall led the first years to a small chamber off the Great Hall, where they filed in one by one. There were fewer than 50 of them, though Nolan couldn't tell whether this was a large or small number for a first-year cohort. Either way, the chamber easily accommodated them. The professor clenched her fists, and the whispers and murmurs among the students immediately ceased. She spoke, her voice crisp and commanding, "Welcome to Hogwarts. The start of term feast will begin shortly, but first, we must sort you into your respective houses." As she finished, her sharp eyes met Nolan's for a brief moment before she turned and left the chamber, presumably to prepare for the sorting. Nolan could hear Eve, the perpetually teary-eyed girl, beginning to sniffle as she asked Alicia, "What if none of the houses pick me? What if they throw my luggage out of the Great Hall and make me take a cab back to London?" Well, that was quite the imagination for a little girl. Compared to her, blonde-haired Malcolm Baddock, who had wet his pants on the train, was far more amusing. Since earlier, he had been covering his ears and muttering to himself over and over, "Slytherin, Slytherin, Slytherin, Slytherin." It looked like some sort of self-hypnosis. Meanwhile, the red-haired twins and their friend, the black-haired boy Lee, were enthusiastically recounting to everyone how they'd managed to scare Malcolm Baddock into wetting himself. They were eager to be recognized as Gryffindor heroes. Nolan waited calmly for the sorting ceremony to begin, but he felt a tug on his sleeve. Turning his head, he found Chongs standing beside him. "Nolan, which house do you think you'll be in?" she asked. Nolan shrugged indifferently. "Who knows? Gryffindor, maybe. Or perhaps Slytherin." The other students were surprised by his nonchalant attitude. But Nolan truly didn't mind. In his view, each of the four houses had its own strengths worth learning from. Cho leaned closer and whispered, "I hope we end up in the same house. Then I can apologize to you on Marietta's behalf, she's actually a nice person." "Perhaps," Nolan replied, sounding disinterested. Shortly after, Professor McGonagall returned and announced, "Now, everyone line up and follow me." She led the first years into the Great Hall, which was breathtaking. The ceiling was enchanted to resemble the night sky, with a crescent moon surrounded by wisps of white clouds. Below the magical sky, countless candles floated midair, their flames casting a warm glow over the room. Beneath them were 4 long tables, each capable of seating over 50 students. The hall buzzed with chatter as upper-year students speculated which newcomers might bring glory to their house. At the front of the hall, Professor McGonagall placed a tattered, pointy wizard's hat on a chair near the staff table. The hat twitched at the brim, then opened a wide rip that served as its mouth. With a strange, warbling voice, it began to sing. Nolan had never heard a song quite so odd. The lyrics were fine, but not a single line rhymed. The hat sang for 3 full minutes, and when it finally stopped, thunderous applause erupted. It seemed the crowd genuinely appreciated the performance. Professor McGonagall unrolled a long scroll of parchment and adjusted her frameless glasses. "When I call your name, step forward, sit on the stool, and put on the hat to be sorted. Alicia Spinnet." The hat barely hesitated. "Gryffindor." At once, the table draped in crimson erupted into cheers and applause. Alicia, her face flushed with excitement, quickly removed the hat and practically skipped over to the Gryffindor table. Eve Stock. The small girl with a princess-like appearance looked as though she were on the verge of tears. She was the smallest of the first years, and when she placed the hat on her head, it completely swallowed her tiny face. The hat seemed to deliberate for a long while. Nolan could see Eve's shoulders trembling slightly, she was surely crying. Finally, the hat spoke. To everyone's surprise, it declared, "Slytherin." Chapter 12, The New Students of Slytherin. It seemed that Eve's mother really had some explaining to do. Everyone knew that Slytherin accepted half-bloods, but it did not accept Muggleborns. Eve being sorted into Slytherin implied that at least one of her parents was a wizard. But, as it was clear that both her known parents were not, she clearly had a real father somewhere. As Nolan pondered this, he failed to notice that he had already become the center of attention among the current students. In this year's intake of first years, the one everyone was most curious about was this handsome and composed boy. The red-haired twins and Lee Jordan were, of course, sorted into Gryffindor. Malcolm Baddock got his wish and was placed into Slytherin, though he looked utterly drained when he took off the hat. His legs gave out as he tried to return to the Slytherin table, and someone had to help him back. Cho Chang and Marietta both ended up in Ravenclaw. When Cho sat down, she looked over expectantly at Nolan, mouthing something to him. It seemed she was hoping he would join her in Ravenclaw. The little boy Miles Bletchley and the girl Alicia, whom Nolan had met on the boat, were also sorted into Slytherin. Interestingly, Alicia's full name was Alicia Field, though she didn't seem particularly fond of it. Finally, it was time for Nolan Von Draugr. With a soft swish, all eyes turned to him. Nolan glanced up and saw the white-haired wizard Albus Dumbledore, sitting high at the staff table. Dumbledore's wise yet probing gaze twinkled behind his half-moon glasses. Nolan met his gaze briefly before looking away, walking calmly to the stool to put on the sorting hat. Oh my, the hat murmured almost reverently. A young immortal, a fledgling lord of the night, born with a natural disdain for life and an air of darkness. And yet, there's the wit of a Ravenclaw as well. Slytherin. Or perhaps Ravenclaw. Nolan blinked, and with a calm, almost disinterested tone in his mind, said, I don't care which house I'm placed in, but can we skip the time-wasting memory probing? My promise still stands, I won't drink from the students. But I need Dumbledore's trust. The sorting hat fell silent for a moment, grumbling under its breath. Fine, arrogant fool. Immortals always are. If that's the case, I'll send you where you belong. I've decided, Slytherin. The final word was shouted for all to hear. The Gryffindors let out a collective sigh, while the Slytherins burst into thunderous applause, standing as though they had just been awarded a grand prize. Welcome, Von Draugr, welcome. Nolan was greeted by a fifth-year wizard wearing a badge with the letter P. Nolan guessed this stood for prefect. As Nolan exchanged polite small talk with the prefect, whose name was Connaught, a sudden squeal pierced the air. Nolan. The next thing he knew, something small and soft had wrapped itself around his back. Turning his head, he saw a few curly strands of silver hair against his robes. It had to be Eve. Nolan patted her hand. Cheer up. You weren't rejected, nor were you sent back to King's Cross in a package. This proves you're qualified to study at Hogwarts. You passed the sorting test just like everyone else, so you're no different from them. Eve still didn't let go. This year's intake of Slytherins included only 9 students, 5 boys and 4 girls. The prefect seemed troubled by this. Hogwarts dormitories were designed for 4-person rooms. With 5 boys, the arrangement would have to be either a group of 3 and a pair, or 1 student living alone. Dorms were vital for bonding, and Nolan was sure that if one boy ended up in a single dorm, he'd inevitably become an outsider. At this point, the sorting ceremony had concluded. Professor McGonagall tucked the sorting hat under her arm and swiftly left the hall, replaced by Headmaster Dumbledore, who rose to address the students. He was extraordinarily tall, perhaps over 2 meters, and his beard was even longer than his stature. To keep his white beard from sweeping the floor like a mop, he had carefully tied it into a neat bow. Dumbledore didn't speak for long. Spreading his arms wide, he said, "Welcome back to Hogwarts. Let the feast begin. Enjoy this banquet prepared by our house elves." No sooner had he finished than an abundance of food appeared out of thin air on the tables. Most of it was meat dishes, with a lonely pile of salad shoved to one corner. There were generous helpings of pudding and soft candies, and at the center of the table sat a massive shepherd's pie. The young witches and wizards gazed hungrily at the sumptuous meal, mouths watering. However, wizard food did nothing but send shivers down Nolan's spine and raise goosebumps on his skin. He scowled slightly and searched the table until he finally found an unassuming jug. It contained a special beverage prepared just for him, tomato juice. "What's that?" Eve asked, her mouth full of pudding, her words muffled. Pouring the juice into a goblet, Nolan answered softly, "The blood of a virgin." Hearing this, Eve's pale face flushed with some color at last. She forced a laugh. "You're no fun, you wannabe vampire boy." When Nolan didn't reply, she added in a quieter voice, "I want to try the tomato juice too." "You won't like it," Nolan said, his tone still calm, but he poured her a little anyway. Eve took a sip, immediately spitting it out and sticking out her tongue in disgust. Nolan only ate a small slice of pie before he stopped. He wasn't fond of pumpkin and didn't feel the need to eat more. After some time, Dumbledore waved a hand, and the feast vanished completely, leaving the table spotless. Even the leftover bones and greasy plates disappeared. Dumbledore rose again, motioning for silence and cutting through the murmur of conversations. "I'm delighted to see you all well-fed and satisfied," he said. "Before the new term begins, I have a few announcements. First, allow me the honor of introducing our new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor." At that moment, the Slytherin prefect Connaught leaned close to Nolan and whispered, "The Defense Against the Dark Arts position is cursed, you know." No one's lasted more than a year teaching it. Then, Dumbledore's voice rang out, clear and warm, Professor Felicia Von Draugr. Huh. Nolan's mind blanked for a moment. Then, he looked up just in time to see her, the vampire archduchess, who despite her 5 centuries of life, looked like a mischievous 16-year-old girl. She was entering the Great Hall through the main doors, her playful grin directed at her younger brother as she winked at him. She laughed heartily, then turned to Dumbledore, asking, "Am I a bit late? You haven't started eating yet, have you?" "I regret to inform you, Professor Von Draugr," Dumbledore replied with a good-natured shrug, "that your dinner may need to be postponed." Chapter 13, What makes you qualified to be a professor? "That professor is so beautiful," Eve said in an envious tone as she admired Felicia Von Draugr. "I wish I could be that pretty when I grow up." Nolan thought to himself, that's unlikely. Felicia Von Draugr had been unanimously regarded as the most beautiful vampire in their circles for the past 5 centuries. Connaught, the Slytherin prefect, looked intrigued. "She's absolutely stunning. If she weren't a professor but one of our classmates, I'd definitely pursue her. By the way, Von Draugr, you share the same last name with this captivating professor. Are you related?" At Connaught's question, all the Slytherins fixed their eyes on Nolan. He sighed and replied calmly, "She's my sister. But trust me, she's much older than she looks." The Slytherins exchanged knowing glances, their expressions a mix of surprise and understanding, before breaking into hushed whispers again. This year's Slytherin intake seemed extraordinarily fortunate. Not only did they have the ever-biased head of house, Professor Snape, on their side, but now even the defense against the dark arts professor turned out to be one of their own. Nolan didn't bother speculating what the Slytherins were whispering about. He kept his gaze fixed on Felicia, who once again gave him a playful wink and a mischievous smile. After introducing the defense against the dark arts professor, Dumbledore made the students sing the off-key school song. When everything finally concluded, he announced the end of the feast and instructed the prefects to escort the new first-years to their dormitories. The newly appointed prefect Connaught straightened his back and shouted louder than the Gryffindor prefect, "First years of Slytherin, follow me." Eve, Malcolm Baddock, Alicia Field, Miles Bletchley, Montague Rockman, and the others chattered excitedly as they followed him. Nolan took a few steps with the group before veering off, heading toward Felicia, who stood by the entrance of the Great Hall with her arms crossed. He glared at the vampire Duchess, irritation evident in his voice. "Felicia, if you were going to take this job, you should have told me in advance." Felicia laughed like a playful girl, pinching Nolan's cheek. "Surprise." Nolan brushed her hand away. "All surprise, no delight. By the way, how exactly are you qualified to be my professor when you can't even cast a basic Lumos spell?" "Obviously," Felicia said with a dramatic wink, striking a mock-heroic pose, with pure brute strength. Nolan rolled his eyes, unimpressed. Felicia smirked, her expression reminiscent of a mischievous mouse that had just stolen cheese. "I'll only be teaching for a year. I've got some fun lessons planned for you little ones. You'll find out soon enough." Nolan turned to leave, but Felicia's next words stopped him in his tracks. "Nolan, I've been thinking, perhaps it's time to teach you the combat techniques of the Von Draugr clan." "Are you serious?" Nolan asked, his tone tinged with excitement as he turned back to face her. Each vampire lineage had its unique combat techniques. Strength alone wasn't enough, agility and skill were essential to fully harness their power. Among all vampire clans, the Von Draugrs were renowned masters of weaponry. They specialized in wielding cruciform exorcist crossbows and silver daggers to battle their kin. Nolan had long aspired to inherit the Von Draugr combat techniques, but Felicia had refused to teach him when he was younger, deeming his body too underdeveloped. Now, things were different. At 4 feet 7 inches and with his vampire strength gradually awakening, Felicia decided it was time for her little brother to step into his legacy. Felicia winked with her left eye, her playful grin still intact. "Come to my office every Friday evening. If you're still as keen on the Von Draugr combat arts as before, I will teach you properly." Back in line, Miles Bletchley asked Nolan excitedly, "What did the defense against the dark arts professor say to you? It's so cool that you have a sister like her. She's even more beautiful than Velas or pureblood elves." Nolan replied blandly, "She explained to me why she accepted Dumbledore's invitation." Connaught, the prefect, looked curious. "But I've never heard of the Von Draugr family in Britain. Are you foreigners?" Nolan, uninterested in lying, replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps there are many secluded families you're unaware of." Connaught led the group of first-year Slytherins down the staircase. Slytherin's quarters were situated beneath the lake, around 30 meters underground, in a cool and damp environment. The path to the common room resembled a dungeon, with slimy, dripping stones everywhere. Water droplets hit the enchanted, ever-burning torches, causing the flames to flicker, making the corridor appear filled with dancing shadows. This eerie atmosphere terrified Eve. She clung to Nolan's robes with one hand and held Alicia Field's hand tightly with the other, her small chin almost tucked into her neck in fear. Connaught eventually stopped in front of a massive iron door. Embedded within it was a silver ring encircling a Mobius strip-shaped snake. The snake's eyes were emeralds, gleaming brightly as it hissed, "Password." Connaught enunciated clearly, "Basilisk." "Correct," said the Mobius snake, spinning once and unlocking the door with a loud click. The black iron door swung open, and Connaught turned to address the first years. "The Slytherin password changes at the beginning of each month. If you forget it, you can go to the potions professor, who is also our head of house, Professor Snape, in the dungeons. That said, if you don't want to be treated like an idiot by Professor Snape, you can wait outside until someone lets you in." The Slytherin common room was large and circular. The floor was made of obsidian-like tiles covered with green and white woolen rugs. The furniture was antique and elegant, with some pieces crafted from mahogany and others from marble. Lighting was provided exclusively by torches, whose flickering flames drove away the dampness. The smoke and fumes produced by the fire were magically removed, ensuring the air remained fresh and breathable. The most remarkable feature of the common room was its ceiling. It was transparent. Looking up, the students could see the shimmering blue water of the lake, with aquatic creatures occasionally gliding overhead. As Nolan and the others entered, a giant squid was trying to wrap its tentacles around the glittering roof. In the center of the common room stood a statue of Salazar Slytherin himself, a hook-nosed, stern-looking old man with a massive serpent coiled around him. This must have been the inspiration for the Slytherin crest. Chapter 14, A Grueling Morning. The young Slytherins settled into their dorms, with boys being assigned to rooms of 2 or 3. Nolan Von Draugr found himself placed in a triple room alongside Malcolm Baddock, who had wet his pants on the Hogwarts Express, and the slender-faced Miles Bletchley. Malcolm seemed like he wanted to say something to his roommates, but Miles sneered and whispered to Nolan, "Did you know that the great Malcolm Baddock wet his pants on the train after being scared by the red-haired Weasley twins?" Malcolm's face turned pale instantly. He looked to Nolan with a pleading expression, hoping his other roommate might come to his defense. But Nolan, indifferent as ever, replied calmly, "It's true. I was there when it happened." Miles glanced disdainfully at Malcolm, then muttered loudly enough for everyone to hear, "We're so unlucky to be sharing a dorm with a bedwetter." Malcolm went silent, unpacking his belongings in somber quiet. If one looked closely, they could see his hands trembling slightly, a pitiful sight. Nolan watched him for a moment before asking, "You seem frail. Would you like some warm milk before bed? I'm sure the house elves would be happy to oblige." Malcolm mumbled, "No, thank you." His voice was so faint it was nearly inaudible. Miles, meanwhile, busied himself decorating their dorm with various items. Among them were miniature figurines of famous Quidditch players, who zoomed around a palm-sized pitch, casting glittering stars into the air with their wands. He also displayed his collection of famous wizard cards, which were meticulously sorted and hung above his bed. The wizards depicted on the cards occasionally looked down at Miles with disdain or vanished into other cards to have whispered conversations, a rather unsettling sight. Nolan picked up one card featuring a red-haired girl named Libera. She seemed delighted when she noticed Nolan holding her card, blowing kisses toward him repeatedly. At that moment, Miles was fretting over a poster in his hands. "Oh, Nolan," Miles said, noticing the card. "If you're a fan of Libera, you can keep that card. I have several duplicates. By the way, would you mind if I hung up something Muggle-related on the wall?" Malcolm, overhearing the word Muggle, seemed visibly upset, but, feeling powerless in the dorm dynamics, he said nothing. Nolan, of course, didn't mind. He gave Miles permission, and the latter eagerly hung up his poster. It was of a beautiful woman who smiled radiantly in black and white. The poster had been enchanted so the woman could move, though her movements were clunky, suggesting the spellcaster's skill wasn't particularly advanced. "She's beautiful," Nolan remarked softly. "Who is she?" "Her name is Audrey Hepburn," Miles replied. "Dad says she's the most beautiful woman in the world. Mom had a fight with him over it." "Your father has excellent taste," Nolan said. Miles grinned. "He's a Muggle. His dream was to marry Hepburn, even though she was already older by then, until he met my mom." Miles spoke dreamily but suddenly turned to Nolan with a nervous glance. "You don't mind, do you?" "Mind what?" "That I'm, well, a half-blood." "No, I don't mind," Nolan replied coolly. "In fact, I have no reason to." Miles beamed with relief and excitement. "Are you a half-blood too?" Nolan hesitated. He wasn't even a half-blood. In truth, his lineage was far more ancient and pure than any wizard's. Miles interpreted his pause as agreement and grew even happier, while Malcolm grew more agitated. He couldn't believe he'd ended up in Slytherin only to share a dorm with 2 half-bloods. Frustrated, Malcolm pulled the covers over his head and shut himself off from the world. Neither Miles nor Nolan seemed to care much about him, though, so his sulking went largely unnoticed. The next morning, Nolan was rudely awakened. "Wake up, Nolan. If you don't get up now, we're going to miss the corned beef and grilled Italian sausages for breakfast. Our first class is Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall, and I'm not about to be late on the first day. Miles Bletchley yelled enthusiastically right by Nolan's ear. Truth be told, the little vampire wasn't a morning person. His energy typically surged at night. Nolan could go a whole month without sleep, but once he did lie down, he hated being disturbed. Why doesn't Hogwarts provide coffins for us? I can't believe you all sleep so soundly on regular beds, Nolan silently grumbled as he sluggishly got up and began dressing. He glanced at the third bed, now empty. Where's Malcolm? He left by himself. Miles complained, his tone filled with annoyance. That antisocial coward. On their way to the Great Hall, Miles practically had to drag Nolan along. He was still half asleep, barely able to keep his eyes open. By the time they arrived, most of the Slytherin students were already eating. Miles and Nolan were the last to arrive. Eve trotted over to Nolan with a sweet smile. Good morning, Nolan. Morning, morning. Nolan mumbled half-heartedly, slumping over the table like a dehydrated dog. Through half-lidded eyes, he noticed that Felicia, seated at the staff table, was sprawled out in a similarly undignified manner. Professor Sprout and a few others exchanged surprised glances. It was hard for them to reconcile the image of such a poised and stunning witch behaving so sloppily. Professor McGonagall, who was in the know, handed Felicia a special goblet of tomato juice. She accepted it with a tearful expression, like a stray cat being offered food. She downed it in one go, reminiscent of a tipsy reveler. Eve offered Nolan a spoonful of mashed potatoes, but he clamped his mouth shut and shook his head vehemently, making it impossible for her to feed him. Undeterred, she switched to a sausage, but the result was the same. I don't eat that. He muttered vaguely. From his high-backed chair, Dumbledore watched the sibling duo with amused eyes. Chuckling, he turned to Snape beside him. It seems the Von Draugr family, like other bloodlines of their kind, struggles with sunlight and mornings. Perhaps this will put your mind at ease, Severus. Nolan ended up being carried to the Transfiguration classroom, flanked by Miles on his left and Eve on his right. I've never seen someone sleep so much. I'm guessing his Animagus form is a sloth, Miles panted heavily after depositing Nolan onto a seat. Maybe he was too excited to sleep properly last night, Eve suggested in his defense, fussing over Nolan to make his slouched posture look more comfortable and dignified. Miles shook his head. I don't think Nolan's the kind of guy who gets excited about school. Chapter 15, The Transfiguration Class. In a half-dazed state, Nolan felt as though someone was staring at him. He cracked his eyes open slightly and saw a small, dark brown tabby cat with tiger-like stripes. It was glaring at him with its slit pupils. Nolan blinked, a little confused, then slowly reached out to stroke the cat. The feline stretched lazily, clearly enjoying the attention, before leaping off the desk and crossing the classroom with elegant steps. Before the stunned eyes of the young wizards, the cat transformed into a fully grown witch. Professor Minerva McGonagall, wearing her pointed hat, stood there, her gaze cold as she fixed her eyes on the Weasley twins. They were in the middle of tormenting Malcolm Baddock with a mouse and a snake. Put away your foolishness, gentlemen, McGonagall said icily. Let me make one thing clear, anyone who dares to disrupt my class can leave and never come back. I don't care if you're in Slytherin, she shot a sharp look at the young wizards wearing silver and green badges on the left side of the classroom, or Gryffindor. She glared just as coldly at the Weasley twins, who hastily sat upright. Without waiting for further responses, McGonagall began pacing the classroom as she spoke briskly. Transfiguration is one of the most precise and dangerous branches of magic you will learn at Hogwarts. Miss Eve, can you tell me what transfiguration is? Eve replied cautiously, it's magic that turns one thing into another. For a brief moment, a hint of warmth softened McGonagall's frosty demeanor, and she nodded. Correct. Wizards excel at transfiguration. When you need something and don't have it at hand, why wait? A simple transfiguration spell can solve all your problems. Sometimes, we alter the form of inanimate objects. Other times, we might even turn something inanimate into something alive. As she spoke, she waved her wand, and the desk in front of the Weasley twins transformed into a large Yorkshire pig. The twins were so startled they nearly jumped out of their seats. Without missing a beat, McGonagall reverted the pig back into a desk. I hope this serves as a lesson, Mr. Weasley's. The impressive display of magic piqued everyone's interest in transfiguration, especially Eve, who came from a muggle background. Excitedly, she whispered to Nolan, my dad's always frustrated when he can't find his lighter. Now I can turn an ashtray into one for him. Or, Nolan replied coolly, you could just use a charm to conjure a flame directly. For the first transfiguration lesson, Professor McGonagall gave a simple assignment, straighten a bent pin. Half asleep, Nolan tapped his wand lazily against the pin and completed the task almost immediately, becoming the first student in the class to succeed. How did you do that? Eve half wailed, on the verge of tears. Nolan glanced at her technique and, looking slightly annoyed, remarked, "Your wand movement is wrong. It needs to be quicker, more decisive. Stop treating it like it's your pet dog. It's a pin, even if you're too forceful, you won't kill it." By the end of the class, most students had managed to complete the assignment. Eve, however, did not and dejectedly accepted extra homework from Professor McGonagall. As everyone prepared to head back to the Great Hall for lunch, McGonagall called out, "Mr. Von Draugr, stay behind for a moment." Miles and the disheartened Eve exchanged worried looks. They seemed to think that Nolan's half-asleep demeanor had annoyed McGonagall, and they wished him luck before leaving. "Professor McGonagall," Nolan said, stepping forward. The professor fixed him with a stern look, scrutinizing him closely. "Nolan Von Draugr. First, I'd like to know your age," she said sharply. After a pause, she added, "Your actual age." Chapter 16, Eve's Setback. "I thought Hogwarts only sent acceptance letters to children of the appropriate age," Nolan said softly, meeting Professor McGonagall's gaze with a calm expression. "Perhaps you could discuss my age with my sister. You know, the memories of long-lived beings aren't particularly reliable." Realizing he was indeed a child, Professor McGonagall let out a quiet breath of relief. Her greatest fear had been standing in front of a vampire older than herself, yet fresh-faced like a young student. Satisfied that he was the same age as the rest of the students, her tone softened. "I can't say I fully agree with Dumbledore's decision. You know, his methods are always bold. Like appointing a half-giant." McGonagall's tone cooled. "We have reason to believe that Hagrid is safe. He is more suited to the role than you might think. He adores children, and, besides, he is only half-giant." Nolan chuckled faintly. If Professor McGonagall knew history better, she'd realize that even half-giants have caused more casualties in their short 200-year lifespans than pureblood vampires have in ours. "Like your wizards, we are accustomed to treating muggles kindly. Your idea of kindness is to invite muggles into your homes, only to keep them as livestock for bloodletting." McGonagall retorted sharply, then extended a hand toward a chair. "Please, take a seat, Mr. Von Draugr. I asked you to stay, not to debate vampire safety but to have a different conversation. I trust you don't mind sparing some time. After all, I doubt the food in the Great Hall appeals to your taste." Nolan shrugged indifferently. McGonagall sat across from him, conjuring two elegant goblets with her wand. The one placed in front of Nolan contained tomato juice, which brought a rare smile to his face. Happily, he began drinking it. "I've heard that vampire transfiguration magic is rather unique," McGonagall began. Nolan immediately understood her intentions. "We excel at altering our own forms but don't transform other things. It's somewhat similar to Animagus transformations, but animagi seem to be restricted to a single form." McGonagall nodded. "Exactly. Even for adult wizards, becoming an Animagus is a complex process, and very few succeed. Maintaining one's sanity after transforming into an animal is particularly challenging. Many wizards falter at that step, growing accustomed to life as a beast until someone takes pity on them and reverses the transformation." After considering this, Nolan asked directly, "Professor, are you suggesting a study on vampire transformation magic?" McGonagall offered a suggestion. "If we combined Animagus transformations with vampire shape-shifting, could we create an entirely new branch of transfiguration magic? According to legend, vampires can assume multiple forms, like mist and bats, far surpassing the single-form limitation of animagi." Nolan replied thoughtfully, "I think I could agree to such a proposal. My purpose in coming to Hogwarts is to expand my family's powers. Integrating vampire abilities with wizarding magic aligns with my goals. However, I would expect to receive at least half the rights to any new magical techniques developed." McGonagall blinked at him before responding, "That's only fair." After that, Nolan demonstrated two transformations for Professor McGonagall, a raven and a black wolf. Yes, a wolf. Contrary to popular belief, transforming into a wolf was never exclusive to werewolves. As natural enemies of werewolves, vampires had mastered this ability even earlier. The difference lay in the fact that werewolves were forcibly transformed into mindless beasts during the full moon, whereas vampires could perfectly control the primal instincts of a wolf. By the time Nolan left the transfiguration classroom, lunchtime was already over. The afternoon lessons were herbology and history of magic. Herbology was taught by the head of Hufflepuff, Professor Sprout. Slytherins and Ravenclaws attended this class together, which delighted Cho Chang when she learned about it. She eagerly dragged Nolan to the back row to whisper all about her experiences during her first day in Ravenclaw. What caught her attention most seemed to be the upcoming flying lessons. As Cho put it, riding a broomstick and soaring through the sky sounded incredibly cool. "I'd rather be burned to ash by the sun than ride a stupid broomstick," Nolan muttered, rolling his eyes in resignation. History of magic was undoubtedly the dullest subject at Hogwarts. The professor, a ghost, never asked questions or expected answers. Instead, he monotonously recited information from the textbook. Nolan spent the entire class figuring out how to slim down his gaming console enough to fit it into a book without damaging it. That way, he could have some entertainment during such monotonous lessons. Honestly, Hogwarts classes aren't too bad. Professor Binns doesn't care about us, Professor Sprout is kind, and while Professor McGonagall's a bit strict, I think we can manage, Miles remarked as he and Nolan walked through the black entrance to the Slytherin common room. Inside, they found Eve sobbing loudly. It wasn't clear what she'd done wrong this time. 2 first-year girls were surrounding her, scolding her harshly. We ran into some Gryffindor first-years in the corridor earlier, Alicia, the only girl not scolding Eve, explained. They mocked Eve for being the only one in Transfiguration who didn't complete the assignment. Nolan nodded, gesturing toward Eve. So, they think Eve embarrassed the Slytherin first-years. He turned to Miles. You didn't finish the task either, did you? The Weasley twins didn't finish, nor did that black kid, Lee Jordan. Miles emphasized, trying to prove he wasn't the only one lagging behind. But witches are supposed to be better at Transfiguration than wizards, Alicia murmured quietly. That's what the upper years told us. Nolan shook his head. He was the only one who knew that Eve came from a Muggle family, but he saw no reason to help her out of the situation. At that moment, Eve, still sniffling, stammered, I don't know. My parents are both Muggles. I only learned about magic 2 months ago. The other 2 girls froze. Suddenly, the door burst open, and an enraged Malcolm Baddock stormed in. Pointing a furious finger at Eve, he yelled, So you're a mudblood. What mistake did the Sorting Hat make to let not only half-bloods but even a mudblood into our house? His voice rose to a hysterical pitch. I'm going to Dumbledore. He should expel this mudblood. Slytherin doesn't welcome mudbloods or squibs, everyone knows that. Eve looked terrified and confused. She had no idea what mudblood meant, only that it was clearly an insult. In fact, even Nolan wasn't familiar with the term. He had to ask Miles before he understood. And then, he became a bit angry. Calm down, Nolan said. Whether she's pureblood, half-blood, or Muggle-born, that's not something Eve can choose. Malcolm's face turned red with rage, and he tried to shove Nolan aside, only to find he couldn't budge him. Get out of the way, you idiot. Don't defend a mudblood just because you're a half-blood. I might tolerate half-bloods as wizards, but mudbloods are nothing but filthy Muggles. Nolan's expression darkened, his voice dropping to a chilling low. Say that again. Get out of my way, you half-blood. Chapter 17, I want to go home. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed through the Slytherin common room, startling all the young wizards. By the time they recovered their senses, Malcolm Baddock was no longer standing, he had been blasted across the room by Nolan Von Draugr with an almost nonchalant flick of his wand. Malcolm's body hit the wall, embedding into it briefly before sliding down like a discarded rag doll. A soft puff of smoke billowed out as Malcolm's form disappeared, replaced by a twitching toad lying on the cold stone floor. Merlin's beard, that's so cool. Nolan, how did you do that? You turned someone into a toad. Miles Bletchley exclaimed excitedly as he rushed over, practically beaming. Being a half-blood himself, Miles felt proud of Nolan's actions. In Slytherin, where pureblood status reigned supreme, the half-bloods naturally stuck together. Nolan shrugged, casually spinning a plausible lie. Professor McGonagall kept me back during lunch and taught me a few advanced spells. But no one cheered for his accomplishment. Instead, a heavy silence settled over the room as the Slytherin first-years exchanged uneasy glances, their gazes flicking between Nolan and Eve. A Muggle-born. Eve's background was an anomaly in Slytherin. It was unusual, so unusual that no one could ignore it. And Nolan? Well, no matter how exceptional he was or how much the girls admired him, the fact remained, he had just blasted a pureblood wizard across the room and transformed him into a hopping toad. His bold defense of a Muggle-born which left the other Slytherins unsure how to react. Not good, mate, Miles leaned in and whispered into Nolan's ear. I think we're in trouble. You shouldn't have helped your little girlfriend, at least not so, publicly. Before Miles could finish his warning, the common room door burst open with a resounding bang. A greasy-haired, hook-nosed man swept into the room, his black robes billowing behind him. Professor Snape's sharp, hawk-like eyes scanned the room, gliding over the nervous students before finally landing on the twitching toad. Reverto. Snape intoned sharply, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. The toad expanded and morphed back into Malcolm Baddock, who immediately shot a fearful look at Nolan before turning to Snape and launching into a tirade. Professor Snape. There's a spy in Slytherin. She must have used dark magic to sneak in because Slytherin would never choose a filthy mud. Boom. Malcolm didn't get to finish his sentence. With another loud pop, he was once again reduced to a toad. Snape's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Nolan, whose expression was one of mild irritation. Professor Snape, Nolan said, his voice low and steady, please refrain from undoing my magic. Where I come from, that's considered a declaration of war. We respond to such declarations by killing our opponents, skinning them, and turning them into werewolf specimens to hang on crosses. Would you like to test that, sir? Snape's lips twitched, his face an unreadable mask as he replied, his tone icy and firm. Mr. Von Draugr, may I inquire how long you intend for Mr. Baddock to remain a toad? Or do you plan to bring him to class in that form? Nolan tilted his head, pretending to consider the question seriously. Then, in a quieter tone, he said, that's actually a good idea. Miles, make a note of it. Get a tank ready, we'll keep him as a pet. I've never owned a wizard-turned-toad before. Snape left the Slytherin common room after Nolan Von Draugr asked a question that might have secretly lingered in the minds of all Hogwarts students. Professor Snape, why don't you wash your hair? It was a well-known fact that Professor Snape's hair was perpetually greasy, slick enough that even tired pixies couldn't land on it without sliding off. Nolan often wondered how long Snape went between washes and when he might decide to bathe, but he simply couldn't bear being lectured by an unkempt, greasy-haired middle-aged wizard. As far as Nolan was concerned, vampires were inherently superior to wizards, and the only person at this school who had the right to lecture him was perhaps Professor Dumbledore. So Snape left, his face an icy mask of fury, exuding a dark, oppressive aura. Rumor had it that the next day, during potions class, Snape frightened a first-year Hufflepuff so badly that the poor student wet their robes right there in the classroom. Naturally, it was Chong who relayed this piece of gossip to Nolan later that night in the library. I think I'm in love with Charms class. Cho gushed, sitting beside Nolan and chattering away like an excited magpie. Professor Flitwick is such an amazing wizard. I mean, he must have poured all the genes meant for growing tall straight into his brain to become so brilliant and clever. Nolan, too preoccupied with a game where he role-played as a green-capped hero, merely grunted in response. Compared to Professor Flitwick, your Slytherin head of house, Professor Snape, is absolutely dreadful. I've never seen someone so unhygienic. Cho added with dramatic flair. Without looking up, Nolan replied lazily, you know, a few thousand years ago, wizards were all filthy. They lived in swamps, spent their days hunched over cauldrons brewing potions, and ate rotting meat. Their beds were crawling with fly eggs and spiderlings. Cho clapped her hands over her mouth in horror. Oh my gosh, why? Because back then, wizards thought bathing was a muggle thing. Being dirty was their way of showing how superior they were. That's why someone eventually invented the best spell of all time, Scour Jiffy. And you hate Malcolm Baddock, Cho teased, taking a break from her pile of potions homework. The whole school's talking about how you turned him into a toad and stuck him in a glass tank with Felicia's pet turtle. Nolan replied softly, I don't hate him. Then you must be in love with Eve Stock to go that far. Cho pouted, her voice tinged with jealousy. She's a sweet and charming girl, after all. She's shy too, and boys always want to show off in front of girls who seem helpless. Nolan, do you think I'm too bold, not afraid of anything? But this morning, I saw a spider the size of a pumpkin carriage near the Forbidden Forest, and I was terrified. Without missing a beat, Nolan asked, what were you doing near the edge of the Forbidden Forest? I was exploring Hogwarts. Cho whispered, lowering her voice after being shushed for the fourth time by Madame Pants. I want to figure out where all those strange staircases lead before second year. It was clear that Cho was a true Ravenclaw brimming with curiosity. If she hadn't been so clever, Nolan figured the Sorting Hat might have placed her in Gryffindor. Eve Stock, on the other hand, was the exact opposite. Eve, you can't sleep in my bed. Returning to the dormitory after feeding the toad turned Malcolm and Felicia's pet turtle in the common room, Nolan was greeted by the sight of Eve sitting on his bed, swinging her legs and barefoot. Her silver hair shimmered faintly in the dim light, and her eyes were rimmed red. Oh no, Nolan, please don't send me back. Everyone hates me. They all think a Muggle-born doesn't belong in Slytherin. I have nowhere else to go. Nolan thought for a moment before suggesting, then you can sleep in Malcolm's bed. He has other accommodations now. Eve stubbornly shook her head, pouting in defiance. Among the Slytherin students who hurled insults at Eve Stock, calling her bloodline filthy, Malcolm Baddock was undoubtedly the most vicious. Eve couldn't help but harbor some resentment toward him. Nolan Von Draugr sighed. Eve, you're sitting on my bed. It's not right for you to push me out of my own space. Perhaps Miles would be willing to offer you his bed. Hearing Nolan's suggestion, Miles Bletchley eagerly nodded. While he had some reservations about Eve's Muggle-born heritage, her sheer adorableness outweighed them. If anything, Miles didn't mind the idea of a future with a charming Muggle-born girlfriend. Eve looked between Miles and Malcolm's empty bed, her expression crestfallen. I guess I'll just sleep in Baddock's bed then. Later that night, the female prefect showed up with Alicia, hoping to persuade Eve to return to the girls' dormitory. However, Eve wouldn't stop crying. Alicia mentioned that Eve had been subjected to some rather cruel treatment in the girls' dorm, leaving them no choice but to let her stay. After all, they were still young, and mixed sleeping arrangements at this age weren't a big concern. Privately, Miles thought that Malcolm's current plight seemed no better than Eve's. By midnight, Miles had fallen fast asleep. Nolan, meanwhile, was awake, using his wand to light his gaming device with a soft lumos. Suddenly, the sound of fabric rustling reached his ears, followed by the sensation of someone small and warm slipping under his covers. Sheila, the white snake coiled beside his pillow, flinched at the unexpected intrusion and quietly slithered onto Nolan's wrist, curling up to continue her rest. Nolan turned to see the face of his uninvited guest. Eve. The silver-haired girl was completely bundled in his blanket, save for a single hand clutching the edge of his shirt as if the fabric could offer her some form of safety. In her sleep, Eve murmured softly, her words fragile and faint. "Brother. Mom. I want to go home." Friday, the third day of term. The Gryffindor first years were abuzz with excitement, eagerly awaiting their first-ever potions class. They were particularly thrilled at the prospect of seeing the infamous Slytherin monster, Nolan Von Draugr, face off against Professor Severus Snape. Would Snape deduct house points from his own student? If so, how many? And would Nolan, if treated unfairly, find some ingenious way to retaliate? For the average student, whose days were rather uneventful, such drama was nothing short of captivating. However, once potions class began, the reality was anticlimactic. Nolan and Snape behaved as though the other didn't exist. Nolan quietly focused on his work, while Snape threw himself into his usual routine, viciously mocking the Gryffindors like a rabid dog. Both were too preoccupied to spar. Chapter 18, Hair Care. Did I not explicitly instruct you to crush the peas until they release their juice and wait for the potion to turn blue before adding them? It seems that our Weasley not only lacks any talent for potion making but also struggles with basic reasoning. Due to your outstanding performance, Gryffindor loses 5 points. Professor Snape's voice was thin and sharp, with barely any movement of his lips, sending chills down the spines of the students. Everyone knew Snape took a particular pleasure in picking on Gryffindor, and today was no exception. The red-haired Weasley twins had been in his crosshairs since the class began, losing a total of 15 points between them. That insufferable old bat. Fred grumbled, mashing peas with more enthusiasm than was strictly necessary, as if they were his mortal enemies. As Snape passed by Nolan Von Draugr's desk, he noticed the young vampire attempting to feed dried beetles to his pet toad. Snape's lip twitched twice in irritation. "If you've concocted some novel approach to potion making, I'd love to hear about it, Von Draugr." Nolan sighed in frustration and muttered, "I don't know what it wants to eat, Professor Snape." He then turned to the toad, scolding it like a wayward child. "You can't be so picky. Toads eat insects, all toads do. Why won't you eat these beetles? Are you feeling unwell?" "That's because it's not a real toad, Nolan." Both Gryffindor and Slytherin students screamed this in their minds. The only one openly enjoying the moment was Eve Stock, who giggled, her small, sharp teeth showing in delight. She found it immensely satisfying. After class, Severus Snape stood in the now empty dungeon, brooding in silence. "What happened during the lesson, Professor Snape?" Minerva McGonagall, clad in her emerald green robes, strode into the room with her characteristic stern expression. Her icy tone reflected the ever-tense relationship between Gryffindor and Slytherin heads. Snape, clearly at his wit's end, tugged at his hair in frustration. "That infernal brat turned a fellow student into a toad, keeps it in a tank at night, and parades it around during the day as if it were a pet. That little devil is exactly what I've always said, every descendant of the Von Drawber family is a menace. Albus should have known better." "Oh, heavens." McGonagall clutched her chest as if warding off a sudden bout of high blood pressure. After a moment's thought, she added, "Why didn't you simply explain to him that such behavior isn't acceptable? You must realize, Professor Snape, that vampires aren't well-versed in wizarding customs. Nolan may genuinely not know what's appropriate and what isn't." Snape fumed. "And what would you have me do? Sit down with him and discuss the finer points of proper vampire conduct?" "No, not exactly," McGonagall replied, her tone softening slightly. "As Slytherin's head of house, it's your responsibility to understand him. Not all vampires are heartless killers, nor are they inherently evil. I believe Nolan is a good boy, he's just a bit, reckless." Her voice faltered, betraying her own uncertainty. "Professor Snape, you must remember that to a vampire, a wizard's lifespan is astonishingly brief. To him, we might seem as insignificant as kittens or puppies, which is why he struggles to see his classmates as equals. You should guide him, encourage him to make some real friends or perhaps even." She hesitated. "Pursue a romantic relationship. He might grow more cooperative." Snape was silent for a long moment before finally forcing out a single word. "Fantastic. My job has now officially devolved from professor to babysitter." "Absolutely fantastic." At that moment, the dungeon door creaked open, its heavy hinges groaning ominously. Am I interrupting something? Nolan Von Draugr stepped out from behind the door, his sharp gaze shifting between Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall. His expression was puzzled as he added, "If the two of you need some privacy, I can leave. I promise to keep your relationship a secret." McGonagall groaned, pressing a hand to her forehead as if battling rising blood pressure. "Oh, heavens, heavens." Snape's lips barely moved as he hissed coldly, "Don't test my patience, vampire boy. State your purpose and get out. Go back to your dormitory and fuss over your toad." "Oh, right." Nolan rummaged through a pocket in his robes and pulled out a small vial. "This is a potion I made for Professor Snape. Give it here." Snape uncorked the vial, holding it under his nose for a cautious sniff. The unfamiliar scent prompted a wary glance at Nolan. "What is this?" "A hemorrhoid remedy." "Hemorrhoids?" Nolan blinked in confusion. "What are those?" "No, this is a potion to thank you for being our professor. Its effect, well, I think it's better if you drink it to find out." Snape's expression turned even more suspicious. In all his years of teaching, he had never received a gift like this from a student. Was the potion poisoned? Or was it some sort of prank? His eyes narrowed. "If I find out this is meant to mock or harm me, I will make sure you regret it. Pure blood or not, I swear it." McGonagall, however, encouraged Snape to accept the gesture of goodwill, insisting it might be genuine. After a moment of hesitation, Snape tilted his head back and drank the potion. Seconds later, smoke began rising from his greasy black hair. "What on earth, oh, heavens!" McGonagall cried out in astonishment. Snape's hair started spinning furiously, like a high-speed propeller. The centrifugal force flung oily droplets everywhere, splattering onto the floor, desks, and even the ceiling. Amid the chaos, McGonagall let out a sharp scream and transformed into her Animagus form, a tabby cat, to avoid the flying grease. Meanwhile, Nolan calmly retrieved a black umbrella from his robes, opened it, and shielded himself from the mess. McGonagall, still in her feline form, scurried over to him and darted into the folds of his robes for safety. "Stop this. You idiotic vampire, make it stop." Snape clutched his head, yelling in a mix of rage and desperation. From behind the umbrella, Nolan's measured voice replied, "I believe the most important thing for a professor is to maintain a proper appearance, Professor Snape. Your disheveled state has surpassed my tolerance. For the sake of my future studies in potions, I hope you'll adopt a cleaner and more presentable look. Try to be a bit sunnier, like Professor Sprout or Professor Flitwick, they're excellent role models. I'll kill you. You bloody vampire, I swear I'll kill you. Oh, it's time for my first defense against the dark arts class. Have a pleasant afternoon, Professor Snape." With that, Nolan strolled out of the dungeon, leaving behind a livid Snape, an oil-slicked classroom, and a flustered feline McGonagall. Chapter 19, Lessons from the Battle Master. Recently, tensions among the younger Slytherins had reached a boiling point. The reason was none other than their newest first-year student, Eve Stock. This enchanting little princess was neither a pureblood nor even a half-blood. Shockingly, she was Muggle-born. While it was true that many Muggle-born wizards had achieved greatness, Slytherin House's long-standing culture revolved around bloodline supremacy. Once upon a time, they had adhered strictly to the idea of pureblood superiority. But as the number of pureblood students dwindled, and the sorting had struggled to find enough recruits, they grudgingly began to accept half-bloods. But now, allowing Muggle-borns into their ranks. If that became the norm, the thousand-year legacy of Slytherin's bloodline philosophy would be nothing more than a farce. Unsurprisingly, Eve was shunned by most of Slytherin. Well, almost everyone. There was one exception, Nolan Von Draugr. The other young Slytherins felt a mix of admiration and fear toward Nolan. Ever since his fallout with Malcolm Baddock and his staunch defense of Eve, nobody dared to cross him. Interestingly, while Nolan was largely avoided within his own house, he had gained an unexpected acceptance among students from the other three houses, who found him to be a rather atypical Slytherin. That afternoon, the Ravenclaws, who shared defense against the dark arts with the Slytherins, were buzzing around Nolan, eager for insights into their new, enigmatic professor. "What's Felicia like?" one of the Ravenclaws asked curiously. Nolan thought for a long moment before replying with a single word, strong. Ah. The Ravenclaws exchanged puzzled glances. "Is she strict?" Cho Chang raised her hand to ask. "Never try to make Felicia your enemy," Nolan said quietly. "She's a terrifying individual. Among everyone I know, her knowledge of combat is unmatched. She dislikes the battlefield, but she has considerable experience on it. In my family, Felicia is the strongest. Nobody dares to provoke her." The Ravenclaws found this answer even more perplexing. By this time, however, many upper-year students had already attended Felicia's classes and shared glowing reviews. Penelope Clearwater, a Ravenclaw fourth-year girl, declared, "She's the best defense against the dark arts professor I've ever had. Why is Professor Von Draugr only teaching for 1 year? I'd gladly pay extra galleons just to keep learning from her." With such rave reviews, the younger Slytherins and Ravenclaws grew even more intrigued by this mysterious professor. When the time for their lesson arrived, they eagerly gathered in the defense against the dark arts classroom. The room held neither desks nor chairs, just a large, expansive carpet spread across the floor. "Put away your wands," were Felicia's first words as she strode into the room. "You won't need them in my class. I didn't come to Hogwarts to teach you parlor tricks. I'm here to teach you the art of battle, how to fight against dark wizards and monsters." Felicia Von Draugr's appearance couldn't have been more different from the image Nolan had of his elder sister. Professor Felicia was dressed in riding breeches, calfskin shoes, and gloves, a remarkably lightweight ensemble. Her long black hair was tied up in a bun at the back of her head, but that did nothing to diminish her striking beauty. She pointed at Nolan, who was standing in the last row. "Look at Nolan's clothes," she said. "Ditch your ridiculous robes and change into something practical. Muggle clothes are fine, just make sure they're lightweight. You have 5 minutes to get changed. Starting now." The young witches and wizards scrambled back to their dormitories to grab their Muggle clothing. When they returned 5 minutes later, they were all dressed in jeans, hoodies, and some even in entirely mismatched tracksuits. It was, without a doubt, far more practical than their wizarding robes. Felicia's small leather shoes tapped rhythmically against the ground as she paced. Holding a teaching wand, she struck it sharply against her palm with resounding snaps. "Wizards always think their greatest weapon is magic," she began, her voice cutting through the room like a blade. "So, when they fight, they stand face to face, like two idiots, hurling spells at each other. They forget that their brains are their weapons, and their bodies are their tools. But I'm not here to teach you that. I'm here to show you what it truly means to survive a battle." Her sharp eyes scanned the group before landing on Nolan. "Nolan, step forward." Nolan sighed softly and stepped out of the line. Felicia turned lightly on her heel, her hands clapping together in an unexpectedly playful gesture. Then came the sound, thud, thud, clank, clank. A full suit of black enchanted armor marched into the room. "This is a magic-infused suit of armor," Felicia explained. "Its combat abilities are equivalent to those of a medieval Muggle knight. These knights were highly skilled in battle, wielding swords, spears, crossbows, and shields. Even the most talented wizards would struggle to defeat them. Nolan, use what I've taught you to take it down." "Yes," Nolan replied softly. He patted his pocket to confirm his unicorn hair wand was still there. Though he had owned it for less than 20 days, it was already starting to feel like an extension of his body. "Begin." At Felicia's command, the enchanted armor charged forward in long, heavy strides. It carried no sword or shield, instead swinging its massive arms like hammers. As it struck out, the air whistled sharply under the sheer force of its blows. The students braced themselves, certain the small and seemingly fragile Nolan was about to be pummeled. But then came a loud clang. Nolan had produced a small knife from seemingly nowhere and plunged it into the gap between the gauntlet and arm guard of the armor. With a swift motion, he cut through the magical seam holding the pieces together, disarming the armor, literally. Felicia nodded in approval as she began to explain. "Pay attention. No matter how sturdy the armor, it will always have weaknesses and gaps. Just as even the strongest werewolves can be brought down by a well-placed blade between their muscles, you can exploit your opponent's vulnerabilities." The armor, undeterred, launched another punch with its remaining arm. The force behind the strike seemed capable of shattering the very air around it. But Nolan, nimble as an eel, slipped to the ground and dodged the attack. In his right hand, he now held a short silver blade about the length of his forearm. He seized the opportunity and hurled the blade like a missile. The sword spun through the air, piercing the eye slit of the enchanted armor's helmet. The impact caused the armor's head to lurch violently. "Watch closely," Felicia instructed the class. A creature's greatest weakness is often its brain. When you lose your wand and face life-threatening danger, causing disorientation by attacking the brain can save your life. The simplest way to do this is to create a concussion by violently shaking the brain. Use all your strength. Chapter 20, The Combat Techniques of the Von Draugr Family. Before the unsteady, one-armed enchanted armor, Nolan executed a stunning sequence of high-difficulty, high-combo combat techniques. He skillfully employed his fists, elbows, knees, and feet, utilizing every part of his body. With explosive muscle strength and spiraling momentum, his strikes landed with rapid, sharp sounds, disassembling the enchanted armor into shards of metal with astonishing speed. Clang, clang. The Ravenclaws and Slytherins watched in stunned silence as fragments of armor scattered across the floor. Nolan, meanwhile, landed gracefully after a mid-air turn and stood back on the ground. 2 seconds later, his robes fell back into place, leaving him looking as if nothing had happened. Nolan, utterly indifferent, seemed unaware of the awe radiating from the Ravenclaws and Slytherins around him. All right, Felicia Von Draugr clapped her hands sharply, snapping the students back to attention. Let me be clear, you don't need to compare yourselves to Nolan. I've been training him in combat since he was a child. If he hadn't learned at least this much, it would mean my brother truly is an idiot. Now, I want you to form groups of 3 and practice escaping from the enchanted armor. It will relentlessly pursue you, and, let me warn you, if it hits you, it will hurt. Or so I've heard. The young witches and wizards buzzed with excitement. To them, Nolan's techniques were far cooler than the monotonous act of standing still and casting spells. The students quickly formed groups. Though Ravenclaws and Slytherins bore no real grudges, they didn't exactly get along either, and most stuck to their own housemates. There was only one exception. An Asian girl came running up to Nolan, her footsteps quick and her chatter quicker. Nolan. How did you do that? Merlin's beard, you never told me you could do those things. Was that some kind of muggle acrobatics? I think you'd make a great acrobat. When I was little, my mom took me to an amusement park where we saw people walking on tightropes really high up. It was so cool. Marietta, standing behind Chong, frowned. Though she admitted Nolan was both skilled and handsome, she couldn't forgive him for making her cry on the Hogwarts Express. She tried to pull Cho away, but Cho brushed her off. Oh, Marietta, I think you should try forgiving Nolan. He's not a bad guy, you know. Didn't you hear? He turned a stupid Slytherin into a toad. He's on our side. Let's team up with Nolan. I'm sure he can teach us loads about fighting. At that moment, Nolan felt a tug on his sleeve. It was Eve, her eyes red-rimmed as though she might burst into tears at any moment. Nolan, can I be in your group? She asked timidly. I don't think anyone in Slytherin likes me. They all treat me like I'm cursed. Cho hesitated, glancing between Nolan, who looked utterly disinterested, and Eve, who was on the verge of tears. With a pout, she relented. Fine, if you insist. She muttered before pulling Marietta away. Nolan ended up teaming with Miles Bletchley and Eve, watching as the 2 younger students struggled to deal with the pursuing enchanted armor. Despite having no mind of its own, the armor was an impressively intelligent magical construct. Miles's attempts to outsmart it proved futile. He even took a punch that knocked out 2 of his front teeth. You shouldn't have kicked its legs, you're not strong enough to do any damage, Nolan said casually as he walked forward. Just then, the armor swung a massive punch at Eve, who clutched her face and screamed in terror. Nolan leaped into action, twisting midair to deliver a spinning kick that shattered the armor's arm in one fluid motion. Nolan pulled out his wand and attempted to regrow Miles Bletchley's bloodied front teeth. While doing so, he muttered softly, the key to combat is nothing more than strength and speed. If you lack both, then, as Felicia said, run. In fact, what Felicia really wants you to learn here is, how to escape. I can never do it as well as you. Miles admitted reluctantly, then frowned. Nolan, I hate to say this, but you made my teeth too long. Miles gingerly touched his newly grown front teeth, which were now twice the length of the others, giving him the unfortunate look of a beaver. Nolan blinked and then offered a soft suggestion. Just grind them down a bit, Miles. I'll take responsibility and buy you a chew toy. Besides, this gives you a unique look. Miles looked unconvinced, but before he could protest further, the class ended. The session had passed quickly. Everyone seemed in high spirits because both the physical activity and the thrilling challenges had worked wonders to relieve stress, even for young witches and wizards. As the Ravenclaws and Slytherins scattered to enjoy their first weekend at Hogwarts, Nolan stayed behind. He used his wand to help Felicia repair the enchanted armor, or at least make it look repaired. Well done, Nolan, but I know you can't truly fix it. I'll have that short one help patch the damaged parts, Felicia said, her tone softening as she spoke. Our time is limited, and I think you understand that. Her expression shifted into one of teasing warmth as she approached Nolan. Smiling mischievously, she kissed him on the lips, rubbing her cheek against his affectionately before adding, from today onward, I'll be teaching you the Von Draugr family's combat techniques. Nolan's demeanor grew serious for the first time since arriving at Hogwarts. I understand, he responded solemnly. Good. Felicia clapped her hands and began pacing, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. Today, we'll start with something simple. Nolan, you already know that the Von Draugr specialize in weaponry. But have you considered that using weapons requires a strong physique? That's right, even vampires, with our innate strength, have limits. Now, between vampires and werewolves, who do you think is stronger? Nolan immediately answered in his mind, werewolves. Exactly, Felicia continued. Werewolves are naturally stronger because quadrupeds have greater raw strength than primates. But, what if we could transform into wolves ourselves? Felicia rolled up her sleeve, revealing a pale and slender arm. With a sharp snap, her veins bulged, and claw-like talons emerged from her fingertips. A vampire's greatest weapon will always be our mastery of transformation, she explained. Remember this, Nolan, the purpose of transformation is to enhance oneself, not to show off. See. I've altered the internal structure of my arm to mimic a wolf's. It's now far stronger and faster than before. A realization dawned on Nolan. He had always regarded wolf forms as powerful but ultimately unsuited for combat due to their lack of versatility. However, he had never considered maintaining his human shape while adopting internal wolf-like enhancements to boost his abilities. Felicia, I imagine this requires exceptional skill in transformation magic, Nolan remarked as he toyed with his sister's transformed arm, squeezing and prodding it experimentally. Felicia giggled, her voice lilting with amusement as she wrapped her free arm around Nolan. That's precisely why I didn't let you learn the Von Draugr combat techniques when you were younger. You had to wait until all your vampire abilities awakened. My darling Nolan, don't worry, your sister will teach you so much more. She whispered the last part into his ear, her breath warm and teasing as she lightly nibbled on his earlobe. Chapter 21, The Treasure Guarded by Mrs. Norris. By the time Nolan left the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, it was already quite late. The young wizards and witches had long finished their dinner and returned to their respective common rooms to enjoy the first weekend of the term. The corridors were empty, bathed in the cool glow of moonlight streaming through the tall windows. The long-lost shadows of the evening reinvigorated Nolan, filling him with a renewed sense of energy. Nighttime Nolan was markedly different from his daytime self. Gone was his reserved silence, instead, he had a spring in his step, hands tucked into his pockets, humming the whimsical tune of the 151 house elves under his breath as he walked. His cheerful reverie was interrupted by a harsh, grating voice. Who's there? Show yourself. Nolan halted and grinned. Filch? You're too sensitive. Argus Filch, Hogwarts' irritable caretaker, appeared with his ever-present oil lamp, his bulbous eyes narrowing as he approached at an almost frantic pace. He scrutinized Nolan from head to toe before exclaiming triumphantly, out past curfew, are we? I'm dragging you straight to Professor Snape, he'll make sure you're locked in detention for the rest of the week. Nolan chuckled. That won't be necessary, Filch. I just came from the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. You know, Professor Von Draugr is my sister. She asked me to stay behind, and we lost track of time talking. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to ask her yourself, though I doubt she'll be very patient about it. Nolan's nighttime mood was always a good one, so good that he indulged Filch with an unusually lengthy explanation. Filch glared at him, his sour expression suggesting he'd rather believe Nolan guilty even if the story were true. After a long pause, he finally growled, if that's the case, stop wasting time and get back to your house. Next time I catch you, it'll be detention for sure. With that, Filch stormed off, his footsteps echoing down the corridor. More ghost-like than an actual ghost, Nolan muttered with a smirk. Shaking his head, he turned, only to find himself face to face with two identical red-headed boys. He blinked, his gaze shifting between the two. Sorry, are you Joseph? Oh, no. And here I thought he was trying to figure out which of us is which, but it turns out he's got the name completely wrong, said one of the twins. The other added, exactly. He's Joseph, and I'm George. Nonsense. There's no Joseph here. I'm George, and you're Fred. Nolan shrugged casually, smiling. All right, George and Fred. I think I've got it now. The twins exchanged a puzzled look. George, don't you feel like Nolan's a bit different from before? I was just thinking the same thing, Fred. Nolan tilted his head slightly, his angelic smile lighting up his face. At night, I'm full of energy. Maybe this version of me is what a young man should really be like. But what about you two? What are you up to here? Oh. That's right, George. We should totally let Nolan join us. Fred exclaimed. Good idea. We could use a little help from the Prince of Slytherin, George agreed enthusiastically. Nolan blinked, confused. Sorry, the what of Slytherin? Prince, the twins chorused. Nolan, you were brilliant. During Defense Against the Dark Arts class. You were the only one. They said you knocked the magical armor flat. Ravenclaws and Slytherins were talking about you non-stop at dinner. The twins took turns talking so quickly that Nolan's head was spinning. He didn't fully understand their point, but he didn't feel the need to. What exactly do you need my help with? One of the twins leaned in conspiratorially. Don't you think Filch is insufferable? We reckon he's like an old vampire. Nolan frowned, slightly offended. Filch is nothing like a vampire. He's more like a suspicious old werewolf on the verge of retirement. Fine, have it your way, one twin said with mock resignation. The other added, but we agree that apart from the old bat, Filch is the worst at Hogwarts. He's always watching us. Waiting for us to slip up so he can gleefully hand out punishments. And he even uses his cat to spy on us. That mangy Mrs. Norris has caused us no end of trouble. We've got to teach her a lesson. Exactly. Nolan couldn't tell which twin was which, but he grasped the general idea. You're planning to mess with Filch's cat. Are you planning to kill it? The twins gasped, visibly horrified. That's far too extreme, one stammered. We want something a bit more peaceful, the other clarified. Nolan thought for a moment. Cats are usually terrified of ghost flames. We could conjure some blue fire to scare her. That's brilliant, one twin exclaimed. What are we waiting for? The other cheered. The three of them huddled together, whispering excitedly as they carefully navigated the dim corridors, making their way toward Filch's office. Filch's office was small and dimly lit by a single overhead lamp. Much of the cramped space was taken up by large filing cabinets, which were neatly divided into sections for each of the four houses. Nolan noticed that Gryffindor's section was twice as large as the other three combined. Are these records of students who've broken rules? Look, there's even detailed evidence listed here. Nolan muttered softly, pulling out one of the twins' files. After skimming through it, he gave them a strange look. 8 infractions in just 3 days of school. That's fantastic, one twin said cheerily. We'll go down in Hogwarts history, the other declared, rasping in mock triumph. I think you just might, Nolan said, shaking his head. His eyes caught a file labeled James Potter, its drawer noticeably heavier than the rest. I think I've found your predecessor. He opened the drawer to find not just an impressive record of pranks attributed to James Potter but also a curious piece of parchment. What's this? Nolan was examining it when a sudden meow made him freeze. The twins' eyes lit up. It's Mrs. Norris. Chapter 22, The Dung Bombs. Move aside, George. Let me handle this. Fred shoved his twin aside eagerly, raised his wand, and cast Incendio. With a soft pop, a tiny flame flickered at the tip of his wand. Mrs. Norris let out a dismissive meow, her yellow eyes filled with disdain. Fred Weasley had just been snubbed by a cat. George stepped forward, pushing his brother back with a look of mock disappointment. Fred, you've embarrassed me. Your flame could barely warm Mrs. Norris, she probably liked it. Watch this. Incendio. George's flame was slightly larger, and Mrs. Norris took a cautious step back, her fear beginning to show. Quick, Nolan. Help us out. George urged, excitement in his voice. Fred, on the other hand, looked anxious. We'd better hurry. I'm sure that old wolf has some kind of connection with his cat, and he'll be here any minute. Let me give it a shot, Nolan said calmly. He pointed his wand and cast Incendio as well, producing a flame even larger than George's. Startled, Mrs. Norris leapt from the desk to the floor, darting toward the office door in a panic. But Fred blocked her escape, grinning mischievously. The three formed a triangle around the unfortunate cat. Fred suggested, let's all cast Incendio together. I bet we can scare her out of her wits. George was positively gleeful. All right, I'll count us in. 1, 2, 3, Incendio. The combined flames intertwined, creating a small but dramatic explosion. Mrs. Norris yelled and sprang 3 feet into the air, scrambling around the office in terrified circles. The Weasley twins were thrilled with their success. Seeing the cat so thoroughly frightened, they felt like invincible heroes. But their triumph was short-lived. Loud footsteps echoed from down the corridor, followed by an enraged voice. Rule-breaking little brats. I'll catch you, and Professor Dumbledore will have you expelled. Fred froze. What do we do? If we run, he'll definitely catch us. George quickly suggested, we split up. 3 different directions, whoever gets caught doesn't rat out the others. But Nolan seemed unfazed, even amused. The thrill of tormenting Filch in the shadows of the night brought him an almost giddy joy. Shaking his head, he said, lock the door. Filch doesn't have a wand or magic. He won't be able to get in. Let's trap him outside and hold our ground. The twins looked at each other, impressed. Brilliant idea, they said in unison. Outside, Filch shoved the door with all his might, but it wouldn't budge. The brats had locked him out. Open up, you little devils. From inside, the twins burst into obnoxious laughter. One mocked in a raspy voice, Filch. The spell to unlock the door is Alohomora. Why don't you try it with your mop? The other chimed in with a high-pitched tone, shut up, Joseph. Don't you know Filch is a squib? Filch, deeply wounded by the insult, bellowed, whoever you are, Joseph, I will catch you. You'll regret this. Looking around, he muttered to himself, I'll wait them out. They can't stay in there forever. Come morning, when the professors wake up, they'll help me open the door. And then, I'll have them all. Inside the office, the trio huddled together. One of the twins whispered, all right, we've locked Filch out. Now what? Nolan's grin turned devilish. If Filch wants to trap us, let's find a way to smoke him out. Smoke him out? But clearing Hogwarts sewers is part of Filch's job. I bet he's not too bothered by bad smells, one of the twins said with a disappointed sigh. The other brightened up and suggested, maybe we can use some magic to amplify the stench. Nolan grinned confidently. That's basic potion making. I can do it. Now, I'll start brewing here while you two go find something really foul. Stuff it into balloons and bring them to me. The twins snapped off crooked salutes. Yes, sir. Nolan began rummaging through Filch's collection, finding a surprising stash of prank items. With delight, Nolan picked a few items, carefully disassembled them using magic, and extracted their enchanted components into a vial. He lit a small flame under the vial, bringing its contents to a boil. Before long, the liquid turned a dark brown and began emitting an unbearable stench. As he worked, Nolan discovered a peculiar green and silver emblem with strange writing on the back. Unable to decipher it, he pocketed the artifact for later inspection. Are you ready? Nolan asked, spotting the twins lurking suspiciously in a corner. The twins' faces were as red as their hair. One admitted, "Oh, Nolan, we couldn't find anything nasty." The other quickly added, "But Fred made something himself." The first protested, George contributed too. Realizing what they meant, Nolan couldn't help but laugh. Perfect. We'll give Filch a memorable taste of the sewers. The twins had stuffed their contributions into 7 tightly packed balloons, each the size of a fist. Nolan added a few drops of his foul potion to each balloon before the twins sealed them. These will explode on impact, Nolan explained with a mischievous glint in his eyes. I guarantee they'll smell 10 times worse than raw sewage. The twins were thrilled. Like many boys their age, they found great amusement in anything involving bodily functions. Wizarding boys were no exception. This is brilliant, one twin cheered. Filch is going to wish he'd never been born. Even if he dodges the dung bombs, the other said, he'll have to spend a whole day scrubbing the walls and floor. Filch leaned against the wall, clutching his mop and glaring daggers at his office door. He was determined to wait them out. Sooner or later, those troublemakers would have to open the door, and when they did, he'd make sure they paid for their insolence. Just as Filch was imagining the punishments he'd inflict, the door creaked open. Thick smoke billowed out, engulfing him before he could react. Choking and coughing, he stumbled back, eyes watering as the acrid fumes stung his nose. Then, with 2 sharp whizzes, something shot out from the office. One hit Filch square in the forehead, the other missed, splattering against the wall behind him. Bang. Bang. The balloons exploded in a shower of foul-smelling sludge. An overwhelming stench filled the corridor. Filch staggered, gagging, as a large dollop of the vile substance splattered across his face. It was worse than anything he'd ever encountered in the sewers. Overcome by the horrific smell, Filch's eyes rolled back, and with a soft thud, he collapsed into the reeking mess. He had fainted from the stench. Chapter 23, I think it's the era of the dung bombs now. Week 2 at Hogwarts. By the second week, the young witches and wizards noticed something strange. Professor Snape's perpetually greasy hair seemed to have become clean. It now looked smooth and silky, transforming the once grimy, unkempt, greasy bat into a professor with an unexpectedly pleasant appearance, at least, if one ignored his sour personality, which unfortunately remained unchanged. Another peculiar sight was Argus Filch, who appeared to have dedicated his entire existence to scrubbing the Hogwarts walls. Armed with a brush and wearing a mask over his nose, the beleaguered caretaker was tirelessly trying to scrape off the stubborn filth stuck to the walls. His grumbles of frustration echoed through the corridors. The students, wary of getting any of the muck on their new robes, steered clear of him. "Good afternoon, Mr. Filch. I think you could use some help." Only the kind-hearted Nolan Von Draugr would ever approach Filch with such an offer. Occasionally, Filch, in his desperation, would allow the Slytherin boy to assist him. Unfortunately, Nolan's help usually resulted in disasters. His cleaning spells would invariably cause the muck to explode, worsening the situation. "I didn't think it would do that," Nolan said softly, closing his umbrella after yet another mishap. "I suppose my magic could use some improvement." "Clearly." Miles Bletchley muttered as he wiped a large chunk of filth off his hair. "Next time, make sure to bring an umbrella for me as well." Today, the first years had their much-anticipated flying lesson. Apart from defense against the dark arts, flying lessons were perhaps the most exciting class for the young students. After all, who wouldn't enjoy the thrill of defying gravity and soaring freely through the sky? As the Slytherins made their way to the Quidditch pitch, they crossed paths with a group of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students who had just finished their lesson. Among them, Cho Chang's sleek black hair made her particularly noticeable. "Hey, Nolan." Cho called out cheerfully as she approached him, her voice dreamy. "Oh, Nolan, I have to say, flying feels absolutely amazing. Did you know my childhood dream was to become a professional seeker?" Unfortunately, Professor Hooch told me that first years aren't allowed to join the Quidditch teams. That's a shame, Nolan murmured politely. Why do you look so unenthusiastic? Because I think flying around on broomsticks is rather silly, Nolan replied with a sigh. As he spoke, he felt a tug on his sleeve. Glancing down, he saw a tiny hand clutching his robes. It belonged to Eve, who was warily eyeing Cho as if she were a cat caught stealing food in the kitchen. Cho's face fell slightly. Well, I guess you're not interested in talking about that. She took a few steps forward but then turned back to Nolan with a mischievous glint in her eyes. If I were you, I'd keep a close eye on him, she said to Eve. You know, plenty of upper-year girls are after him. That might not be good news for you, especially in a situation like this. With that cryptic remark, Cho joined the departing Ravenclaws, leaving Nolan scratching his head. What just happened? Nolan asked Miles, confused. Miles looked equally bewildered. No idea. But I'd really like to know how to get this muck out of my robes. Hey, that's easy, mate, one of the Weasley twins chimed in, appearing out of nowhere. With a flick of his wand, he cast Scour Jiffy. The result was catastrophic. Miles was suddenly engulfed in a pungent, almost visible cloud of odor. Nolan winced and quietly suggested, maybe you should take a bath. Good idea. Miles muttered, his mood thoroughly ruined as he trudged off to the showers. Mate. The dung bomb idea was pure genius. Once Miles had gone, one of the Weasley twins threw an arm around Nolan Von Draugr, while the other chimed in, you won't believe it, loads of upper-year students are asking us for more dung bombs. They're all eager to see how fun it is to mess with Filch. I think we should team up and turn our brains into galleons and sickles. Nearby, Gryffindor first-year Alicia Spinnet frowned. Oh no, you three are going to turn Hogwarts into a giant cesspool. Don't worry, one twin said confidently. Our dear caretaker, Mr. Filch, will take care of it all, it's his job, after all. And while he's busy scrubbing walls, we'll sneak into the kitchens and feast on whatever we like, the other twin added. Nolan nodded, his tone flat but his words sharp. Good idea. Maybe we can enhance the dung bombs, make them impossible to clean, no matter how hard Filch scrubs. That's brilliant. Mate, we're about to change Hogwarts forever. The younger Slytherins watched with a mix of dismay and fascination as Nolan bonded with the two troublemaking Gryffindors. Despite their house rivalry, even the Slytherins couldn't deny a morbid curiosity about the upgraded dung bombs. The Slytherins and Gryffindors soon arrived at the Quidditch pitch, where Madame Hooch was waiting for them. On the ground lay an assortment of battered brooms. Nolan eyed them with disdain, lightly kicking one with his toe as if testing to ensure it wouldn't spring to life and bite him. Madame Hooch's sharp eyes zeroed in on him. Hey! Mr. Von Draugr, stop that. Brooms are for riding, not for kicking. Nolan replied gloomily, where I'm from, brooms are tools used by maids for cleaning. I'm sure Filch would agree with me. Madame Hooch hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. She quickly recovered, clapping her hands briskly. Well, perhaps some people do use brooms for cleaning, but that's irrelevant. Flying is an essential skill for every witch and wizard, and I'll ensure you all can mount these brooms without falling off. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff did well this morning. Let's see how Gryffindor and Slytherin fare. She instructed the students to stand beside a broom and extend their hand over it. Say up to command your broom to rise. Nolan muttered the command half-heartedly. His broom remained stubbornly still. Alicia Spinnet's broom wobbled before rolling over on the ground. Miles Bletchley's broom gave a small hop, much like its now freshly washed owner. The Weasley twins fared better, or worse, depending on perspective. Their brooms leapt high into the air and promptly smacked their owners in the face with the handles. Oh, my goodness. Everyone, look at this. Madame Hooch exclaimed suddenly. Slytherin's missive has done it. All eyes turned to Eve, who had barely whispered up when her broom shot smoothly into her hand. How did you do that, Eve? Miles asked enviously, his voice low. Eve, feeling the weight of everyone's awestruck gazes, blushed slightly. She kept her excitement in check and replied softly, I don't know. It feels like my broom here is just very well behaved. Chapter 24, The Dangerous Broomstick. Up. 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 Nolan was frustrated. He had tried at least a dozen different tones, yet the broom in front of him remained stubbornly still. The Slytherins and Gryffindors stared at him, wide-eyed. None of them had ever seen Nolan struggle with any class this much. Noticing his displeasure, Madame Hooch attempted to console him. Oh, dear, perhaps flying just isn't your talent. But don't worry, there are always one or two students like that every year. Eve came running over, her broom in hand. She spoke softly, Nolan, my broom listens well. Would you like to switch with me? All right. Nolan accepted her kind gesture. Switching brooms, he tried again. Up. Still no response. The situation grew increasingly awkward. Watching a genius falter wasn't always as satisfying as one might expect. Without waiting further, Madame Hooch moved on, teaching the students the proper mounting position while Nolan stood off to the side, exchanging glares with Eve's supposedly obedient broom. Miss Eve's posture is perfect. Everyone, take note. Madame Hooch exclaimed, delighted. My dear, I'm certain you're destined to be a flyer. Next year, you should consider trying out for the Quidditch team. And for your outstanding performance, Slytherin earns 5 points. Eve's face turned bright red, her excitement bubbling over. This was the first time a professor had praised her in class, and the first time she had earned points for her house. At that moment, one of her dorm mates sidled up to her. Taking advantage of Madame Hooch's attention being on the Gryffindors, the girl whispered harshly in Eve's ear, "Don't get cocky, Eve, you filthy mudblood." Eve felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over her. She replied in a small voice, "I'm not a mudblood." "Oh, yes, you are. You've ruined Slytherin's centuries-old tradition by being the first mudblood in our house. And how dare you cling to Nolan? You should step aside, he's the prince of all of Slytherin." Eve felt a wave of grievance wash over her. She hadn't meant to cling to Nolan. She only sought a little sense of security in a new and intimidating environment. After correcting everyone's posture for a while, Madame Hooch finally announced, "All right, everyone, it's time to fly." The young witches and wizards mounted their brooms, pushed off the ground, and slowly began to rise, climbing higher and higher. Among the Slytherins, Alicia Field struggled. Her broom seemed to prefer flying backward, causing her to bewilderedly ask her classmates, "Why am I moving in reverse?" Miles Bletchley, meanwhile, provided another spectacle. His broom bounced up and down like a carousel horse, and he cried out repeatedly, "I'm going to fall. I'm going to fall." And fall he did, fortunately, from only half a meter above the ground. Eve, however, performed exactly as Madame Hooch had predicted. She was the best flyer among the students. She rose steadily into the air, her silver hair flowing gently in the wind. For the first time, her view expanded far beyond what she had ever imagined. She saw the vast blue sky, the seemingly endless earth, and a Hogwarts that grew smaller and smaller as she ascended. The enormous, intimidating castle that had once frightened and overwhelmed her now looked like a mere toy. So this is the power of magic. For the first time since becoming a witch, Eve truly understood what that meant. Though her life was filled with uncertainties, unknown challenges, and the contempt and hostility of others, she was no longer the same as before. Once just a helpless little girl, she was now a witch. Comfortable, isn't it, dear? Madame Hooch smiled as she flew up to join Eve, soaring high above the others. Eve nodded and replied softly, "I think so, Madame Hooch." "You should speak more clearly," Miles Bletchley suggested. "No," one of the Weasley twins declared. "If it dares to disobey, you should give it a good thrashing." Alicia hurriedly grabbed the red-haired Weasley by the arm. "Don't be ridiculous. These brooms belong to Hogwarts. If you break one, you'll have to pay for it." Lee Jordan chimed in, "But why is it that Nolan's broom is the only one not listening? We should take it apart and find out." Alicia frowned and whispered a warning, "Madame Hooch is up in the air. If she catches you, you're all getting detention." To everyone's surprise, Nolan spoke up, "I think you're right. I should take it apart and see. There must be some kind of enchantment inside that makes it refuse my commands. That's not how it's supposed to work." No sooner said than done. While the girls looked on anxiously, the boys paid them no mind. Nolan pulled out a short sword, Merlin knew from where, and began to dismantle the broom, reducing it to a pile of parts. Inside, the broom was a marvel of magical engineering. Intricate magical arrays intertwined and influenced one another, reminiscent of the complex mechanisms in Muggle machinery. The young wizards and witches formed a circle around the disassembled broom, staring at its inner workings in stunned silence. "Guys, do you understand any of this?" one twin asked in a hushed voice. The other shook his head blankly. "I didn't even know there was anything inside these things. I thought flying brooms were just born that way." Lee poked at the wooden handle with his wand, muttering, "Apparently not. This might be even more complicated than the wands we use." Miles looked deeply uneasy. "Nolan, do you understand any of it?" Nolan stared at the broom's innards and admitted, "How would I know? What do we do now?" Alicia cried out in frustration. "Madame Hooch is coming back soon, and she's going to give us detention. Don't worry." Nolan spoke calmly, though his actions were anything but. With surprising efficiency, he reassembled the broom, albeit with an abundance of tape and adhesive holding it together. If one ignored the patchwork nature of his repairs, the broom didn't look half bad. "Children, I'm so pleased to see how well you've taken to flying," Madame Hooch announced cheerfully as she returned, having just taken Eve for a lap around Hogwarts. "But why are you all gathered around Mr. Von Draugr?" Mr. Von Draugr, has the broom finally agreed to let you ride it? Oh, not quite yet, Madam Hooch, Nolan replied smoothly, holding the patched-up broom with a perfectly straight face. I think I just need a bit more inspiration. Madam Hooch nodded. You'll get there, my boy. Inspiration often strikes when you least expect it. For now, I need to step away for a moment. I'll be back in 5 minutes. In the meantime, why don't you all share your flying experiences with Mr. Von Draugr? With that, she departed, leaving the group still dumbfounded, their eyes fixed on the battle-scarred broom in Nolan's hands. Chapter 25, The Fall. At that moment, a sharp scream echoed from above. Something's wrong. Eve's falling. Miles Bletchley shouted. Alicia Spinnet exclaimed angrily, I saw it. That girl bumped into her just now. How dare she, they're both Slytherins. The twins grew frantic, yelling toward the sky, steady yourself, Stock. You can do it. Nolan Von Draugr, however, calmly remarked, actually, she can't. Eve was far too timid. Faced with sudden danger, she panicked completely, forgetting how to fly and clinging desperately to her broom. This only made her broom careen wildly through the air, tilting and spinning uncontrollably. She was moments away from falling. Nolan, do something. Miles instinctively turned to Nolan but realized he was already gone. The dark-haired young vampire was sprinting across the field, a broom clutched in his hands. After a running start, he mounted the broom and kicked off the ground, launching straight into the sky. He's airborne. And so fast. That's amazing. George and Fred Weasley cheered loudly. But Alicia's sharp eyes caught a disturbing sight. Nolan's broom was rattling ominously. Oh no. His broom's falling apart. He's going to crash. Miles shouted back, Nolan won't crash. At that moment, Nolan wasn't thinking about his broom at all. His crimson eyes stayed locked on Eve. In his mind, he could see her wide-eyed, mouth open, silently crying out for help. She was always helpless, always isolated. A fool and a coward, too weak to handle things on her own. Why did she always come to him for help? And why, despite everything, did Nolan feel compelled to save her? Eve was just a fledgling witch, nothing more than a muggle before discovering her magic. To Nolan, she was an inferior being. A muggle wouldn't care about the life of a cat or dog, would they? Then again, perhaps they would, if those animals were their pets. Faster. Nolan tightened his grip on the broom. By now, the tail of the broom had burst into flames. Faster. He pressed his body flat against the handle. The wooden frame began splintering, chunks breaking off. Nolan and the broom streaked through the sky like an arrow, leaving behind faint black smoke and falling shards of wood. By the time he reached Eve, the broom had completely disintegrated beneath him. With one last burst of speed, Nolan lunged through the air, grabbing Eve's small frame and tearing her away from the out-of-control broom. He's going to crash into the tower. Miles shouted, clutching his hair in panic. Oh my God. The young witches covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight of two children smashing into a wall. Nolan's expression remained steady. He tucked Eve's head under his arm, pivoted midair, and used his shoulder to slam into the tower. A deafening crash echoed across the grounds as bricks shattered on impact. A large bloodstain marked the tower's wall as Nolan and Eve began their descent. Thunk. That was Nolan hitting a windowsill. Crash. Rustle, rustle. That was Nolan tumbling through the branches of a tree. 5 or 6 seconds later, the two of them hit the ground, rolling across the grass. Eve staggered to her feet, surprisingly unharmed. Her silver hair was a bit messy, her little face smudged with dirt, and her robes were torn from the branches, but she didn't seem injured. But what about Nolan? Nolan. His ever-loyal roommate Miles was the first to rush over, but he didn't dare touch him. Nolan looked so battered and bloodied that Miles couldn't even tell if he was still alive. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. The twins could do nothing but run in circles, muttering in helpless panic. Someone go get Madame Pomfrey. Alicia, the only one who still had some presence of mind, shouted desperately. Eve stood frozen, staring blankly at Nolan's blood-covered body. Her legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed in a faint, completely unconscious. Good thing he survived, otherwise. A vampire dying from falling. That's a joke you could take all the way to hell and still get laughs. Half asleep, Nolan Von Draugr heard someone speaking near his ear. Next came a familiar female voice snapping, "Shut up, Severus Snape. Say another word about my brother, I dare you. Do you think your status as a Death Eater guarantees your safety? I'll lock you up, let a ghoul tear your flesh piece by piece, feed your blood to the bloodfruit plants, and use your marrow to feed the fish." The first voice fell silent. A second female voice chimed in, "I must say, Mr. Von Draugr has truly surprised me. His willingness to use his body to save a witch demonstrates remarkable nobility." The first female voice sounded pleased. Go on, say more. I approve. The second female voice hesitated, then softened with a tone of reluctant admiration. Although vampires think differently from wizards, Mr. Von Draugr has shown that he can integrate well into the wizarding world if he chooses to. He may appear cold, but unlike most vampires, he does care for others. However, it's likely he follows his own rules that won't bend to common sense. He sees his own principles as paramount, which might come off as stubborn or arrogant. But in truth, we haven't taken the time to communicate with him. Now, I think he's a noble young man, no different from any wizard. A deep, aged voice added, well said, Minerva. I believe Mr. Von Draugr has earned our trust through his actions. Duchess Felicia, I imagine your brother will grow into an exceptional Slytherin. The first female voice replied proudly, of course. My brother is the best. He doesn't need to become a Slytherin, though, because he'll surpass all you wizards combined. Besides, I've noticed Nolan's recovery rate is accelerating, an indication of his growing strength. I suppose it's time I start looking for his next thrall. After a long while, Nolan finally awoke. When vampires are gravely injured, they enter a state of restorative sleep, emerging only when their bodies have fully healed. Nolan swiftly sat up in bed. As soon as he raised his head, he was met with Albus Dumbledore's wise eyes gazing at him over half-moon spectacles. Good evening, Professor. Good evening, Nolan, Dumbledore replied cheerfully, gesturing toward a pile of candies by the bed. Would you like some bloody toffees? Professor McGonagall brought them earlier, she said you're fond of the flavor. Indeed, I am, Nolan admitted eagerly, tearing open a wrapper without hesitation. At that moment, replenishing blood was exactly what he needed. Chapter 26, The Thoughts of the Girls. Nolan sorted the gifts from his visiting classmates into two piles, one for things he could use and another for things he wasn't particularly fond of. Why would anyone enjoy eating cockroaches, he muttered, poking at a box of cockroach clusters with his finger before pushing it toward Dumbledore. Professor, if you don't mind, please take this. Dumbledore looked delighted. Oh. If I'm not mistaken, this is a gift from the Weasley twins. Such a thoughtful family. One young vampire munching on bloody toffees, and one wizened wizard snacking on cockroach clusters, the pair made an unusual sight. After eating a few pieces, Dumbledore licked his fingers and said, I must admit, Mr. Von Draugr, I've misjudged you in the past. Misjudged? Nolan tilted his head. Are you referring to the magic you placed on the sorting hat? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Ah, so you noticed. Naturally, the sorting hat is enchanted to read the thoughts of young witches and wizards. This year, I added a spell to make its insight even deeper. I don't mind that you doubted me, Nolan replied softly. After all, as you know, I don't care. Professor Dumbledore, your life is far too short, though I'll admit you're impressively powerful. Dumbledore regarded Nolan silently for a moment. Those with long lifespans often adopt a sense of detachment. Your lives are lengthy, your knowledge vast, and you've experienced countless moments of wonder, so nothing seems significant anymore. Nolan, I must say, that's not a healthy outlook. Nolan opened his mouth to reply, but Dumbledore raised a hand, cutting him off with the gentle air of a grandfather visiting his sick grandson. I have a friend, Dumbledore continued, a wizard who has lived for more than 6 centuries through magical means. His life even surpasses that of your sister. Nicholas Flamel, Nolan murmured. Becoming immortal is not as great a gift as it seems. Dumbledore said. Wizards have around 150 years, brief in your eyes, but long enough for us to experience all the joys and sorrows of life. After that, we grow weary, becoming the old codgers young witches and wizards talk about. Nolan, I believe you're an intelligent young man, destined to become a greater figure than Duchess Felicia. But before you reach that point, I hope you'll live as other students do, make friends, fall in love, and truly observe these wizards you so often look down on. You'll find they're far more interesting than you might think. Wouldn't you agree? Nolan chewed his toffee in silence, watching Dumbledore intently. He hesitated for a long time before barely murmuring a response. The next thing he felt was a warm hand gently pressing the top of his head. Good boy, Dumbledore said warmly. You, too, will become a great wizard. Oh, it seems I've taken up too much of your time. Dumbledore turned toward the door, where faint shuffling sounds could be heard. A moment later, the door creaked open, and an Asian girl peeked in before rushing inside. Upon spotting Dumbledore, she let out a small scream, clutching her robes with an expression of utter panic. Good evening, Miss Chong, Dumbledore greeted her with a smile, still holding the box of cockroach clusters. It seems Mr. Von Draugr isn't too fond of sweets. He was kind enough to pass these along to me. Were you here to visit him as well? I mean, yes, Professor Dumbledore, Chongs stammered. Dumbledore stood up. Well then, Mr. Von Draugr, I wish you a pleasant evening. Miss Chong, do mind the time, visiting students from other houses could cost you points. I imagine even Professor Flitwick might not be thrilled. With that, Dumbledore left the room. Jo dabbed at her forehead with a handkerchief, fanning her flushed face with her hands as she plopped onto the chair beside Nolan's bed. Oh my God, Merlin above, I thought I was done for. Still chewing his toffee, Nolan mumbled, what are you here for? Cho Chang looked genuinely upset. The Weasley twins were loudly announcing at dinner that you were practically dying. Then Eve burst into tears, and all the girls in Slytherin were comforting her. I thought you were really about to die. I'm not dead, Nolan replied matter-of-factly, as though it were the most obvious thing in the world. In fact, I'm perfectly healthy. Cho shot him a glare. Of course you're healthy, considering almost every first-year girl has been upset about you. If I were you, I wouldn't want to die either. Raising an eyebrow, Nolan said indifferently, don't be ridiculous. I don't care about that. Then what do you care about? Cho pressed. After a moment of thought, Nolan asked, could you go to the Slytherin common room and bring me my gaming console? Not a chance. Malcolm Baddock was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by gratitude. He hadn't eaten proper human food in ages. Earlier that day, Dumbledore had visited the Slytherin common room, lifted him gently from the sink where he had been trapped, and used magic to restore him to human form. Granted, Malcolm was covered in goldfish droppings when he transformed back, but he didn't care. What truly thrilled him was that it seemed the other students had forgotten about the humiliating incident on the Hogwarts Express when he wet his pants. With his embarrassment forgotten, Malcolm was confident he could be the best Slytherin. After all, many of his housemates were half-bloods, but he was a pureblood, which gave him significant influence in the Slytherin common room. Freshly bathed, changed into clean robes, and carrying the snacks Dumbledore had given him, Malcolm returned to the common room to find a group of students huddled together, deep in discussion. Hey, Montague, he said, sitting next to Montague Rockman, a strong first-year Slytherin who was also a pureblood and someone Malcolm genuinely liked. What's everyone talking about? Camille Smith locked herself in her room and won't come out, Montague said, looking worried. She seems to think Nolan's injury was her fault. What happened? Malcolm asked, confused. No one answered him. It was her fault. Miles Bletchley yelled angrily. If she hadn't pushed Eve, Nolan wouldn't have jumped on that piece of junk broom to save her. Another first-year girl, Laura Cook, spoke up in a small voice, it's all Eve's fault. Why is it that when the two of them fell, only Nolan got hurt? Eve was perfectly fine. Poor Nolan, why does he even like a mudblood like her? Laura trailed off with a sorrowful expression, heading toward the dormitory to check on Camille Smith, who still hadn't emerged. She seems really upset, Malcolm noted curiously. Montague waved a hand dismissively. Oh, don't be silly. Nolan got hurt, every first-year girl is upset about it. Chapter 27, Traveling with the Vampire Grand Duchess. Malcolm muttered with dissatisfaction, how come I didn't know about this? Because you were stuck in the fish tank with the turtles as roommates for an entire week. Of course, you wouldn't know anything. Miles retorted sharply. But everyone knows that Nolan has the most beautiful sister ever. Witches think Nolan will grow up to be just as good-looking as her. Plus, he's rich, smart, skilled in combat, and most importantly, he's the type to step in and protect a girl when she's in danger. Miles lowered his voice, looking a little downcast. I can't do that. Montague patted Miles on the shoulder. Cheer up. Not everyone can be that brave. Nolan's always been special. Although Nolan's injuries had healed the same day, he didn't return to classes until 3 days later. Miles was thrilled at Nolan's return, it meant he no longer had to share a dorm with just Malcolm. The two of them couldn't stand each other, and their mutual silence was driving Miles insane. On Halloween, Professor McGonagall tasked her transfiguration class with changing white feathers into blue ones. By the end of the lesson, only Nolan had succeeded perfectly. The others managed feathers that were less than ideal. Fred and George Weasley turned theirs into fluffy chicken feathers, while Miles somehow transformed his into a fully roasted chicken. Though Professor McGonagall looked like she wanted to commend him for creativity, Miles himself was so bewildered by the outcome that she decided to save the compliments for another time. After class, Eve hurriedly packed up her books and dashed out of the room. It seemed she wasn't planning on attending the Halloween feast. Recently, Nolan had noticed that Eve seemed to avoid him. She used to follow him around constantly like a shadow, but now she kept her distance. Nolan found this puzzling, though he wasn't one to dig too deeply into such mysteries. Mr. Von Draugr, do you have time this evening? Professor McGonagall was tidying up the feathers used in the lesson, turning them back to white to prepare them for practice sessions with Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. She asked Nolan this as she worked. Sorry, Professor McGonagall, I have to meet Felicia tonight. She said she had something important to discuss with me, Nolan replied softly. Professor McGonagall's mouth opened slightly as if something had dawned on her. I see, Mr. Drawber. No need to apologize. We can save the transfiguration experiment for another time, you'll be at Hogwarts for a long while yet. Recently, Professor McGonagall had become notably friendlier toward Nolan. He didn't know why, but everything seemed to be heading in a positive direction. As Nolan sped through the hallways, he polished off a packet of quick blood sugar gummies for dinner before heading to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom to find his sister. Felicia, where are you? Oh, dear Nolan, I'm inside. But unless you're okay with ruining your pretty robes, you might not want to come in. Felicia's weak voice called from inside the room. It was quite some time before she finally emerged, covered head to toe in a fine white powder. Nolan cupped Felicia's small face in his hands, inspecting her carefully. Felicia, what were you doing just now? He asked curiously. Oh, just a little project, Felicia said with an awkward laugh, scratching her head with some frustration. I was preparing training opponents for the senior wizards. Their progress has been so remarkable that ordinary magical creatures aren't enough for them anymore. So this time, I captured a stray vampire. But the thing was completely unruly, screaming and even threatening me. I had no choice but to pierce its heart with a silver blade. She cheerfully watched as Nolan used hurricane sweep to clear away the dust in the room while continuing to chatter. Why do vampires turn to ash when they die? Would it be so hard for them to leave behind an obedient corpse instead? Nolan raised an eyebrow. You wanted an adult vampire to fight those little wizards. Your Defense Against the Dark Arts class would turn into a massacre. It's a good thing you killed him, or Dumbledore would have expelled us for sure. Felicia playfully clung to Nolan, wrapping her arms around his small frame and nuzzling him. Okay, I get it. Next time, I'll pick something safer, Like a minotaur. Nolan seemed ready to say something more, but Felicia silenced him with a kiss. It was a long moment before she pulled away, laughing softly. Little Nolan, have you noticed your vampire abilities growing stronger recently? Maybe a little, Nolan admitted. Hee, that's because your age is increasing. A vampire's power accumulates bit by bit, but it's a rapid process. If you don't release some of it now, your body might not be able to keep up with the growth. It's time to create your next deathkin. In the Von Draugr family, vampires referred to their deathkin as their bonded kin, not servants but lifelong companions, family. A vampire's strength was largely determined by how many deathkin they had. When the time was right, vampires would leave their nests to seek out talented muggles, wizards, or even magical creatures. They would drain their blood, infuse their own, and transform them into kin to enhance their power. Felicia currently had 13 deathkin, 14 if the newly added Countess Constantine was included. Nolan, still a young vampire, only had one so far. But now, he was finally ready to create his second. That evening, with Dumbledore's permission, Nolan and Felicia used flow powder to leave Hogwarts. Vampires had their own methods of transportation, usually transforming into flying creatures or turning into mist. However, Felicia wasn't interested in those traditional ways. She was enamored with the convenience of wizarding tools, just as her younger brother was obsessed with video games. In London, the fireplace of an abandoned, secluded house suddenly flared with violet flames. From the fire, ashes whirled before coalescing into the form of a stunning, pale-skinned beauty with jet-black hair. She wore a flowing gown, long gloves, and vivid purple lipstick, her presence radiant and striking. Stepping out of the hearth, she extended a hand to pull her brother through. Nolan sniffed the air, then said decisively, "There's a polluted stench in the air. This is London." "My clever little brother," Felicia cooed. "Don't tease me, Felicia." Nolan frowned, shaking his head slightly. "You want me to pick a muggle for my deathkin? I think magical creatures are far stronger than muggles." Felicia laughed, her voice lilting. "Oh, dear Nolan, how did you figure that out? Of course, I'll let you choose a magical creature if that's what you want. But for now, this candidate is perfect." Chapter 28, The Arms Dealer. The streets of London at night are not a safe place. Every year, countless muggles fall victim to dark wizards, deranged muggle murderers, or are abducted by malevolent magical creatures, their organs stolen in the process. Vampires often play the role of hunters in these grim scenarios, much like what was happening in a dark alley this very night. A young woman, fresh out of university and only a month into her first job, hurried along the street. She had quickly adapted to her role as an office worker, along with its long hours and her boss's unwelcome advances. While this new reality gave her a sense of accomplishment, it also left her feeling deeply unsettled. Tonight was no exception. Having worked late and missed the last train, she was walking home when she encountered a boy in a dark alley. The boy was dressed in a striking punk-inspired robe, his pale skin contrasting sharply with his glowing crimson eyes. He was stunningly handsome, so much so that the woman found herself wondering if she might someday have a child as adorable as this. The boy blocked her path, giving a faint smile as he opened his mouth. From between his lips, two sharp, glistening fangs emerged. "Ma'am." His voice carried an almost magical quality, compelling the woman to halt in her tracks, her gaze fixated on him as he slowly stepped closer. Wait, why did I stop? The sight of his teeth sparked unease in her mind, and she began to question why her body wasn't responding to her commands. But resistance was futile. She, like countless muggles before her, had fallen into the clutches of a vampire. Ma'am, you're too tall. Please kneel, the boy said softly. Despite the terror in her wide eyes and the tears streaming down her face, her knees bent of their own accord. As she knelt before him, the boy stepped forward, tearing open the collar of her blouse. Leaning in, he sniffed her neck before muttering irritably, "She's not a virgin." From the shadows came a lilting, teasing voice, "But your sister is, Nolan. Would you like to try a taste of your dear elder sister's blood? I bet it's as sweet as those blood-flavored gummy candies you love so much." Nolan wrinkled his nose, muttering, "Drinking the blood of a powerful vampire progenitor. That's no different from stabbing myself with a silver blade. I'm not suicidal yet." Without further ado, he opened his mouth wide and sank his fangs into the woman's neck. "He's biting me, he's draining my blood." The word vampire flashed through her mind, and she was overcome with shock and terror. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and a warm trickle seeped down her legs. She felt her blood, and with it, her life, being rapidly drained away. Before her very eyes, the veins in her arms lost their color as her skin shriveled and dried. Along with her blood, her vitality was being consumed. Ah. Nolan exhaled contentedly as he released her. Crimson blood dripped conspicuously from the corner of his mouth. Pulling out a handkerchief, he dabbed his lips with the politeness of a muggle after a meal. "Thank you for the meal," he said softly to the lifeless corpse. Felicia pouted, folding her arms in irritation. "Can we leave now, Nolan? It stinks here." "I'm not like you, Felicia," Nolan replied, his voice calm yet tinged with intensity. "You can come and go from Hogwarts as you please, but I've been trapped in that wizarding prison for so long. I've been forced into a bloodless, celibate existence, and it's made me irritable. I need to blow off some steam." His crimson eyes, gleaming with excitement, darted through the night until they locked onto another target, a blonde woman leaving a nightclub. Without hesitation, he followed her. That night, 4 women fell victim to the young vampire's hunger in London. It wasn't until the 4th, a virgin, that Nolan finally found the taste he desired. The fresh, pure blood brought him immense satisfaction, leaving him in a state of euphoria. An hour later, after finishing his hunt, Nolan followed Felicia to an estate. The sprawling property, with its intricate architecture, appeared to be from the Victorian era, the height of the British Empire's glory days. Nolan lifted his nose, sniffing the air. "The scent of gunpowder, and danger," he said softly. Felicia chuckled lightly. "Nolan, I know you love Muggle war toys. Then you must have heard of Heckler & Koch, the arms manufacturer. This estate belongs to the boss of Heckler & Koch's operations in Britain, one of the world's largest arms dealers. We have to tread carefully here, one wrong move, and we could find ourselves blasted to bits by all that gunpowder." Nolan raised an eyebrow. Felicia wasn't wrong, he did have a fascination with Muggle weapons. The firearms, in particular, were astonishing in their simplicity and efficiency. At the age of 7, Nolan had used a silver bullet to blow apart the head of a fully grown vampire from a safe distance. The two transformed into flying creatures to bypass the estate's guards. Nolan took the form of a raven, while Felicia became a stunning blue-crowned pigeon. The 2 birds circled the mansion twice before slipping through an open window. Inside the room sat a sharp-eyed, muscular man, who froze in shock as he watched the blue-crowned pigeon morph into a beautiful woman. Moments later, he began trembling with excitement. The man quickly fell to his knees before Felicia, bowing low and shouting fervently, "Oh, my great progenitor, you've finally deigned to show mercy to your humble servant. Will you grant me a drop of your blood and bestow upon me eternal life? I, Wachter Heckler, pledge to kiss the shoes of my great progenitor and offer my undying loyalty, if only you will free me from the fear of death." Nearby, Nolan, now back in his human form, frowned in displeasure. "You pledge loyalty only if granted new life," he said coldly. "That sounds like bargaining with the Von Draugr family. Every member who joins our bloodline does so with absolute devotion. From where I stand, you don't qualify." Felicia seemed momentarily confused, as though she didn't quite grasp the situation. After a long pause, her expression shifted, and she exclaimed with mock outrage, "Huh? Oh. Yes, Nolan is absolutely right." She crossed her arms and put on a stern face, seemingly forgetting that the situation stemmed from her own plans. "Exactly. Even if I ignore you and refuse to grant you my blood, you should still be eternally loyal to me. Only a servant like that deserves to be called faithful. You have no right to demand what your master doesn't wish to give." Wachter Heckler immediately began kowtowing, bowing his head repeatedly in an effort to apologize. He was German, a country known for producing many vampires, including some of the most illustrious vampire nobles in history. As a young man, Wachter had learned about vampires through his family elders, though at the time, he had scoffed at the notion of their superiority. But as he entered middle age and began to feel the decline of his body and the onset of illnesses, his attitude shifted. The idea of ageless immortality had become increasingly appealing. Chapter 29, The Arms Dealer's Girl. Vampire families in Germany are predominantly from the dark sect. This faction of vampires is notorious for being insular and highly dangerous, rarely accepting muggles into their ranks. After arriving in England, however, Wachter Heckler met Felicia, a member of the Von Draugr family, which was firmly rooted in the mystic sect. Unlike the dark sect, the mystic sect avoided unnecessary conflicts and was far more lenient toward outsiders. This gave Wachter hope, and he began focusing his ambitions on joining the Von Draugr family, desperate to shed his mortal identity before his body succumbed to the ravages of aging. Nolan cast a peculiar glance at Wachter. He hadn't anticipated that Felicia would select a muggle as his next dead kin. As a male vampire, Nolan shared the common reluctance of his kind. He greatly disliked feeding on other males. Felicia, Nolan asked, his tone skeptical, are you serious about this? Felicia nodded with her signature charming smile, her sharp fangs peeking out. She even clenched her small fists, exuding a determined energy. Of course I am. Out of everyone I could find, Wachter Heckler is the best choice. Nolan nodded slowly. While he wasn't fond of drinking the blood of men, he was even less inclined to argue with Felicia. Wachter Heckler, he began solemnly, tonight, I, Nolan Von Draugr, will guide you across the boundary between life and death. You will receive my blood, become part of the Von Draugr family, and officially join the direct bloodline as my second dead kin. Wachter breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, almighty progenitor, I thank you for your mercy and your blessing. Nolan continued, his voice calm but commanding, once you become my dead kin, all your Muggle world assets and reputation will belong to the Von Draugr family. Forget the glory of the Heckler family, you will no longer belong to the living world but will instead ascend as a noble being of the night. Lowering his head, Wachter replied reverently, as you wish, my lord. Wachter Heckler, Nolan asked, does the Heckler family have any other heirs? Wachter hesitated for a moment before answering cautiously, I have a daughter, she is my direct heir. Should I face a natural death, she would inherit everything from the Heckler family. A daughter. Nolan muttered, frowning slightly. The Von Draugr family had always relished amassing wealth and influence in the Muggle world. For thousands of years, this practice had been a cornerstone of their legacy. Felicia's decision to select Heckler as Nolan's dead kin was motivated by this very principle. She wanted her brother to have his own financial assets in the Muggle world. However, the presence of another family heir complicated matters. Nolan didn't deliberate for long. In a soft but resolute voice, he said, kill her. My lord. This is my first command as your liege. Eliminate the Heckler family's heir. Wachter faltered for a moment, his inner conflict evident. Finally, he steeled himself and replied, if that is your will, so be it. Ulisa Heckler's sleep was anything but restful tonight. Throughout the night, she woke up 4 times, haunted by relentless nightmares that seemed to grip her tightly. The 16-year-old girl was so unnerved that she couldn't bring herself to turn off the lights, relying on their glow to lull her back to sleep. Even then, her small hand never left her beloved HKP-7 pistol. Unfortunately, her slumber was interrupted yet again. Fortunately, this time, waking up saved her life. Who's there? Ulisa screamed, her voice tinged with hysteria. One hand gripped her pistol tightly, while the other furiously tousled her chestnut-brown hair. She yelled once more, louder this time, who the hell is there? Wachter Heckler emerged from behind the door. Calm down, my dear daughter. It's me. So, it's you. Ulisa's guard did not drop in the slightest. Her tone was laced with disdain as she addressed the man she called her father in name only. Sneaking into a girl's room in the dead of night. Wachter Heckler, I've always known you were no good. Even when you sweet-talked your way into marrying my mother and changed your surname, it never hid the fact that you're a scumbag. I've told you countless times, you're nothing but a worm at the bottom of society's ladder. No amount of gilding from my family name will change that. Now, it seems you've finally dropped your pretenses, haven't you? Wachter's face twitched as veins bulged on his forehead, her words striking a nerve. His past was a painful subject, he was illegitimate and nameless until he married that widow and adopted her surname. Like a cat, Ulisa climbed down from her bed, her HKP-7 pistol aimed squarely at Wachter's forehead. Her delicate, Germanic-featured face darkened in the dim light as she ordered, raise your hands, Wachter Heckler, though I refuse to acknowledge you as a true bearer of that name. I know you're holding something, reveal your filthy desires, your ugly greed. I know I've become an obstacle for you. Wachter took a deep breath. Fine, Miss Heckler. You're always right. He raised his hands, revealing a G3 assault rifle. In truth, Wachter had always preferred the widow's daughter, Ulisa, over the widow herself. However, the girl was far too perceptive. It had taken her just 6 months to see through his true nature. To Wachter, Ulisa was like a mirror, reflecting every one of his ugly desires, leaving no place for them to hide. "Ah, Miss Heckler," Wachter began, his voice calm but calculated, "unhappiness stems from yearning for things one shouldn't possess. I'm guilty of this, but perhaps you are too." As he spoke, he began subtly shifting the angle of his rifle. "Scum!" Ulisa shouted furiously. The HKP-7 roared, and a bullet tore into Wachter's shoulder, sending a spray of blood into the air. Wachter reacted quickly, kicking over a desk to use as cover and firing the G3 in retaliation. The assault rifle's suppressive firepower was overwhelming, forcing Ulisa into a defensive position. Her HKP-7 semi-automatic pistol couldn't deal a decisive blow in such a short time, giving Wachter an opening. 2 bullets struck her, and blood splattered as she rolled across the floor, narrowly diving into the corner of a wardrobe for cover. "I originally planned to strangle you in your sleep, my dear daughter, just like I strangled your pathetic mother. I've always known you killed her. You won't shake me." Ulisa spat through gritted teeth. Tearing strips from her nightgown, she hastily bandaged her wounds. Fury burned in her voice as she added, "Wachter, you're trash. How could the German people produce someone as vile as you?" "Damn it all," Wachter muttered, his anxiety growing. He understood all too well that the Heckler family's power was only nominally in his hands. No one truly obeyed him. If anyone found out he had attacked the family's eldest daughter, those military fanatics would have him strapped to a rocket and launched into space to become cosmic debris. Chapter 30, The Method to Create a Thrall. Finding himself unable to quickly overpower Ulisa, Wachter shouted in desperation. "Oh, almighty master. Your servant is in trouble. Please grant me your infinite power, that I may serve at your side as a loyal servant to your greatness." Before Ulisa could fully process his words, a soft sigh echoed from the hallway. "Wachter, you really are a foolish man," came a calm voice. Light footsteps followed, and moments later, a young boy stepped into Ulisa's room. The sight stunned Ulisa. The newcomer was short, with a youthful, tender face, looking several years younger than her. Wachter Heckler, despite his flaws, was still the current head of the Heckler family, a man of influence in high society and one who often dealt with dangerous underworld figures. Yet here he was, bowing to a mere boy. Ulisa thought, this boy must either have an extraordinary background or possess something far more unusual. Which is it? She wondered. Her gut told her it was the latter. Perhaps this boy wasn't human at all. After all, how could a child, barely in his early teens, walk into the middle of a gunfight without even flinching? A memory flashed in her mind, something her elders had once told her, and suddenly it all made sense. "A vampire," she exclaimed, her voice trembling with fury. "Wachter. You stole the Heckler family's status and wealth, and now you're trading it all for immortality. You filthy, despicable wretch." Wachter chuckled coldly. "As a child, everything I ate, played with, or wore, I took it all. When I grew up, my degrees, women, wealth, I stole those too. Only by seizing what isn't mine can I survive. This is no different." Nolan Von Draugr, the young boy, nodded thoughtfully. "No wonder Felicia said you're the perfect thrall. Your nature resembles that of a vampire, utterly wicked. Typically, muggles who become thralls fail to suppress their vampiric instincts and end up as mindless beasts. We often recommend such thralls turn into animals to endure their harsh transformations." He glanced at the white snake coiled on his wrist and added, "But you. You need no adjustment, for you're already an evil muggle by nature." Panting through her pain, Ulisa asked, "What family do you belong to, vampire?" "Von Draugr," he replied. "The ones from England. Of the secret order." Her familiarity with vampires was evident. "Wachter may have offered you something, but I can offer more. Unlike that vile man, I would make a better thrall. Kill him, and I will swear loyalty to you." "I don't bargain with muggles," Nolan said, his displeasure clear. "However, I also dislike male thralls. I'll give you a chance to prove yourself, show me that you're better than him." Wachter panicked. "No. My lord, we had an agreement. You can't go back on it." Nolan's crimson gaze fell on him, full of disdain. "As you can see, I can. Wachter Heckler, put down your gun. If you point it at me again, I swear, death will come for you immediately." One look into those glowing red eyes, and Wachter's hands trembled as he lowered his weapon. Nolan kicked open a weapons rack in Ulisa's room and pulled out 2 pistols. "Here's a fair game," he announced, addressing both of them. "As members of the Heckler family, I'm sure you'll appreciate it." He unloaded both guns, disassembled them into components, and placed the parts on the table. Then, he positioned Wachter on one side and Ulisa on the other. Turning to the injured girl, he said softly, "Don't waste time. I doubt your bodyguards will arrive, and I dislike being interrupted. So do I, Ulisa said, nodding grimly. She placed her hands on the components, her sharp eyes never leaving Wachter. Wachter's face turned pale. Unlike his stepdaughter, he lacked her deep knowledge of firearms. He knew he would lose to her in a contest of assembly speed. But when his gaze landed on the makeshift bandages around Ulisa's wounded arm, he felt a surge of confidence. How could I lose to a woman with a bullet in her arm? He thought. Nolan nodded. The life-or-death showdown had begun. Ulisa moved with expertise, her hands trembling as she ignored the pain coursing through her wounded arm, carefully selecting and assembling the firearm components. Despite her skill, Wachter's speed outpaced her, and her face darkened as she realized she was losing ground. You're done for. You're done for. Wachter chanted with mounting confidence, rapidly piecing together his weapon. As he slid the magazine into place and flipped off the safety, his triumphant laughter filled the room. Ha ha. The winner is. It's me, Ulisa interrupted coldly, producing a concealed handgun from behind her back and pulling the trigger. The gunshot echoed in the room. Wachter's eyes widened in shock as the bullet shattered his skull. He crumpled to the floor, his lifeless body sprawled out, his expression frozen in disbelief. Nolan nodded approvingly. Not bad, Ulisa Heckler. Not bad, she repeated, her voice hollow. Then, with a bitter smile, she added, I've been handling guns since I was 3. I've assembled every model HK produces hundreds of times. And yet, I still lost to that man in a contest of speed and precision. I even broke the rules to survive. Nolan scoffed, shaking his head. Why should anyone feel bound by rules when their life is at stake? I assure you, your decision was the correct one. Vampires always act in their own interest. This is a promising start, we can work from here. Without warning, he stepped closer. Ulisa's eyes widened in alarm as he grabbed her, ignoring her struggles. With a swift motion, he tore her clothing away at the shoulder, revealing her pale, porcelain-like skin. Before she could protest further, Nolan opened his mouth, baring his sharp fangs, and sank them into her flesh. A startled cry escaped Ulisa's lips as she felt a strange sensation, the warmth of her blood mingling with Nolan's. Her body convulsed uncontrollably as the transformation began. Her skin grew colder, her breathing shallower. Her teeth lengthened into fine, sharp points, and her vibrant green eyes began to glow faintly in the dark. The process lasted about half an hour. As it drew to an end, a faint blush returned to Ulisa's pallid face. Her voice weakened to a barely audible whisper, and she found herself experiencing an unexpected, disturbing sensation, a mix of pain and pleasure during the exchange of blood. When it was over, Nolan leaned back, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. So, this is the first embrace of a vampire, Ulisa murmured. She could feel the profound change in her being. She was no longer human. Her strength had grown exponentially, but some human characteristics, like her warm body temperature, were already fading. The first embrace is a poetic term, Nolan said coldly. But among us, it's more commonly known as an infection. He crouched down, gently cupping Ulisa's face in his hands. He brushed aside her long hair, examining her features intently before nodding in satisfaction. You'll do well. As a deathkin, your appearance meets my standards. Deathkin? Ulisa asked, her voice trembling. I thought I was to be your thrall. In the Von Draugr family, thralls are referred to as deathkin, Ulisa, Nolan explained softly. Straightening, he walked toward the door. Before stepping out, he turned back to her. In 2 days, you will experience a powerful bloodlust. Before that happens, a vampire named Baron Dura will visit you. He'll provide you with enough blood jelly to suppress your cravings. If you prefer feeding on muggle blood, he'll make the necessary arrangements for you. With that, Nolan Von Draugr vanished into the night, leaving Ulisa to grapple with her newfound existence. Chapter 31, Nolan's new interest. In November, Hogwarts began donning its winter garb. That morning, Nolan, still half asleep, was carried into the Great Hall by Miles, who was already accustomed to this ritual. Nolan collapsed onto the table like a lifeless body. While everyone else chatted cheerfully over breakfast, he slept. The young wizards were unfazed, this was typical behavior for Nolan. Not far away, Eve nibbled on her buttered sandwich, sneaking cautious glances at Nolan. His hair was a chaotic mess from sleep, which filled her with an urge to fix it for him. But she knew she couldn't, and even if she could, she didn't dare. Her musings were interrupted by Chong, who approached from the Ravenclaw table with a large hairbrush in hand. Miles, he looks like an absolute madman, Cho remarked, her tone a mix of exasperation and concern. Merlin's beard, when you drag him out of bed and get him dressed, why can't you at least make sure his hair is somewhat presentable? Miles paused mid-bite into a cheesy sausage, looking incredulous. Why don't you tell him to stop playing those muggle games all night? Cho's cheeks flushed a soft pink. I have my reasons. Camille Smith from Slytherin smirked and quipped with a mocking tone, "Oh, that's because he wouldn't listen to you either." Everyone knows Nolan doesn't listen to anyone. Cho's face turned bright red. She lowered her head, said nothing further, and focused on vigorously brushing Nolan's unruly hair. Nolan stirred slightly and mumbled, "Don't use a dog brush on me. This isn't a dog brush. I only use it on my own hair." Cho retorted, her frustration apparent. At that moment, the owl post arrived, marking the start of a peculiar scene. Around 10 owls swooped into the Great Hall, each carrying large, broomstick-shaped packages. The sight immediately stirred whispers among the students, all curious about the unusual delivery. The owls, moving in perfect sync, dropped their loads right in front of Nolan at the Slytherin table. The broom-shaped parcels landed with a cacophony of thuds, knocking over a pitcher of pumpkin juice. Orange liquid splashed everywhere, and Cho let out a startled scream. But before a single drop could touch her, a sleek black umbrella opened to shield her. To everyone's amazement, the person holding the umbrella, still very much asleep, was Nolan himself. Miles stared, his mouth agape, before finally finding his voice. Shaking Nolan awake, he exclaimed, Nolan, what on earth have you done now?" Nolan responded groggily. Miles pointed at the pile of packages. "What is this?" Glancing at the bundles, Nolan's typically expressionless face lit up with an uncharacteristic trace of excitement. "After our last flying class, I got interested in taking apart brooms. So I bought a few." Nolan's reply was utterly nonchalant. He began tearing open the packages under the astonished gazes of the surrounding students. The contents spilled out, 12 brand new broomsticks from various top-tier lines, including the Comet, Clean Sweep, and Nimbus series. Among them were 3 Nimbus 2000s, currently the most advanced brooms on the market. Cho, who adored brooms, covered her mouth in disbelief. One Nimbus 2000 alone cost 380 galleons, a sum equivalent to an average wizard family's annual income. "Oh. Merlin. Nolan glanced at Cho, then at the brooms, as if weighing something. Finally, with a tone of reluctant generosity, he said, "If you want to ride one, I'll let you. But you'll have to return it afterward. I want to examine its internal structure." Cho's outrage was palpable. "You're planning to dismantle them? I can't believe it. Nolan, how could you even think of doing that?" "I'm curious about the magic behind their flight," Nolan said softly. At that moment, Professor McGonagall arrived, clearly intrigued by the commotion Nolan had caused yet again. Adjusting her glasses, she surveyed the scene. "Oh my, what a splendid sight," she said with a hint of amusement. "Mr. Von Draugr, perhaps before you disassemble these fine brooms, you might allow the school's Quidditch teams to experience their exceptional speed." Nolan reluctantly muttered, "If you insist." The drama at the breakfast table quickly came to an end. Though many were envious of Nolan's collection of over a dozen broomsticks and curious about how much gold he must have to his name, few truly believed he would disassemble those extraordinarily valuable brooms simply to study flying magic. But the next day, shocking news spread throughout the castle. Nolan had already dismantled a Nimbus 2000. It was said that Marcus Flint, the Slytherin Quidditch team captain, was so distraught that he broke into loud sobs, apparently fed up with his old Clean Sweep 7. The incident caused a stir at Hogwarts, drawing even the attention of the professors. During potions class, Snape, his sleek black hair as polished as ever, mocked Nolan openly. "It seems our Mr. Von Draugr has found a new interest outside of Muggle games. Oh, poor soul, let us hope he gains something more than just the skill to dismantle broomsticks." Nolan replied softly, "Actually, I did learn something, Professor Snape. I discovered an inscription on the broomstick. I'm not sure if it's a modern language, but I can see that the arrangement of these symbols holds special significance for the broom's functionality. It's fascinating." Snape's breath hitched. After a moment of silence, he grudgingly muttered, "How wonderful." For days, the Slytherin common room buzzed with activity. Younger students struck dramatic poses as if riding brooms while older students crowded around Nolan. The disassembly of a broomstick was an uncommon event. Once taken apart, it was nearly impossible to reassemble properly. So, the opportunity to examine the internal structure of a broomstick up close was exceedingly rare. The Slytherin prefect, Dalric Connaught, diligently helped Nolan record the broom's magical array and its inscriptions, while his girlfriend used a measuring tape to document the exact dimensions and placement of each magical marking. Nolan himself was deep in thought, his usual gaming sessions noticeably reduced. Occasionally, he would look excited, jotting down notes in English on parchment. Sheet after sheet was filled with diagrams and observations incomprehensible to Miles, who could only shake his head in bewilderment. In a quiet corner of the common room sat Eve Stock. She watched from afar as Nolan, surrounded by a crowd, became the center of attention. Her heart swirled with a mixture of envy and sorrow. Just then, Montague Lockman strode into the common room from outside and called out to Nolan, his voice loud and teasing. "Hey, Nolan. Your little girlfriend's waiting for you outside. Looks like she wants to talk to you. The room erupted with the sound of several girls sighing in disappointment. Little girlfriend? Nolan asked quietly, then seemed to piece it together himself. Cho. Chapter 32, Blossoming Feelings and the Lack of Romance. The girls at Hogwarts had always been very interested in Nolan. It wasn't as though no one had tried to approach him. Despite Nolan's distant demeanor, he seemed to struggle with rejecting others. Invitations to hang out usually prompted some deliberation before he eventually nodded and agreed. However, for many of the girls, the bigger obstacle wasn't Nolan himself, it was the other girls around him. At first, Nolan was always accompanied by the Slytherin silver-haired Eve. During the early weeks of the term, the two were practically inseparable. Eve clung to Nolan's robes like a little sister, and many young witches envied her position. But after some time, something changed, and the two stopped speaking. Rumors spread that Nolan had dumped Eve. As for why, it was whispered that Eve Stock was a Muggle-born Slytherin. The idea of a Muggle-born in Slytherin shocked even the Gryffindors. To their knowledge, such a thing hadn't happened in over 1,000 years. After Eve left Nolan's side, the other girls thought they finally had a chance to get close to the Slytherin prince. But much to their surprise, Chong from Ravenclaw quickly stepped in. Despite being in a different house, Cho always found reasons to linger around Nolan, just as she was doing now. Cho was waiting in the corridor, leaning casually against the wall. Her chin was tilted slightly downward, a shy curve gracing her lips. When she saw Nolan emerge from the Slytherin common room, her face lit up. Raising her hand, she waved gently, her voice soft and sweet. Hi, Nolan. Cho had changed a lot recently. Believing that Nolan liked girls like Eve, she had tried to transform herself. Originally outgoing and confident, she had worked hard to adopt a more demure demeanor. Though she couldn't fully suppress her natural boldness, she had managed to add a touch of shyness to her personality. Nolan glanced at Cho, his expression neutral. After a moment of thought, he tilted his head and asked in a soft voice, "Are you bored?" No. Cho's cheeks flushed red with frustration. Why was this boy so oblivious? She fidgeted with the hem of her robes and said anxiously, "I applied to join the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. If all goes well, I'll be on the team next year." Nolan nodded nonchalantly. That's good. Cho's face darkened. Nolan thought for a moment, then added uncertainly, "Congratulations." Cho's expression soured further as she fell silent. Nolan turned away. "I'll head back now. I've made some progress in my research on flying brooms. I believe that even without relying on such ridiculous contraptions, it's possible to achieve flight." Nolan. Cho cried out in exasperation. "Are you deliberately treating me this way? I don't believe you can't see how I feel. You're still thinking about Eve, aren't you? I admit she's a lovely girl, but you shouldn't ignore me because of her." Nolan sighed and turned back to look Cho over. He wasn't clueless, he could tell what some of these young witches were thinking. But he was a vampire. For his kind, procreation didn't require coupling with another vampire, and so sexual desire was often overshadowed by their insatiable thirst for blood. And even if he did experience desire, it certainly wouldn't be for these 11 or 12-year-old girls. Nolan replied softly, "Cho, you're too young. But I'm the same age as Eve." "Eve is too young as well," Nolan said matter-of-factly. He paused, then added, "Though I can't figure out what Eve is thinking. She doesn't seem to like talking to me anymore, but that's fine. I don't need everyone to like me. Professor Snape doesn't like me much either. It's strange, why does he always pick on me?" Cho's eye twitched. With a sigh, she said, "Probably because you ruined his image. Lately, everyone's been secretly laughing at Snape's new hairstyle." "Is that so?" "Nolan, don't change the subject." Chong took a step closer, her intense black eyes locking onto Nolan. Her straightforward demeanor radiated from her as she demanded, "You said I'm too young. Does that mean I'll have a chance when I grow up?" Nolan replied softly, "I won't deny it. If you're determined to stick to your feelings, I could always turn you into one of my kind." "One of your kind?" Cho tilted her head, confusion clouding her expression. She didn't quite grasp what Nolan meant, but the implication of a future together thrilled her. Smiling brightly, she declared, "Then you can't ignore me anymore, and you definitely can't treat me coldly. After all, I'm your future girlfriend. If you ignore me, I'll get angry. You know, in my family, my dad always listens to my mom. He says it's a man's virtue." "Your dad is quite the man," Nolan remarked dryly, his tone laced with sarcasm. Cho puffed her chest proudly. "Of course. They get along so well." Her voice dropped to a softer tone as she continued, "So, Nolan, you can't reject me. If I invite you over for Christmas, you'll come to my house, right?" "Maybe. Maybe isn't good enough. You have to come." Cho insisted, her earnest expression leaving no room for negotiation. She thought for a moment and added, "Otherwise, I'll be really mad." After parting ways with Cho, Nolan headed back to the Slytherin common room. Along the way, in the corner of a dimly lit corridor, he came across Eve Stock. Her eyes were red, and she wore an expression of confusion and sadness. The moment Eve saw Nolan, she lowered her head in distress and darted away, her footsteps echoing as she fled. Ah! As Eve turned the corner, she collided with someone. Unfortunately, it was none other than Malcolm Baddock. Malcolm's disdain for Eve was unparalleled. To him, even Nolan Von Draugr, the boy who had once turned him into a toad, was preferable to a muggle-born like her. Malcolm's face twisted in anger as he barked at her, "Watch where you're going, you filthy mud." He froze mid-sentence, his voice dying abruptly as though he'd been choked. Malcolm had spotted Nolan, who was standing not far away, his usual blank expression fixed in place. Despite Nolan's calm demeanor, Malcolm had no doubt that the Slytherin could easily make his life a living hell with a single flick of his wand. Without another word, Malcolm turned and fled. Nolan tilted his head slightly and said in a soft, even tone, "Malcolm, avoid using that word in the future." Eve's heart sank even further. For the past 2 months, she had barely managed to get by. Apart from Alicia Spinett's visits, everyone in her dormitory treated her as an outcast. Daily, she endured the glares and bullying from her fellow Slytherins. She had once enjoyed flying lessons, but after that incident, she began to dread them. Flying wasn't the same anymore, and her performance on a broom had worsened significantly. Madame Hooch had tried to counsel Eve, attempting to ease her burden. But it was futile. Eve could only wallow in self-blame, repeating, "It's all my fault Nolan ended up like this." Her only refuge was her bed, buried under her covers. There, she felt safe and free. In the quiet of her cocoon, she could endlessly replay the first 2 weeks of school, convincing herself that Nolan had protected her. Chapter 33, McGonagall's attempt. One weekend in November, most of the senior students headed off to the wizarding village of Hogsmeade, leaving the vast Hogwarts castle feeling empty. The first and second-year students who remained behind mostly lounged in their common rooms, catching up on sleep. A few, however, such as a certain pair of red-haired troublemakers, ventured out into the snow for a lively snowball fight. Nolan Von Draugr didn't mind the cold. His body temperature was naturally low, and even when he exhaled into the winter air, no mist escaped his lips like it did for witches and muggles. The crisp chill sharpened his mind, and in such weather, Nolan often found it unnecessary to sleep at night. "Let's give it a try, Mr. Von Draugr," said Professor McGonagall, her voice steady and authoritative. She and Nolan were in the Transfiguration classroom, where they had pushed all the desks and chairs into the corners to create a large, open space for their research into new transfiguration techniques. "I'm not sure if the vampiric transformation technique will work for wizards," Nolan said softly. "Don't worry. If McGonagall goes feral after transforming, I'll just knock her out," chimed in Felicia. She cracked her knuckles loudly, making her enthusiasm unmistakable. Nolan turned to McGonagall with a faint smile. "That's wonderful news, Professor. Now you don't need to worry about losing control." "You have a point, Mr. Von Draugr," McGonagall replied with a sigh. She couldn't help but marvel at Felicia's lively personality. Despite being a centuries-old vampire, Felicia seemed more like a playful, energetic young woman than an ancient being. "Since you've had experience transforming into a cat, I suggest you attempt a feline form for this vampiric transformation. It should help you ease into the state and resist being overwhelmed by wild instincts," Nolan proposed calmly. He added, "In fact, if a vampire's first transformation is into a wolf, their second is almost always a dog. The overlap in behavior between wolves and dogs is significant. Some even say that dogs are simply domesticated wolves." McGonagall nodded in agreement and began her transformation. Channeling her magic into herself, she initiated the process, and her formidable magical energy began reshaping her body. Although McGonagall was no stranger to altering her physical form, being a skilled animagus who had spent significant portions of her life as a cat, this transformation proved to be agonizing. Her aged body felt as if it were being torn apart. Nolan blinked as he observed the bizarre creature that materialized before him. It had the body of a sleek black panther, but one leg was a petite cat's paw, while the other remained unmistakably human. A chimera. Felicia's eyes sparkled with excitement. She clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "What an incredible creature! Is this McGonagall's transformation? It's so ugly, but I want to keep it." Nolan shook his head. "I think she just failed." "Oh, poor Professor McGonagall." Indeed, McGonagall appeared to be in great pain. The panther half of her body was drenched in sweat, leaving its black fur damp and matted. Felicia cheerfully delivered a powerful punch to the panther's head, rendering it unconscious. Nolan quickly counteracted the vampiric transformation with his unicorn wand, reverting the chimera back into the form of an elderly witch. "This was a terrible idea, Mr. Von Draugr," McGonagall said half an hour later, after regaining consciousness. Reflecting on the experience, she admitted, we should never have attempted to use vampiric power on a witch. During the transformation, I felt as though all the blood in my body was boiling, almost evaporating. Your kind's power undoubtedly stems from your blood. Wizards don't possess such an inherent force. I had hoped magic could substitute for bloodlines, Nolan said thoughtfully. It seems that isn't feasible. To achieve our goal, we have two options. The first is to create a magical artifact capable of converting magical energy into bloodline power. The second is to develop a potion that can temporarily grant non-vampires the attributes of our kind. Professor McGonagall pondered Nolan's suggestions, realizing that both avenues, creating magical tools or developing a potion, were theoretically feasible, though extremely challenging. Modern witches and wizards had few skilled artisans capable of crafting magical artifacts. The most commonly produced items were flying broomsticks and wands. As for creating new potions, sourcing the necessary ingredients was a significant hurdle. Nolan shared his perspective. We can work on inventing the new transformation magic while also preparing a magical artifact and a potion to enable wizard-vampire hybrids. I'm confident this won't take too much time. Professor McGonagall, I'm the only one who can simultaneously wield vampiric abilities and wizarding magic. Please teach me the Animagus spell, and I'll use it as a foundation to develop this new transformation magic. Professor McGonagall hesitated. She worried about whether Nolan could withstand the process of becoming an Animagus. Even among experienced and knowledgeable wizards, some lost themselves to the animal instincts and became permanently trapped in their beast forms. In fact, the number of officially registered animagi each year rarely exceeded double digits, highlighting how rare it was for wizards to master this ability. Nolan, however, remained unfazed. I began learning vampiric transformation techniques at the age of 7. Believe me, that is far more challenging than becoming an Animagus. Being constantly influenced by a beast's primal instincts isn't exactly enjoyable. Felicia giggled mischievously. Nolan's first transformation was into a lamb. There were several occasions when I couldn't find him, only for the maids to discover him kneeling in the grass, chewing on clover. At the time, he outright refused to believe he was a vampire and insisted he'd been born a lamb. A faint flush of color spread across Nolan's pale skin as he anxiously tugged on Felicia's gown. Please stop talking. Why shouldn't I talk about it? While I still don't understand why turning into a lamb has any practical use, it was absolutely adorable. From that day forward, Nolan has always been a sweet little lamb in my heart. Nolan glanced awkwardly at Professor McGonagall, trying to maintain his dignity as he mumbled, my second transformation was into a wolf. Among vampires, it's not uncommon for someone to take the form of a herbivore. It's actually quite useful, we can disguise ourselves as harmless prey animals. After all, werewolves would never suspect their mortal enemies to appear so docile. Of course. Felicia chimed in with a mischievous grin. They'd never expect it, but even if they don't suspect anything, they'd still happily gobble up a tender little lamb for lunch. Nolan stared blankly at Felicia for a long moment before softly declaring, Felicia, I dislike you. Watching their odd sibling dynamic, Professor McGonagall's lined face twitched as she fought back laughter. Finally, she managed to compose herself. Very well, Mr. Von Draugr. I'll teach you the Animagus spell, but you must promise not to practice it unsupervised. Your skill in transfiguration is the best in your year, and I'd hate to lose such a talented student, even if he's not a wizard. Chapter 34, Ancient Runes. Instead, he seemed obsessed with tinkering with the school's flying brooms. He disassembled and reassembled them repeatedly, often leaving some irreparably damaged. The Slytherins, though heartbroken, had no choice but to toss the broom fragments into the common room fire as kindling. At the insistence of Marcus Flint, the Slytherin Quidditch captain, Nolan reluctantly contributed a functional Nimbus 2000 for the team's use. The result? Silver and green streaks dominated the Quidditch pitch as the Slytherins reveled in the speed and stability of the broom. During the first Quidditch match of the season, their sixth-year seeker captured the Golden Snitch in under 30 minutes, securing a victory over Hufflepuff. As Christmas approached, Chongs became increasingly persistent in her pursuit of Nolan. She seemed determined to solidify their relationship before the holidays and to bring her boyfriend home for her first winter break at Hogwarts. I thought Easterners were supposed to be reserved and shy, Nolan remarked one day, finally voicing his frustration. Oh, don't be silly, Nolan. For a girl, love is war. Would you show mercy to your opponent on the battlefield? Cho retorted confidently. Her argument made a strange kind of sense to Nolan, so he decided to stop resisting her daily flirtations. This development left many Hogwarts girls heartbroken, as it seemed the Slytherin prince was growing closer to the Asian witch. He began bringing his tinkering projects out of the Slytherin common room, sometimes working on them in the Great Hall or even the library, where Madame Pants would repeatedly shout at them, take those filthy contraptions elsewhere. Cho occasionally tried to understand what Nolan was working on. However, when she managed to coax a piece of parchment filled with strange runes and circular diagrams from him, she quickly gave up any hope of comprehension. What on earth is this? She asked, baffled. Runic script, Nolan replied softly, setting aside a barely functional clean sweep 7. He stretched his stiff shoulders before gracefully sipping his special tomato juice. Professor McGonagall introduced me to these symbols. They're fascinating. Depending on how they're arranged, they can carry magical properties. Even the way each rune is written, the shape, size, and angle, affects the magic they produce. I've been researching runes through books in the library, but it's not enough. That's why I'm studying the internal structures of these brooms. I want to understand how their creators imbued them with their unique properties. Jo nodded in a show of understanding, though it was clear she was lost. Nolan considered her reaction for a moment. A master of runes could create magical artifacts. Magical artifacts. Jo exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Could you make a makeup kit that sneaks in every morning to apply flawless eye makeup before you wake up? Nolan paused, caught off guard by the request. Why would you think of something like that? He asked softly before adding, it doesn't sound too difficult. On the last day before the holiday break, Eve still hadn't spoken to Nolan. She seemed resolute in her decision to sever ties with him entirely. Eve's situation hadn't improved much. Miles often muttered to Nolan when he returned to the dormitory, saying, Eve was bullied again by her own housemates. They really tore into her this time. Miles felt sorry for her and genuinely pitied her predicament. He also thought Eve was incredibly beautiful, perhaps even more so than Cho Chang, who had been spending so much time with Nolan lately. Miles sometimes fantasized about being brave enough to rescue Eve from the Slytherins' bullying and winning her heart in the process. Unfortunately, he neither had the courage nor the means to make this fantasy a reality. As such, he frequently dropped hints to Nolan, can't you do something to help her? Nolan kept his eyes fixed on the screen of his gaming device, replying softly, if she asks me for help, I'll do it. But she hates me now, and I don't help people who hate me. From the adjacent bed, Malcolm Baddock sneered. That mudblood, who wormed her way into Slytherin through sheer luck, has finally been abandoned by her protector, the great Nolan Von Draugr. As expected. Both Nolan and Miles snapped in unison, hey, Malcolm, shut your mouth. As the winter holidays approached, the first years eagerly boarded the Hogwarts Express heading back to London, excited for a whole month of rest. You have to come to my house. Jo insisted as they parted ways. I'll have Lemon Pie deliver you an invitation. Oh, and your sister is welcome to join us too. Lemon Pie was apparently Cho's family owl. The aging bird spent over 300 days a year asleep, and Nolan wasn't entirely sure it could successfully find Randall Gorge. After stepping off platform 9 3/4, Nolan said goodbye to Miles, Montague, and Alicia before finding the person who had come to collect him. Miss Teresa, you're right on time, he said, taking the large cat she carried in her arms and gently stroking its fur. Miss Nancy, as well, congratulations on not getting lost. The cat let out a dignified huff, purring as if to say, praise me more. During the break, it seemed Miss Teresa had acquired a car. Nolan wasn't particularly fond of cars, they made him carsick. Steam trains were fine, but enclosed spaces in cars were a different matter. While waiting for Miss Teresa to load his luggage into the trunk, Nolan noticed Eve stock crying as she embraced her parents. Her family stood out with their striking silver hair, characteristic of their Danish heritage. Eve also had an older brother, perhaps 4 or 5 years her senior, who appeared envious of his sister's magical education. He was enthusiastically pestering her about magical gifts she might have brought back. Someone you know, Your Highness? Miss Teresa asked politely after finishing with the luggage. Nolan considered her question for a moment before replying softly, just an acquaintance. As he climbed into the car, he seemed to catch Eve's gaze. Her eyes were red, and tears streamed down her face in steady trails. What a crybaby. Miss Nancy remarked disdainfully, nestled in Nolan's arms. Nolan hesitated before murmuring, she must be happy to return to the Muggle world. Because her time at Hogwarts wasn't kind to her. Chapter 35, The Gatekeeper of Randall Gorge. When he brought up the issue to Felicia, she waved it off nonchalantly. Isn't that easy? Just go find one, she said, not even bothering to lift her head. Felicia had recently become obsessed with Muggle nail polish and was entirely focused on experimenting with different colors for her long, elegant nails. Felicia's casual attitude towards such matters was something Nolan had grown accustomed to. Realizing he wouldn't get any practical advice from his sister, he stopped wasting time and began making his own plans. On Christmas Eve, Nolan set out to find a suitable gatekeeper. He left Randall Gorge accompanied by Miss Teresa and Miss Nancy. In recent years, with the increase in hunting activities across England, vampires had become less inclined to take long-distance flights in bird form. The Von Draugr family, with their affinity for Muggle innovations, preferred traveling by car. Miss Teresa drove the small car to a remote area in Yorkshire, navigating through withered trees into an isolated swamp. They hadn't gone far when several skeletal soldiers emerged in their path. These skeletons, wielding swords and shields, clattered their jaws as though trying to speak. Skeletal soldiers were peculiar magical constructs, created from muggle bones and reanimated from the underworld. Despite being dead, they often forgot this fact and attempted to speak. However, lacking vocal cords and tongues, all they could do was chatter their jaws noisily. After some futile jaw clattering, a woman's voice echoed from the swamp. Enough already. Let them through, you idiots. The car drove another 20 seconds or so before a crooked wooden hut came into view. Standing in front of it was a young woman dressed in black. When Nolan stepped out of the car, she greeted him warmly with an embrace. Nolan. I'm so happy to see you. I thought you might be later. Felicia didn't come. I made some delicious blood jelly for both of you this year. I'm happy to see you too, Stephanie, Nolan replied, nuzzling into her embrace. He spoke softly, Felicia likely won't come. She's been utterly distracted by all kinds of muggle novelties lately. If you want to see her, I suggest visiting Randall Gorge during Christmas. Stephanie led Nolan, Miss Teresa, and Miss Nancy into her hut. Once they were seated, a skeleton in a tailcoat appeared beside her and began pouring tea. Stephanie handed a cup to Nolan but, after waiting a while without receiving a second cup, grew visibly annoyed. Seabass. You idiot. How many times do I have to tell you? If we have guests, brew more tea. The skeleton chattered its jaw in response, prompting Stephanie to wave it off impatiently. Ugh, enough. I can't understand a word you're saying, and you know that. Nolan observed the interaction with great interest before suddenly asking, Stephanie, were you a witch before you became a necromancer? I was born a necromancer, Stephanie replied, pouring herself a cup of tea and sipping it with elegance. I'm a hybrid. My father was a necromancer, and my mother was a witch. When I was 11, I received a Hogwarts acceptance letter, just like you. I was so proud and excited. But I quickly discovered I was far better at necromancy than at wizarding magic. The wizarding world had no place for me, so I dropped out. Nolan said softly, I think you would have been an exceptional Ravenclaw. You're right, I always was, Stephanie replied, a hint of pride in her tone. Nolan, are you staying for a few days? I could take you to see the migration of the trolls. I've been wanting to drive those smelly neighbors away for ages. They've been fouling up my swamp, and I've had to create skeletons specifically to clean up their mess. Nolan gently patted the necromancer's hand. I'm sorry, Stephanie, but I can't stay today. I'm here to find a suitable gatekeeper for Randall Gorge. Do you have any recommendations? Stephanie thought for a moment before disappearing into the crooked interior room. She returned with a thick book, its cover adorned with the skull of a rabbit, exuding an eerie aura. Flipping through the pages rapidly, she muttered, a suitable gatekeeper. For vampires, the best choice would be gargoyles. Unfortunately, there are no gargoyles left in England. Most of them moved to Bulgaria after the wizarding purge 3 centuries ago. Oh, and no, I wouldn't recommend a 3-headed dog. Those big mutts sneeze fire when their noses itch, and that could easily turn your carefully maintained garden to ashes. Besides, you and Felicia keep cats. Miss Nancy indignantly slapped the table with her tiny paw, protesting vehemently, I am no pet. How about a succubus? Stephanie suggested. They excel in mental magic and can drive away unruly muggles. Nolan shook his head. Those creatures are filthy. If they weren't so weak, they would undoubtedly be our mortal enemies. Oh no, Stephanie. If it were just about keeping muggles away, I could cast a muggle-repelling charm over the gorge, just as you've done with your swamp. I need someone who can handle uninvited vampire hunters. You know the type, those self-righteous mercenaries only in it for the money. Dealing with them daily is tiresome. Then how about a dark elf? Stephanie tapped a page in her book and read aloud, Dark elves are fallen forest elves who often ally with dark creatures. They won't disdain you for practicing necromancy. They're skilled gardeners and can help nurture your beloved garden. They're also excellent archers, perfect for driving off unwelcome guests. If you need a gardener or a ranger, a dark elf is your best bet. Nolan's curiosity was piqued. What book is this? A guide to managing necromancer and vampire homes, a compendium of dark creature hires. Why do you ask? I think it's wonderful, Nolan said softly. House elves, known for their aversion to dark creatures, rarely served anyone outside the wizarding world. Thus, necromancers like Stephanie often had to hire others to handle their household chores. Dark elves, then. Stephanie, where can I find one? Elves in England all live in Ireland, Stephanie replied. You should try your luck there. Or maybe you'll find 1 or 2 for sale on the black market, who's to say? She paused, thinking. But dark elves can be quite expensive. You know, they're often purchased by dark wizards as lovers because of their beauty. Nolan set down his teacup. It seems I'll be taking a trip to Ireland. Thank you for your hospitality, Stephanie. I'll look forward to seeing you at Randall Gorge this Christmas. Chapter 36, The Chong Family. The forest elves resided in a woodland near Limerick, Ireland. Their domain spanned hundreds of kilometers, and while vampires were not their enemies, they were far from welcome guests. As soon as Nolan approached the elves' territory, he was greeted with arrows and warnings, and it became clear that the elves were on edge. Something seemed to be unsettling the entire elven community in Ireland, but Nolan had little interest in their affairs. His sole concern was to find a suitable gatekeeper, but luck was not on his side. After spending 3 days in Ireland, Nolan returned to England on Christmas Day. The Sistine estate of the Von Draugr family was lively that day. Nolan not only encountered several relatives he hadn't seen in years but also had the rare opportunity to meet all 14 of Grand Duchess Felicia's undead kin. Necromancer Stephanie and Nolan's second undead kin, Ulisa Heckler, also made their appearances. Together, they retrieved several young maidens from the cellar and enjoyed a harmonious and festive feast. Christmas was indeed a fascinating holiday. Originally a religious celebration, it had become beloved by wizards, even though they were technically pagans. It was no surprise that even vampires like the Von Draugr family enjoyed joining the festivities. Nolan received numerous gifts that day. From Baron Dura, he got Winning Her Heart, a vampire's gentlemanly guide. Dalric gifted him a complete set of bodybuilding and fitness equipment for men. Nolan stared silently at both gifts for a long time. Grand Duchess Felicia's gift was a self-funded photo collection titled The Elegant and Perfect Day of Felicia Von Draugr, Vampire Grand Duchess. Nolan leafed through it expressionlessly from cover to cover before tossing it into the trash. Miss Nancy gave him an exquisite cat teaser wand, which Nolan used to play with her for an entire afternoon. Miss Teresa, the maid, presented a set of silver cutlery. Although Nolan couldn't quite figure out the utility of knives and forks for a vampire, he still carefully stowed them away in the depths of his coffin. Red-haired Italian songstress Libera Russo sent him tickets to her concert. Grateful, Nolan passed them on to Miles, who excitedly declared it the best Christmas gift he'd ever received. His Slytherin friend sent a variety of snacks and treats, but Nolan, unable to eat them, passed them to Stephanie, who seemed quite interested in them. Speaking of Stephanie, she gave Nolan a skull, claiming it belonged to the legendary French vampire, Bluebeard. Nolan, however, suspected she was bluffing. Rumor had it Bluebeard was still alive. Ulisa Heckler, heiress of HK Corporation, gifted Nolan a commemorative G3 rifle. Nolan admired its craftsmanship and thought it was truly a beautiful weapon. The Weasley twins sent over a collection of dung bombs, which Grand Duchess Felicia gleefully tossed around the estate until Miss Teresa intervened and brought the chaos to an end. Professor McGonagall thoughtfully sent Nolan a psychological self-help book, possibly believing he was too serious. Meanwhile, Professor Dumbledore sent a bundle of woolen socks, likely his own favorite thing. Eve Stock presented Nolan with a gorgeous silver pocket watch engraved with an intricately detailed Slytherin serpent. Judging by its craftsmanship, Nolan guessed it was extremely valuable, though he couldn't quite discern Eve's intentions. As for Cho Chong, her gift appeared to be a homemade cake. Accompanying it was a letter once again urging Nolan to visit her home. She had even included her address this time. 3 days after Christmas, under the cover of night, Nolan transformed into a massive raven and soared into the sky. Gliding through the cold air currents for 3 hours, he finally descended upon a quiet residential neighborhood in London. He located Cho Chang's address, a charming grey cottage. 2 cars were parked outside, and the house had a small garden with a swing and a summer pool. Nolan rang the doorbell, and shortly after, a little girl opened the door. "It's my sister's schoolmate. I saw you at King's Cross Station," she squealed. "Are you a wizard too? I know you can do magic. Can you show me? My sister never uses magic in front of me. Underage wizards can't use magic outside of school. That's Hogwarts rule." Cho scolded as she appeared from inside the house, wearing an apron and looking every bit the part of a caring older sister. She urged her sister, "By Chong, you need to go take your bath now. Don't block the doorway and keep Nolan waiting." Bai Chong pouted and muttered under her breath, "She's so stingy." She ran back inside, her footsteps echoing through the house as she yelled, "Dad. Mom. Sister brought home her boyfriend from school. This child." Cho muttered, clearly exasperated. She turned to Nolan and complained, "Ever since I was chosen by Hogwarts, she's been so envious. She acts like it's my fault she didn't get to go with me." "She just admires you," Nolan said softly as he handed over a gift. "Merry Christmas, Cho." "Oh, thank you. At least you remembered to bring me a gift," Cho said, a smile lighting up her face. She took it cheerfully, then crouched down to hand Nolan a pair of house slippers before taking his hand and leading him inside. The house was warm and inviting. Cho's parents, both kind-looking, were present. Cho's mother was energetic and youthful, with a playful disposition. She teased her daughter about Nolan's appearance and quickly got into a lively quarrel with her 2 daughters. Her father, on the other hand, was a shrewd wizard who seemed to have retired from the magical world to work in a muggle bank. He enthusiastically started talking to Nolan about Quidditch because, of course, wizards always ended up talking about Quidditch. Upon hearing that Slytherin had soundly defeated Hufflepuff this year, however, he visibly deflated. Cho's mother, meanwhile, eagerly asked Nolan about her daughter's school life. When she learned that Cho had managed to explore every single forbidden room in Hogwarts within 3 months, she beamed with pride and exclaimed, "That's my daughter," much to Nolan's amusement. Late that night, Cho showed Nolan to the room her family had prepared for him. Blushing slightly, she apologized, "I'm sorry if my parents were a bit overwhelming." "No," Nolan replied firmly. "Compared to my sister, they're absolute paragons of decorum." Chapter 37, The Troubles of Eve. Her parents adored her, and her older brother doted on her endlessly. The warmth and care of her family gradually healed the scars left by the bullying she had endured at school. However, one unexpected development caught Eve off guard. Her Muggle family seemed to have a keen interest in Hogwarts. Despite her reluctance, Eve had no choice but to recount her school experiences to her family. To her dismay, she found her own stories lacking in excitement. Her knowledge and perspective on the magical school were skewed, leaving her with little to share. As a result, she repeated the same handful of happy memories over and over again. "Wow. That's so cool," her brother exclaimed enthusiastically for the 8th time as Eve described how Nolan had magically flung a boy named Malcolm into the air and turned him into a toad. "His name is Nolan." Eve's mother, a kind and gentle woman, beamed with joy. "What a thoughtful and kind young gentleman, standing up for you like that." Then, struck by a sudden idea, she added, "Oh, Eve, why didn't you invite him to spend Christmas with us? You know we'd welcome him with open arms." If I see him at school again, I'll let him know about your invitation," Eve said, her voice faltering as her mood darkened. "But I'm not sure if Nolan would want to visit. He's always so busy." She trailed off, her voice low and her lips pouting slightly. Eve's father, ever perceptive, picked up on her change in demeanor. That evening, while the house was quiet, Eve tiptoed downstairs to get a drink of water. She found her father lounging on the sofa, enjoying a beer and watching a Muggle soccer match. Men always seemed to love those round, bouncy balls, be they Muggles or wizards. "Dad, are you done with work for the day?" Eve asked sweetly, bringing over a basket of snacks for him. She curled up beside him, resting her head against his shoulder like a little cat, her eyes closing as she enjoyed the comforting strokes of his hand on her hair. "Haha, I've got a long holiday after Christmas this year," her father said with a laugh. "Eve, if you're up for it, we could go on a trip. Germany, Italy, though not France. Your brother keeps pestering me to see the Eiffel Tower, but I've got no love for the French." Eve perked up at the suggestion. Perhaps it was a universal trait of girls to love the idea of traveling. "I want to go skiing in Switzerland. And see the northern lights in Finland." "Sure thing," her father said with a wide grin. Seeing his daughter's spirits lifted erased the cloud of worry he had been feeling. "If you'd like, you can even invite some of your school friends along." Eve hesitated, her smile fading. "Eve," her father said seriously, "what's going on at school? Have you not made any friends?" "Well, maybe people just don't like me very much." Eve murmured, her voice trembling slightly. She had been longing to confide in someone, and her father was, of course, her best choice. "Dad, did you know? When students first arrive at our school, they're sorted into 4 different houses. My house has really strict expectations about blood status." Her father looked puzzled. "Blood status?" "Yeah. Wizarding bloodlines. If both parents are wizards, the child is considered pureblood. If only one parent is a wizard, the child is half-blood. And if neither of them are wizards." Eve's voice caught in her throat, and she whispered with tear-filled eyes, "They call me a mudblood." Her father froze, his expression darkening as anger flared in his eyes. "They call you what?" "A mudblood." Eve's voice cracked as she shook her head quickly, wiping away her tears. "Please don't be angry, Dad." She reached out to gently tug on his arm, trying to calm him down. "Now I understand why you've been so unhappy," Eve's father said, his voice tinged with anger. He had always treated his youngest daughter like a princess, sheltering her from hardship. To hear that she was being bullied at school was an outrage to him. "And the other, what's the word? Muggle-born children. Didn't they stand up for you?" "I'm the only one," Eve said, her voice quivering with sadness. "In 1,000 years, I'm the only one. I'm the most special Slytherin, and they all say I'm dirty and that I've ruined the traditions of Slytherin." Her father frowned deeply. "How could this happen? Is it possible they made a mistake during the sorting? If I write to your headmaster, do you think they'd consider letting you switch houses?" "I don't think so, Dad. Everyone says the sorting ceremony is sacred. In 1,000 years, no wizard has ever switched houses." Only wizards who truly embody a house's values are sorted into it. I don't know why I'm in Slytherin. Maybe the sorting hat made a mistake. Eve's father put aside his soccer match, his concern for his daughter's mental health taking precedence. After a moment of hesitation, he said gently, "Don't worry about it anymore. I'll take care of this." "Thank you, Dad." Eve beamed and gave her father a kiss on the cheek. Then she said excitedly, "If the professors agree to let me switch houses, I'd like to go to Hufflepuff. I think I'd fit in better there, everyone is so kind." Her father chuckled. "So, Nolan stood up for you because of this?" At the mention of Nolan, Eve's expression dimmed again. "Yes. Nolan is so brave. He's amazing, always so special in our house. If he's willing to stand up for you against most of your housemates, then he must be a good kid," her father said thoughtfully. "But he got hurt because of me," Eve mumbled tearfully, recalling what had happened during the first flying lesson. "It was all my fault that he got so badly injured. I don't know how to face him. I'm scared he won't talk to me anymore. He must hate me now, I caused him so much pain, and I haven't even apologized." "Then why not apologize?" her father asked gently. Eve started crying again. "What if he hates me anyway?" Her father sighed. Little girl's thoughts were often a tangled mess, and he found it hard to make sense of them. For that matter, even his wife's emotions were still a mystery to him after all these years. After soothing Eve and tucking her into bed, he sat in the quiet living room, lost in thought about what he had just heard. A 1-in-1,000-years anomaly? How could that be mere coincidence? His fists clenched tightly as a grim realization began to form. Slytherins always had at least one wizard parent. Eve's mother wasn't a witch, which meant her biological father must have been. As for him, he was as ordinary a muggle as they came. "Oh God. Oh God," he whispered, his voice trembling with anguish. "Why has this happened? Have you forsaken your faithful servant?" Chapter 38, Back to School. Instead, the Stock household became a battlefield of arguments and cold silences between the parents. Eve and her older brother didn't understand what was happening, but whenever a conflict erupted, the two innocent children could only retreat to their rooms in fear. As time went on, her brother, now slightly older, seemed to have pieced something together. His attitude toward Eve started to change, becoming wary and distant. To her dismay, Eve found herself missing Hogwarts, the very place she had once wished to leave behind, even going so far as to dream of not being a witch at all. Her home, once her sanctuary, had become scarier than even the Slytherin common room. She wanted to ask her parents to stop fighting, but her father's gaze no longer held its previous warmth. Instead, it was filled with a complicated mix of emotions, distant and conflicted. Her mother, fragile and unable to protect even herself, now resembled a frightened deer, rarely leaving her room and no longer cooking meals. On the night before Hogwarts reopened, Eve sat at the table eating cold pizza with her father and brother. The pizza was dry and salty, and Eve struggled to swallow it, finally washing it down with a glass of cold milk. Her father didn't remind her to heat it in the microwave. The next day, she left for Hogwarts with her luggage. Though most people there disliked her, Nolan's presence made her feel safe. Compared to her home, Hogwarts now felt like a refuge. On the Hogwarts Express, Eve caught sight of Nolan, someone she had missed dearly. The Slytherin prince seemed intent on spending time with Chongs from Ravenclaw. Eve recalled her first encounter with Nolan 4 months ago. He had been sitting in a compartment playing a Muggle video game, while the beautiful Cho sat across from him, chatting incessantly. Now, things were different. Cho was no longer across from him, she sat beside him, resting her chin on his shoulder as they watched the game together. Occasionally, they bickered over its content. Eve couldn't help but feel envious of Cho. When Nolan returned to the Slytherin dormitory, he noticed a new poster on the wall. It featured a woman with an enchanting smile, wearing a loose plaid shirt that slipped off her shoulder, exuding a seductive charm directed at Nolan from the poster. "Her?" asked Miles Bletchley, munching on a hot dog. "That's Sophie Marceau. She's been called the most beautiful woman in France. My whole family is obsessed with her right now." Nolan glanced at the poster and commented fairly, "She is quite charming." In the corner, Malcolm Baddock was quietly organizing his books, his ears turning red. Every so often, he cast furtive glances at the poster, and, occasionally, at Nolan. Miles noticed Malcolm's behavior and smirked. With a mocking tone, he said, "Sometimes you have to admit, Muggle things can be interesting. It's hard to find witches as captivating as they are." Speaking of witches. Miles gave Nolan a mischievous grin. "I heard you spent the holiday at Cho Chang's house." Nolan tilted his head slightly and asked softly, "How did you know?" "Oh, Merlin's beard, you actually did go to her house," Miles said with a sour tone. "Everyone knows by now. It's all over Hogwarts because someone spotted the two of you arriving at King's Cross in the same car." The girls don't want to believe it, they can't stand the idea of you already having a sweetheart. You're incredible, Nolan. Cho's the most attractive girl in our year, and you've already won her over. Nolan shook his head. Don't be ridiculous, Miles. Cho is still so young. But when she grows up, she's bound to be a stunning witch, Miles replied with a sly grin. Maybe I'll find her interesting once she's older, but for now, she doesn't have an ounce of feminine charm, Nolan said. Grabbing the robe tossed on his bed, he threw it over his shoulders. I need to head out, Professor McGonagall is looking for me. After Nolan left, Miles clicked his tongue, glancing at Malcolm. Hey, Malcolm, how was your holiday? Malcolm's hands paused mid-motion as he arranged his books. His voice was muffled as he replied, Don't talk to me, you impure-blooded half-breed. Miles shrugged nonchalantly. Figures. Malcolm, you die-hard pure-blood loyalist, you can cling to your ideals all your life. I hope your future wife is a flawless pure-blood aristocrat. Malcolm stood up, a proud smile on his face. Of course she will be. Only a pure-blooded witch is worthy of being the wife of the Baddock family. Nolan, given your personality, I feel obliged to ask, you didn't practice Animagus transformations on your own over the holiday, did you? Professor McGonagall's unexpected question broke the silence as she and Nolan prepared for a transfiguration experiment in the classroom. Nolan froze for a moment before shaking his head. No, I must say my holiday was quite eventful. I hear you visited Miss Chang's home, McGonagall said, her usually cold gaze tinged with amusement. Nolan blinked in surprise. Why does everyone know about this? Who's next, Professor Snape? He always seems far too interested in his students' personal lives. Honestly, he should have switched careers to the Daily Prophet. He'd probably be the most famous wizarding journalist of the century. McGonagall's eyes twinkled with amusement. Would he question uncooperative wizards with veridicirum? Nolan shrugged. I wouldn't be surprised. That man has never been shy about using potions. McGonagall chuckled softly before her tone became slightly gentler. That's good, Nolan. Both Professor Dumbledore and I hope you'll enjoy a pleasant and normal school life. I think you should take some time to savor your budding relationship with Miss Chong. Is that really appropriate? Nolan asked curiously. Professor, you must know that vampires traditionally offer their mates the first embrace, turning them into our kind. Recommending Cho to me, that could harm her. I don't believe becoming a vampire is a bad thing, McGonagall replied, her words surprising him. Though I wouldn't seek it out myself. Now then, Nolan, let's see your Animagus form. It's a challenging transformation, but I doubt it will trouble you. Nolan raised his wand and cast the Animagus spell on himself. The process was entirely different from the vampiric shape-shifting he was accustomed to. He felt the magic gradually strip away his primate instincts, altering his bones and muscles. By the end, a jet-black horse stood in his place. McGonagall gasped sharply, adjusting her glasses. Oh, Merlin's beard, Nolan, your Animagus form is a thestral. Chapter 39, she must be expelled. Thestrals are a unique magical creature, visible only to those who have witnessed death. Typically, a thestral resembles a skeletal horse with a dragon-like head. Their bodies are skinless, exposing black, scraggly fur over their bones, and they possess large bat-like wings, exuding an aura of terror. Nolan's Animagus form was a juvenile thestral. It was the size of a foal, lacking the fangs of its adult counterparts, and looked more awkward than frightening. It was scrawny, with some flesh still covering its bones, and its skin was covered in black hair. Professor McGonagall crouched down, meeting the young thestral's gaze. Are you all right, Mr. Von Draugr? Can you maintain your rationality? The young thestral let out a low growl and began thrashing violently. McGonagall, seemingly anticipating this, waved her wand and transformed him back into his human form. Nolan wiped the cold sweat from his face and retrieved a few blood-flavored jelly beans from his pocket, eating them quickly. This isn't an ordinary animal. I nearly succumbed to the aura of death. McGonagall nodded thoughtfully. It's remarkable. However, she hesitated before continuing, I must inform you, Mr. Von Draugr, that wizard Animagus forms don't typically manifest as magical creatures. There was once a wizard who attempted to transform into a dragon, but he ended up as a blue-tongued skink, a rather unattractive lizard. Another student aimed for a unicorn but became a pitiful Shetland pony instead. Perhaps, because you are a vampire, your Animagus form took on the shape of a thestral. Nolan found this intriguing. Thestrals were swift flyers and, unlike other flying creatures, they were formidable in combat. He attempted the Animagus transformation a few more times, but each attempt ended in failure. The transformation into a thestral imposed a heavy burden on him, forcing him to use all his rationality to remind himself that he was not dead and had not been claimed by death. After his final unsuccessful attempt, McGonagall, her face stern, firmly forbade him from continuing. She kindly handed him an O-negative blood pack and personally escorted him back to the Slytherin common room. "There's no need to feel discouraged, Mr. Von Draugr," she said. "You must understand that assuming the form of a magical creature presents immense challenges for anyone, even a vampire. Since such forms inherently possess magical abilities, mastering the transformation involves not only controlling the beast's instincts but also commanding its magical powers. It will take time, perhaps a year, maybe 2. But we have plenty of time." "I understand, Professor McGonagall," Nolan said softly. "There's something I should tell you, which might interest Professor Dumbledore. The forest elves in Ireland are restless. I believe they're plotting something. Over Christmas, I encountered some elves there. They shot arrows at anyone they saw, and I came across a few wizards and muggles who had been killed." "Oh, Merlin." McGonagall sighed. "Fudge won't be pleased to hear this. I fear his aurors aren't as well trained as the forest elves. Let's hope this doesn't escalate into an interspecies conflict. Well, Mr. Von Draugr, I wish you a good start to the new term. Goodbye, Professor McGonagall." Nolan spoke the password to the Slytherin common room's entrance, Mobius Snake, and stepped inside. The atmosphere within was noticeably tense. Several adult wizards he didn't recognize were present, and Professor Snape was among them, engaged in a heated argument. "Severus, you must admit," began a blonde-haired wizard leaning on a cane, his tone sharp. "This is a disgrace. Slytherin House has stood for 1,000 years, and in all that time, there hasn't been a single filthy mudblood among its ranks. You should demand that Dumbledore expel her or have her transferred to another house. Allowing her to stay tarnishes Slytherin's reputation." Nolan noticed that Professor Snape's hair was once again oily, and his thin lips moved slightly as he replied in his usual icy tone, "I regret it as well, Lucius. However, you should know that the Sorting Hat's decisions are final and unchangeable. Even Dumbledore cannot override them." The blonde wizard took a deep breath and said coldly, "Severus, next year, my son Draco Malfoy will be attending. I don't want him living in a house contaminated by muggle-borns." His gaze shifted to the young Slytherins present, and his icy tone sent chills through every student. "Who is Eve Stock? Step forward. This is the last stronghold of pureblood wizards, not a place for someone like you." Eve was terrified. She didn't want to step forward. She feared being expelled and dreaded returning to her increasingly cold home. Even if there was no place for her at Hogwarts, even if all of Slytherin hated her, it was still better than the house filled with constant arguments. Being insulted by people she didn't care about was entirely different from watching those she loved quarrel endlessly. But things rarely went as one hoped. Though Eve didn't want to move, all eyes were on her. "It's you, Eve Stock," the blonde wizard said coldly, stepping forward and grabbing the collar of her robe. He seemed disgusted by the idea of touching her skin directly. "Come, we're going to see the headmaster. I trust Dumbledore will provide a fair answer." Eve felt despair sinking in. No one would help her. That was expected. In the pureblood wizarding world, no one dared defy the Malfoy family. Even Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin, remained silent. How could he? Was he really going to watch as one of his students was expelled? Eve's desperate gaze swept across every face in the room before landing on Nolan, who had just entered. His expression was as calm as ever. Overwhelmed, Eve burst into tears. "Nolan. Help me. I don't want to be expelled." Nolan nodded slightly, his voice soft. "All right." Lucius Malfoy snorted and drew a wand from his cane, pointing it at Nolan. "Boy, I don't care what this mudblood is to you, but I'll tell you this, don't meddle in things that don't concern you." Professor Snape clicked his tongue. "Ignore him, Lucius." But before Snape's words could reach him, Lucius Malfoy watched in astonishment as the boy before him moved with extraordinary speed. Nolan drew his wand and cast a disarming charm with a fluid motion. Lucius's wand flew out of his hand, caught midair by a summoning charm that brought it to Nolan's hand. Snap. A crisp sound echoed as the wand that had accompanied Lucius for most of his life was snapped cleanly in two. "Don't point your wand at me, you idiot," Nolan said softly, his voice calm and steady as he looked at Lucius. Chapter 40, probably the king of fighters in the wizarding world. The Slytherin common room fell into an uneasy silence as the young witches and wizards exchanged nervous glances. Lucius Malfoy was stunned for a moment before his face contorted in fury. "You'll pay for this, boy." Nolan frowned slightly and replied in a low voice, "Don't threaten me." His wand flicked up with lightning speed. Silencio. Lucius Malfoy's mouth snapped shut mid-sentence, silenced by the spell. Professor Snape, clearly exasperated, waved his hand dismissively. "That's enough, Mr. Von Draugr. Stop this foolishness. Lucius is a graduate of Slytherin. As a member of this house, you should show respect to your elders." "He's the one who pointed his wand at me, Professor Snape," Nolan replied coolly. His eyes, now colder than ever, locked onto Snape's, causing the professor to instinctively swallow. Pausing briefly, Nolan continued, "No one enjoys being on the receiving end of a wand, Professor. Believe me, even you wouldn't." Nolan stepped closer to Lucius Malfoy, tilting his head slightly as he looked up at him. Rarely one to speak excessively, Nolan now had plenty to say. "Do you think you're entitled? That your status makes you untouchable in Slytherin?" To the horror of everyone present, Nolan raised his wand and jabbed its tip against Lucius's face. The sharp pressure against his pale skin filled Lucius Malfoy with an unfamiliar sense of fear. "Stop him, Severus," one of the older wizards shouted. "This boy's insane. Slytherin has truly fallen. We must demand that Dumbledore expel him," a witch shrieked hysterically. Snape's irritation reached its peak. He raised his voice sharply, "Enough. Everyone, be silent." Once the adults had quieted down, Snape turned to Nolan and, with visible effort, asked patiently, "Mr. Von Draugr, I need you to stop this immediately." "What do you want?" "You're threatening me as well, Professor," Nolan remarked, his tone calm but cutting. "No, Mr. Von Draugr, I'm asking you," Snape replied, his lips barely moving. The words, despite their seemingly respectful phrasing, were delivered with an icy precision that could chill a room. Nolan pondered for a moment before tilting his head slightly, his hair shifting just enough to reveal a faint red glow in his left eye. "In that case, I do have a suggestion, Professor Snape. I would like these so-called esteemed individuals of Slytherin to cease their harassment of Eve. We all know that even if they drag her to Professor Dumbledore, nothing will come of it. This behavior is foolish. She's already one of us, a Slytherin. If you believe having someone of Muggle blood in Slytherin is disgraceful, then consider yourselves thoroughly disgraced from this school year forward. You insolent brat. How dare you?" the witch screamed, raising her wand. Petrificus totalis. But how could Nolan, a vampire with superior reflexes, be slower than her? As if on instinct, he shoved the terrified Lucius Malfoy forward. The spell struck him instead, and with a loud thud, Lucius fell to the floor, his body as rigid as stone. "Oh! Merlin, Lucius, I didn't mean to," the witch shrieked, flustered and panicking. She failed to notice that Nolan's patience had worn thin. With a flick of his wand, Nolan levitated a heavy marble chair. It hovered for a brief second before hurtling through the air like a missile. "I said that's enough, Mr. Von Draugr." Snape finally drew his own wand, stopping the flying chair in midair. But just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he felt his scalp prickle in alarm. Glancing up, he saw a streak of red light coming straight for him. Expelliarmus! Expelliarmus! Nolan and Snape's disarming charms collided in midair, ricocheting back onto them both. Their wands flew out of their hands simultaneously. Snape let out a quiet sigh of relief and raised his hand. "That's enough, Mr. Von Draugr. I believe you've caused enough trouble. I will inform your sister and Professor Dumbledore about this incident. I'm sure they'll have a unique perspective on your reckless behavior." One of the adult wizards sneered and spat on the floor, glaring at Nolan with hatred. "It won't end here, Severus. That little bastard will pay for this." He turned back toward Nolan, his empty hand raised. "Crucio." Snape's eyes widened in alarm. He quickly raised his hand. "Stupefy." The stunning spell struck the man before he could finish the incantation, and he collapsed onto the floor in a heap. But before Snape could catch his breath, a sharp female voice cried out from behind him. "Crucio." "No." Snape moved to intervene, but it was too late. The Cruciatus curse struck Nolan directly, with no way to avoid it. An unbearable pain tore through Nolan's chest, spreading through every nerve and fiber of his being. It was an excruciating agony, unlike anything he had ever felt before. Yet the unique resistance of his vampiric blood pushed back, working to preserve his health and safety. Had he been a normal wizard, Nolan would have undoubtedly passed out from such a powerful strike of the Cruciatus curse. After all, the unforgivable curses were among the most feared spells in the wizarding world, and using them on a person warranted an immediate sentence to Azkaban. "Oh no!" Miles Bletchley shouted in panic. "What are you doing to Nolan? That's an unforgivable curse." He wanted to rush forward and pull Nolan away, but his courage failed him. Fear rooted his feet to the spot, leaving him helpless. None of the other Slytherins dared to move either. Nolan may have been their prince, but no one was brave enough to stand against the force of an unforgivable curse. No one, except perhaps one person. Nolan. A flash of silver hair streaked through the air. Eve Stock, trembling but determined, threw herself into the fray. The curse's lingering effects lashed out at her, and she collapsed with a sickening thud, lying motionless on the ground as if lifeless. Nolan steadied his breathing, the initial shock of the pain beginning to subside. Slowly, he raised his head, his crimson eyes now calm but cold, glowing faintly with a dangerous light. Under the stunned gazes of everyone in the room, Nolan rose to his feet and moved to Eve's side. He knelt down, gently touching her skin to check if she was still alive. Then, he lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the witch who had cast the Cruciatus curse. Snape broke the silence, his voice heavy with warning. Von Draugr, leave this to the school and the ministry. Do not escalate matters further. Shut up, Severus Snape, Nolan said flatly, clenching his fist with a resounding crack. In the blink of an eye, Nolan disappeared. His vampiric speed carried him directly in front of the astonished witch who had cast the curse. I've always thought magic that requires a wand is unreliable, Nolan said quietly, his tone chilling. When it comes to a real fight, this works best. With that, he swung his fist. The impact was thunderous. His punch landed squarely on the left side of the witch's face, shattering her features like a fragile porcelain vase. Blood and debris splattered everywhere as her body was flung backward, slamming into the marble wall of the common room with a deafening crash. In the end, relying on oneself is always best, Nolan muttered, flexing his wrist with a series of sharp cracks. Chapter 41, Things have gotten serious. Perhaps someone can explain to me why my brother, Nolan Von Draugr, was attacked at Hogwarts, and furthermore, why the Cruciatus curse was used against him. This is truly puzzling. If I recall correctly, the Cruciatus curse is banned by your Ministry of Magic, is it not? Inside the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, a stunningly beautiful young woman, appearing no older than 16, sat elegantly in the headmaster's chair. Her crimson eyes were half closed, and her long black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, framing her exquisite face and draping around her swan-like neck. At this moment, however, no one but Headmaster Albus Dumbledore dared to meet her gaze. Not Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall, not Severus Snape, head of Slytherin House, and certainly not Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, who had arrived drenched in cold sweat after hearing the news. Dumbledore twinkled his eyes mischievously. Duchess Felicia, we're all aware that vampires possess far greater magical resistance than wizards. In fact, Nolan hasn't sustained any serious injuries, so there's really no need for such tension. Would you care for a cockroach cluster? Sweets have a wonderful way of dispelling stress, they're my favorite, and I find them very effective. Felicia glanced curiously at the offered candy, then smiled coolly and shook her head. Her voice was soft but commanding as she replied, No, Dumbledore, you know I don't eat such things. She turned her sharp gaze toward the anxious Cornelius Fudge. Fudge, am I to understand this correctly? The Ministry of Magic, that assembly of imbeciles, has finally resolved to declare war on the Von Draugr family. Was that Cruciatus curse your declaration of war? Oh no, no, no. Heavens, no, Duchess Felicia. We have absolutely no such intention. Fudge stammered, trembling visibly. He couldn't begin to imagine the hell that would break loose if the Von Draugr family truly went to war with the ministry. Regardless of who emerged victorious, his tenure as Minister for Magic would be over. He would go down in history as the shortest-serving minister ever. His recklessness and incompetence would be immortalized in magical history textbooks, recounted by ghostly professors to generations of young witches and wizards. The name Cornelius Fudge would become synonymous with shame in the wizarding world. Oh. Felicia tilted her chin upward haughtily, gazing down at him as though through her aristocratic nose. So what exactly do you intend, Cornelius Fudge? Are you going to tell me, oops, sorry, this was all a misunderstanding? Is that it? My brother was hit with the Cruciatus curse, and you call that a misunderstanding? Is that what you're saying? Well, this. Fudge stuttered, sweating profusely as he cast a desperate glance at Dumbledore for assistance. The old wizard merely shrugged playfully, his expression making it clear he had no intention of stepping in. Damn it, Fudge cursed internally. If you weren't confident you could handle these lunatic vampires, you should never have provoked them. And bringing them to Hogwarts of all places, our stronghold and the sole magical educational institution in Britain, how absurd. Outwardly, Fudge forced a strained laugh and offered, how about this? The witch who acted improperly toward Mr. Von Draugr will be sent straight to Azkaban to face the punishment she deserves. Furthermore, her family will pay a substantial amount of compensation. Absolutely not. Felicia's voice was icy as she glared at him. Are you suggesting that anyone can harm my brother and simply buy their way out of it with some compensation? It's not that simple. Azkaban. Such a light punishment is hardly sufficient. Cornelius Fudge, you wouldn't happen to be shielding that heinous criminal, would you? She's a vile witch who used an unforgivable curse on an innocent, defenseless child, a sweet, powerless young wizard. Her actions are more atrocious than Voldemort's and more despicable than any Death Eater's. As the head of the Von Draugr family, I demand that she face the punishment she deserves. Snape and McGonagall exchanged a silent glance, their thoughts aligned. Defenseless young wizard. Are we certain we're talking about your brother? The pure-blood vampire who had just punched a witch into a marble wall. Fudge let out a nervous laugh. Duchess Felicia, being sent to Azkaban is the heaviest punishment available in the wizarding world. I said, it's not enough, Felicia replied icily. Then, as if a new thought amused her, she smirked. Very well, Cornelius Fudge. You lack the authority and the backbone, you're nothing more than a cowardly puppet on the ministry stage. The Von Draugr family doesn't need your approval to collect the compensation we're owed. We'll handle it ourselves. Dumbledore frowned slightly, a rare sign of disapproval, and offered a gentle reminder. Duchess Felicia. Yes, Dumbledore, I know my limits, Felicia interrupted impatiently, waving him off. This time, I'll give you all a pass, but there won't be a next time. And you, Severus Snape, your negligence is inexcusable. Snape's lips tightened, his face cold as he said, I have nothing to say. You certainly don't, Felicia said, her tone biting. As punishment, take this. Before anyone could react, she stepped forward, planted her left foot firmly, and threw a devastating punch. My goodness. Fudge squawked, jumping back like a frightened chicken. Dumbledore sighed, polishing his half-moon glasses with a resigned air. Minerva, please escort Severus to Madame Pomfrey. I believe he'll need a quiet space to recover. Resetting broken bones can be a rather painful affair. Felicia stared dispassionately at the potion's master, who lay at her feet, blood pooling beneath him. To his credit, Snape hadn't made a sound, even as pain radiated from his fractured ribs. Consider this the end of the matter, for now, Felicia said calmly. She turned her crimson gaze to Fudge. Cornelius Fudge, remember, this is the first and the last time. With that, she swept out of the office, her presence as commanding in departure as it was in arrival. Left in the chaos of the headmaster's office, now looking as though it had weathered a storm, Dumbledore and Fudge sat in silence. These two of the most influential wizards in Britain exchanged a long, weighty gaze, neither saying a word. The next day, the wizarding world of Britain was in uproar. One of the few remaining pureblood families, the Folca family, had been completely decimated overnight. The only two female heirs were captured by the attackers, and the family matriarch, Elena Folca, was found the next morning drained of blood, her body withered into a ghastly husk. Throughout the day, whispers filled the air as wizards speculated about who the attackers might have been and what could have provoked such a response. Those who knew the truth, however, remained silent, their lips sealed. Among them was Lucius Malfoy, who was profoundly shaken by the events of the previous night. Chapter 42, The ailment lies in the heart. I'm very glad you're here to keep me company. Although, in my opinion, you're not exactly in a great condition, Professor Snape. In the Hogwarts hospital wing, Nolan Von Draugr, clad in patient robes, looked teasingly at Severus Snape. The professor looked far worse off than Nolan did. His whole head was wrapped in bandages. Only his 2 eyes, 2 nostrils, and a few strands of his perpetually greasy hair were visible. The unfortunate Professor Snape was unable to speak. He could only glare at Nolan with an icy, serpentine stare. What Snape truly wanted to do was grab one of the foul-smelling bottles of Skelegro potion and dump it all over the smug vampire's face before shoving him out of the infirmary. Nolan observed Snape for a moment, studying his look of pure hatred. After a pause, he asked softly, with surprising seriousness, why didn't you protect Eve? Are you like those other brainless wizards, thinking she has tarnished Slytherin's reputation? Snape, naturally, did not respond. Nolan continued, almost as if talking to himself, reserved and proud. Confident and noble. Willing to do anything for victory. Preferring self-preservation when faced with adversity. Slytherin traits, like those of the other houses, have their strengths and flaws. But Slytherins tend to believe they are more special than the others. It's that sense of superiority, stemming from their insistence on pureblood status, something the other 3 houses don't emphasize. Eve's presence disrupts that sense of superiority. She's done nothing wrong, yet she's made into a scapegoat. Don't you think that's absurd, Professor Snape? Beneath the layers of bandages, Snape's lips curled into a faint sneer. He couldn't bring himself to believe that a vampire, an immortal creature capable of living hundreds, if not thousands, of years, could genuinely feel compassion for a young witch or pity her plight. Vampires, Snape thought, had simply witnessed so much of the world's coldness and cruelty that they were numb to it. Besides, being inherently creatures of the dark, vampires weren't exactly brimming with empathy or kindness to spare. Nolan stared at Snape, unwavering. Then he sighed softly and said, when you're discharged, please protect her, Professor Snape. You're my head of house. I don't want to be too disappointed in you. And right now, I'm still very angry with you. With that, Nolan turned and left, leaving behind Snape to contemplate the cryptic message. It was Nolan's 3rd day of confinement in the hospital wing. Around midday, Madame Pomfrey came to check on Nolan Von Draugr's condition. Nolan wasn't particularly fond of her, primarily because she insisted he consume high-calorie foods, an absolute torment for a vampire. Oh no, Madame Pomfrey, you know I don't like chocolate. Nolan muttered, staring dejectedly at the oversized piece of chocolate and the full glass of chocolate milk on the tray before him. Madame Pomfrey, unbothered, reassured him, "Drink it, child. I must remind you, you were subjected to the Cruciatus curse. Even adult wizards are often pushed to the brink of madness by it. You need sweets. Eat up. If only you could get me some blood-flavored lollipops or a glass of O-positive, that would be much better." Nolan mumbled under his breath, his voice tinged with grievance. Nonetheless, under Madame Pomfrey's encouraging gaze, he reluctantly took a small bite of the chocolate. "It's truly remarkable how quickly you're recovering. I still can't believe someone dared use the Cruciatus curse within Hogwarts grounds. I'll make sure Professor Dumbledore ensures that vile dark witch ends up in Azkaban. My students can't endure this kind of torment." Once the talkative nurse left, satisfied, Nolan stuck out his tongue with an audible bleck before muttering, "I'm going to vomit. Here, you eat it, Eve." He pulled back the curtain, revealing none other than the silver-haired princess, Eve Stock. Eve had been confined to the hospital wing for 3 days. She had been unconscious for the first 2 days and had only awakened today. However, she was still incredibly weak, her lips pale, her face bloodless, her entire being frail and pitiful. Nolan moved the tray in front of her. The young girl tried anxiously to sit up, but her body wouldn't cooperate. The Cruciatus curse seemed to have damaged something within her. When she reached out for the chocolate, her hand trembled so much that Nolan gently took it from her and held it to her lips. "Thank you, Nolan," the little witch said sweetly, her smile radiant with sincerity. "You're welcome," Nolan replied politely. After finishing the chocolate, Eve began to doze off, clearly needing rest. Nolan was about to draw the curtain closed to let her sleep peacefully when he felt his clothing being tugged. "Don't go, Nolan," Eve whispered, burying her face in the blanket, her luminous eyes peeking out. Nolan found himself helpless against her pleading gaze. Scratching the back of his head, he sat down by her bedside. "You can let go of my sleeve. I'll make you a promise, I won't leave your side until you fall asleep." "I don't want to." "Then hold my hand instead." Nolan extended his hand, and after a moment of hesitation, Eve stretched out her still trembling fingers. Nolan clasped them firmly. "Your hand is so cold," Eve murmured softly. "Not warm at all." Feeling the warmth of the young witch's hand, Nolan spoke quietly, "My body temperature is very low." Creatures with low body temperatures aren't great at feeling emotions because their hearts lack warmth. They don't experience much joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. "But I think you're a good person, Nolan." Eve insisted stubbornly, her voice growing quieter until it was barely a whisper. "Thank you for saving me." "You're welcome," Nolan responded courteously. "And, thank you for saving me during flying class, too." "You're welcome," he repeated, nodding seriously. Seeing his earnest, almost silly demeanor, Eve's lips quivered, as though she wanted to laugh. But instead, tears welled up and spilled over. "Nolan, you're the only one who's kind to me," she cried. "Everyone in the house hates me. Even my family hates me now. I don't want to go to school anymore, but I don't want to go home either. What am I supposed to do?" Nolan remained silent for a long time, listening to the little witch's sobs. "Nolan, what should I do? I don't want to stay at Hogwarts. I don't want to go back home. I want to go somewhere no one knows me. Will you come with me?" "I want to go with you." Looking into Eve's tearful eyes, Nolan asked softly, "You want me to leave Hogwarts, too?" Eve fell silent. Nolan spoke gently, "Eve, you're too fragile. Strong people don't need anyone's approval, they thrive on their own. But I'm not strong." "You can be," Nolan said seriously. "You were sorted into Slytherin. That house is despised by the other 3, yet its members don't let that discourage them. They do what they believe is right. Eve, you're a Slytherin now. Do you understand? The sorting hat doesn't make mistakes. If you think it did, it's because you're only seeing the surface, while the hat saw your soul." Chapter 43, Valentine's Day. Following their shared time in the hospital wing, the relationship between Nolan Von Draugr and Eve Stock improved significantly. Eve had become rather attached to Nolan. While she might not have been as mature as Chongs, who had understood the concept of romantic affection by the age of 10, Eve was certain that the safest place in the world was by Nolan's side. He never looked down on her or treated her coldly. As a result, Nolan spent most of his time with Eve, which greatly displeased Miss Chongs. Even when Nolan was dating Cho, the ever-present shadow of the little silver-haired tag-along trailed behind them. Soon, February 14th, Valentine's Day, arrived. That morning, the younger Slytherins gathered in the common room, speculating about how much chocolate Nolan might receive. "It's definitely not going to be much," Malcolm Baddock declared with confidence. "I admit Von Draugr's grades are impressive, and he's quite the maverick, but he's a half-blood. I'm convinced most witches still prefer pure-blood wizards. It promises them a life of luxury if they marry into wealth." "Shut up, Malcolm," Miles Bletchley retorted bluntly. I don't know if girls care about pureblood status, but I do know they definitely don't like you. You're nothing but a pants-wetting braggart whose only friend is Alicia's pet turtle. That's rubbish. I just happen to like turtles, so I occasionally feed it. Malcolm's face turned crimson with rage. He vehemently denied that his toad-like demeanor had sparked a friendship with the turtle. Another pureblood Slytherin, Montague, attempted to mediate. All right, calm down, you two. Nolan will probably get a fair amount of chocolate. I've heard the Hufflepuff girls are smitten with him lately because he taught every single one of them how to cast Wingardium Leviosa during Charms class. And then there's that Ravenclaw, you all know who I mean. As for Gryffindor, maybe Alicia Spinnet and Katie Bell are fans too. After all, Nolan was outstanding in defense against the dark arts. Miles snickered. Those Weasley twins thought Spinet's chocolate was meant for them and nearly fought over it. Total idiots. Oh, Merlin, I'd better go wake Nolan. The Slytherins wished Miles luck. Everyone knew that waking Nolan was one of the most grueling classes at Hogwarts. Is Nolan not awake yet? A soft, delicate voice interrupted the boys' banter. They turned to see who had spoken and were momentarily taken aback. Eve Stock had clearly put considerable effort into her appearance today. She had tied her silver hair into 2 adorable pigtails, her bangs trimmed playfully to frame her face. The sight of her caused Malcolm's expression to darken instantly. However, he refrained from directing his ire at Eve. Everyone knew Nolan was her protector, and the combat prowess Nolan had displayed while saving her last time was enough to make Malcolm think twice before provoking her. Good morning, Eve, Montague greeted her with a warm smile. He had never been particularly concerned about the pureblood versus half-blood debate. I see you're hiding a package behind your back. That's chocolate for Nolan, isn't it? Perhaps we'll be lucky enough to get a taste. It's not chocolate. Eve's face turned bright red. Malcolm sneered. Oh, stop pretending. If it's not chocolate, what is it then? It really isn't chocolate, Eve mumbled timidly. I know Nolan doesn't like chocolate. I thought he might not enjoy sweet things, so I baked cookies for him instead. Eve had clearly put a lot of thought into her gift. Unfortunately, she didn't realize that Nolan wasn't fond of cookies either. About 10 minutes later, Miles returned, dripping with sweat. He had finally accomplished his mission, dragging a half-asleep Nolan, still clutching his pillow and blanket, into the common room. This won't do. Montague sighed, trying to pry Nolan's hands off the blanket. Why can't he just let go? He sleeps like a pig. Malcolm Baddock muttered as he and Miles Bletchley struggled to carry Nolan. With the small group of Slytherins in tow, they finally left the common room, heading en masse toward the Great Hall. The Great Hall was festively decorated for Valentine's Day, adorned with heart-shaped streamers and plenty of mistletoe. A few older couples were passionately kissing under the mistletoe, prompting envious murmurs from the younger Slytherins, who watched from the sidelines with wide-eyed fascination. What are you little rascals gawking at? The girl in one of the couples snapped, clearly embarrassed. Get into the hall and eat your feast, this isn't for you to see. So stingy. Miles grumbled under his breath. One day, we'll have girlfriends of our own. The older girl chuckled. I don't doubt that, Bletchley. But I do wonder, when you're always hanging around with Nolan, will any girl choose you over him? Miles scowled. So annoying. But Miles' mood soured even further when they entered the hall and he saw the pile of gifts accumulating at Nolan's spot on the table. In contrast, Miles didn't have a single gift in front of him. Malcolm, meanwhile, was gleefully boasting about how fellow pureblood Laura Cook had given him chocolate. His smugness was short-lived, however, when he discovered that Laura had also gifted Nolan a box, one that was much more extravagant than his. Why does Nolan get white chocolate truffles, while I only get chocolate chips? Are you betraying purebloods, too? He demanded, pestering Laura with his endless complaints. Oh, Malcolm is such a nightmare. Montague groaned, covering his face in exasperation. The pureblood supremacist. He's an idiot, Cho Chong remarked with a smirk, appearing at the Slytherin table seemingly out of nowhere. By now, however, her presence there had become a familiar sight. Even girls who believe in that nonsense wouldn't fall for him. I'd stake my wand on it. Humph, as expected, Nolan got a lot of gifts, Cho muttered, eyeing the growing collection. Let's see, this one's from Alicia, that one's from Laura, and this one's from Angela. Merlin save us, the only one in Ravenclaw who didn't give him a Valentine's gift is Marietta. She frowned, glancing between the still sleeping Nolan, slumped over the table, and the sulking Miles. Why's he still asleep? Same as always. Miles replied irritably. Cho nodded knowingly. Got it. He's been playing a new game again, hasn't he? I hope I can keep up with him this time. She pulled out a brick-like gaming console, showing it off to the group with pride. I'm starting to understand why Nolan loves these so much. That little yellow mouse really is adorable. Chapter 44, Wishing You Happiness, Professor Snape. As Nolan groggily stirred awake at the Slytherin table, the first thing he saw was Chong handing him a glass of tomato juice. "Good morning," Cho said cheerfully, setting the drink into his hands. "Maybe this will help wake you up. By the way, why do you like this stuff? It tastes so weird." "It helps me stay alert," Nolan mumbled before obediently tilting his head to the side, allowing Cho to use her large brush to comb his hair. It wasn't until he noticed the younger Slytherins giving him odd looks that he spoke again. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" "Oh, Nolan, maybe you shouldn't be so cozy with Miss Chong today," Montague teased with a laugh. Camille Smith, who shared a dormitory with Eve Stock, remarked sourly, "The girls giving you Valentine's gifts are going to be heartbroken." "What's going on?" Nolan asked, still looking dazed. "Is it Valentine's Day?" Miles Bletchley, who had stopped eating his sausage to count the pile of gifts in front of Nolan, chimed in, "You've got a fair few presents. Even some from older girls. I don't know how, but the third-year girls seem to think dating you would boost their reputation." Nolan accepted the stack of cards Miles passed to him, flipping through them with a puzzled expression. "Why, though? It's so cheesy," he muttered. Montague, rummaging through the pile of gifts, pulled out a few items excitedly. "Wow, some of these are top-notch Honeydukes chocolates. I've always wanted to try them, but Mum says they'll rot my teeth." "Nolan, can I have one?" "Take whatever you want," Nolan said casually. "Hey, Montague." Cho snapped, snatching a blue-wrapped gift from Montague's hands. "That one's from me." Turning her annoyed gaze to Nolan, she huffed, "How could you let people just take these? The girls who gave you these gifts would be heartbroken." "I didn't ask them to give me anything," Nolan replied quietly before glancing toward Eve Stock at the far end of the table. "Eve, do you have a gift for me?" "What?" Eve gasped, mid-bite of her vanilla sandwich, her mouth agape. "A Valentine's gift," Nolan clarified softly. "Oh, yes, yes." Eve stammered, her cheeks turning crimson. "It's the white-wrapped one. It's not sweet since I know you don't like them. You can try it." Cho froze, her expression souring as she turned to Nolan. "You don't like sweets?" Before Nolan could respond, Eve piped up, her voice soft yet distinct. "Didn't he tell you?" "No." Cho grumbled irritably. "Well, he didn't tell me either, but I figured it out," Eve said, focusing on her sandwich and pumpkin juice. Despite her nonchalant tone, her words grated on Cho. Nolan unwrapped Eve's gift to reveal a set of meticulously crafted cookies, each one shaped and decorated with care. "These are handmade." "She's declaring war on me," Cho muttered, then leaned closer to Nolan to whisper angrily, "You should have told me your preferences earlier instead of letting me embarrass myself." "What?" Nolan asked, still baffled. At that moment, a ripple of excitement swept through the students. A late-arriving owl soared into the Great Hall, carrying a package in its talons. It flew straight to the staff table, landing in front of Professor Snape. The entire hall fell silent as the gift was deposited in front of the potion's master. For a moment, the Great Hall was eerily still. Then, about 30 seconds later, whispers began to spread like wildfire. Did someone actually fancy the old bat? Merlin's beard, who on earth would send that? Who knows, maybe a female troll. His has gone completely green. Oh no, we don't have potions today in Gryffindor, do we? As the professors exchanged glances and the students whispered among themselves, Professor Felicia Von Draugr suddenly stood up, her usual half-asleep demeanor replaced with cheerful curiosity. "Oh my, has Professor Snape received a gift? Why not open it? I'm sure the sender must be an exceptionally charming witch. She'd be delighted to know you accepted her gift, Severus. Don't you agree, Professor Dumbledore?" Dumbledore, enjoying a piece of chocolate from his own Valentine's stash, smiled warmly. "Why not indeed, Severus? After all, it's from an admirer. It seems that Felicia isn't the only popular figure at our school these days. The young ladies are quite thoughtful these days, aren't they?" Severus Snape's lips twitched. His instincts screamed to obliterate the package with a spell, but instead, he begrudgingly unwrapped it with his hands. No sooner had he undone the wrapping than a piece of pink stationery fluttered out. It was adorned with hearts and flowers, and to the stunned gaze of the students, it transformed into a pair of lips that began to speak in a syrupy, high-pitched voice. "Oh, my dearest Severus. Please allow me to address you so intimately. I can no longer endure the days and nights without seeing you. I yearn for your sleek, glossy, tantalizingly fragrant hair. I adore your majestic, aquiline nose that stands like a proud mountain, and your steadfastly unmoving lips when you speak." Snape's face turned an alarming shade of green. Furious, he stood and incinerated the note with a flick of his wand, leaving nothing but a smoldering wisp of smoke. The Great Hall was silent. Professor McGonagall was the first to break the hush, her voice tinged with alarm. Professor Snape, you frightened the children. Dumbledore chuckled and winked at the assembly. It seems our dear Professor Snape has indeed captured the admiration of someone. And why not? Severus has always been a rather compelling wizard. He's lying, one of the Weasley twins whispered in Gryffindor's corner. In what way is he compelling? Among bats, the other replied, mimicking the syrupy tone of the letter. Or is it his sleek, glossy, tantalizingly fragrant hair that's so captivating? Lee Jordan was barely containing his laughter. Oh man, whoever did this deserves a medal. Snape's expression looked like he was constipated. Nolan Von Draugr wasn't sure about Snape's digestive state, but he was certain of one thing: for the next month, Snape was in a full-blown temperamental storm. The potions master unleashed his wrath indiscriminately, berating Gryffindors at every opportunity, cruelly mocking Hufflepuffs, assigning impossibly complex tasks to Ravenclaws, and turning the school into a vortex of misery. Potions lessons became even more dreaded than usual. Not that potions had ever been a class anyone looked forward to. The students buzzed with speculation about the sender of the infamous letter, but the truth was never uncovered. Far away in the secluded Randall Gorge, a black cat stretched lazily, a mischievous glint in its eyes as it murmured, "Oh, my dearest Severus." Chapter 45, Nolan loses control. From late February onwards, Hogwarts became unusually lively. The instigators of this excitement were none other than Professor Snape, Filch, and the Weasley twins from Gryffindor. The Weasley twins had never been among Snape's favorites, frequently finding themselves singled out in potions class. After Valentine's Day, Snape's hostility intensified, which naturally irritated the twins. Determined to retaliate, Fred and George concocted a plan to give Snape a taste of his own medicine. On February 17th, as Snape strode out of his office, over 30 dung bombs came raining down from above. He was left reeking, covered in filth, and an entire cabinet of potion ingredients was ruined by contamination. The loss amounted to at least 200 galleons. I will catch the imbecile responsible for this and have them expelled from Hogwarts. Fuming with rage, Snape began his hunt for the culprits. Intrigued by the case, Filch joined him in the pursuit. Together, a wizard and a squib, they embarked on a prolonged battle against the Weasley twins. Over the course of a month, the twins had numerous close calls but managed to evade capture using a special map. They even retaliated with more of their custom-made dung bombs, launching counterattacks that left both Snape and Filch fuming. One day, the twins were once again lurking within the castle's secret passages. They lit their wands with giddy anticipation, observing the footprints of Snape and Filch on their map. The two adversaries crossed paths and began conversing in hushed tones, their location dangerously close to the twins' hiding spot. Fred and George could hear their exchange clearly. "Have you caught them yet?" Snape's cold voice asked. "Not yet," came Filch's raspy reply. "The little devils stuffed my Mrs. Norris into a stew pot, nearly ended up as dinner for those blasted house elves." His voice quivered with outrage. "I swear, it's those Weasley troublemakers from Gryffindor." Snape's voice turned even icier. "I'll catch them myself and see them expelled. You check the trophy room, and I'll stake out the potion storeroom." "Yes, Professor Snape." Once the two had left, the Weasley twins grinned wickedly and whispered among themselves, debating whether to gift their foes a few more dung bombs. Just then, the sound of a door opening startled them. They quickly glanced at the map, only to see Cho Chang and Marietta Edgecombe from Ravenclaw entering the scene. The two girls were deep in conversation, their voices growing heated as they stopped right outside the twins' hiding place. "Cho, you're far too lenient with Nolan. He's not as decent as you think he is." Marietta's voice was sharp and disapproving. "Ugh, you're too prejudiced against him, Marietta. Nolan isn't as bad as you're making him out to be." "Ha! How would you know? He's a Slytherin, after all. Slytherins are always the same, arrogant and dismissive. Be honest, Cho, do you really think he considers you a friend?" Cho's voice faltered slightly. "Nolan's not someone who easily expresses his feelings. He wouldn't outright say he considers you a friend. But has his attitude toward you changed at all compared to 6 months ago?" "No, right. Cho, don't be foolish. You mean nothing to him. But he's willing to go on dates with me." Cho protested. Marietta scoffed. "Dates? Sweetheart, that's not a real date. In an actual date, there's kissing involved. Have you two even kissed?" "Well, maybe not," Cho admitted sheepishly. "But he's teaching me how to play video games." "Just a muggle thing," Marietta sneered. "Maybe Nolan is an unusual Slytherin because most Slytherins wouldn't care about what muggles think. But that's all there is to him. He's not as remarkable as people make him out to be. People only like him because his sister is the brilliant Professor Felicia Von Draugr. Everyone loves her." "That's just your bias talking, Marietta." Cho Chang's tone turned sharper. "Professor McGonagall often praises him in Transfiguration, saying he's one of the most talented students she's ever taught. And Professor Flitwick constantly commends him, too. How do we even know that's true? Marietta countered. Slytherins share transfiguration with Gryffindor and charms with Hufflepuff. For all we know, those professors might just be being polite. In the darkness, Fred and George exchanged a glance, ready to step forward and defend Nolan. But before they could act, a sudden clattering of hooves echoed down the corridor, accompanied by a shrill woman's voice. "Oh! Mr. Von Draugr. Stop. Stop now. You must resist the instincts of the beast." Nolan. Cho's ears perked up at the name, her voice tinged with worry. "It's Professor McGonagall. What's happening?" Marietta sounded alarmed. At that moment, a small black horse bolted from the end of the hallway, its hooves striking the stone floor with a wild ferocity. Marietta screamed. "Why is there a horse in the castle? Run, Cho. It's gone mad, run." One of the twins shouted, "They're in danger," as the other threw open the door to their hiding place. "Over here, girls. Quickly, get inside," Fred yelled, waving them over. Marietta, startled by the sudden appearance of the passageway, hesitated only for a moment before reaching out. The twins pulled her inside. Turning back, she shouted, "Cho! Hurry, get in here." Cho took a few hurried steps forward, but it was too late. The black horse was nearly upon her, its powerful frame just half a meter away from colliding with the young Ravenclaw. Suddenly, Professor McGonagall appeared, wand drawn, shouting a spell. Petrificus Totalis. The spell hit the horse, freezing its movements momentarily. But to McGonagall's dismay, the creature shook it off, breaking free of the enchantment. "Mr. Von Draugr, you must regain control," McGonagall pleaded, her voice firm yet laced with urgency. "Remember who you are. You're not just a horse, you are a student of Hogwarts. You have family and friends who care about you." Cho stared at the black horse in shock. "Professor McGonagall, are you saying this horse is Nolan?" McGonagall hesitated, then nodded. "Yes, Miss Chong. I've been teaching him a transformation technique. This is a result of that." From inside the passage, Marietta's panicked voice echoed. "But he can't control himself." Cho nearly got trampled. "Professor, you shouldn't have taught Nolan such advanced magic if he can't handle it." McGonagall shook her head, her expression remorseful yet resolute. "That was my mistake. I failed to act quickly enough to contain him. The spell he's learning is called Animagus transformation. Even the most talented wizards require years to master it fully. But I must say, Mr. Von Draugr has an exceptional aptitude for transfiguration. In fact, it's incredibly rare, if not unheard of, for someone his age to achieve even a preliminary grasp of Animagus transformation." Cho's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the black horse. Now that she knew it was Nolan, she found it strikingly beautiful. "Would he hurt me, Professor?" McGonagall's voice softened. "If I were you, Miss Chong, I wouldn't take that chance. Mr. Von Draugr wouldn't harm a friend, but right now, he's not himself. He's just a thestral, a creature driven by instinct." Chapter 46, Cho's Bravery. Cho Chang blinked, staring into the glossy black eyes of the small horse. There was something familiar about those eyes. But he's still Nolan. "Nolan wouldn't hurt me." "Oh no, Miss Chong, please step back," Professor McGonagall called out in alarm. But Cho remained undeterred. She carefully approached the horse, extending her hand toward its head. Snort. The horse let out a sharp whinny, startling Cho into pulling her hand back momentarily. Yet, she didn't retreat for long. Gathering her courage, she reached out again and finally touched the horse's head. "Oh my goodness, such bravery. Are you sure she's not a Gryffindor?" McGonagall murmured in admiration. The Weasley twins whispered in unison, "Couldn't have said it better ourselves." Meanwhile, Marietta was on the verge of fainting. Seeing her friend reach out to a seemingly dangerous creature left her utterly panicked. "Oh, come back, Cho. Don't do something so reckless. You don't know when it might attack you. It's not dangerous at all," Cho said excitedly. Taking another small step forward, she wrapped her arms gently around the horse's neck. "See? It's actually very gentle. Nolan has always been harmless." She rubbed her cheek against the horse's head and whispered, "Hey, Nolan, can I ride you?" Everyone held their breath. No one had expected what happened next. The black horse let out 2 soft snorts and gradually calmed down. Then, in an almost deliberate gesture, it lowered its body slightly, inviting Cho to climb on. "Mr. Von Draugr has regained control." "Well done, Miss Chong," McGonagall exclaimed joyfully. "Ravenclaw earns 5 points for your bravery." "Oh, this is incredible, Mr. Von Draugr has truly learned Animagus transformation at just 11 years old." Marietta muttered irritably, "What's so special about that, Professor?" McGonagall shot her a sharp look. It's extraordinarily special. Mr. Von Draugr may very well be the youngest wizard in history to learn Animagus transformation. I have no doubt he will achieve extraordinary things in the field of transfiguration. Marietta froze, her face falling. She hadn't expected McGonagall to praise Nolan so highly. Meanwhile, Cho, now perched on the black horse's back, let out a cheerful whoop. Ha ha. Hey. Whoa. Nolan, you're amazing. Let's try slowing down a bit, though, no galloping, please. The corridor echoed with the sound of clopping hooves as Cho guided the horse at a steady trot. The Weasley twins watched in awe, deeply impressed by the sight. Riding a horse through Hogwarts. That was undeniably cool. They couldn't help but envy Cho and berate themselves for not coming out of the secret passage earlier to calm Nolan down. Hey, don't be ridiculous, George. Fred said. You know it wouldn't have worked. Nolan only calmed down because it was Cho. After all, no one would want to hurt the girl they fancy. That day, many students caught sight of Cho riding a small black horse through the hallways of Hogwarts. Before long, rumors of Nolan mastering Animagus transformation spread like wildfire across the school. As for poor Filch, he no longer had time to assist Snape in the hunt for the Weasley twins. Instead, he spent an entire week scrubbing away the hoofprints left all over the castle floors. One weekend. It was a quiet day in the Slytherin common room, as Nolan was conspicuously absent. However, the younger Slytherins didn't find it unusual. Nolan's whereabouts were often a mystery, as he rarely spent much time in the common room. If anyone was determined to find him, they would sometimes succeed by checking the Transfiguration classroom, where he often worked with Professor McGonagall on advanced studies. Other times, he could be found in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, as everyone knew Nolan had an excellent relationship with his sister, Professor Felicia Von Draugr. So, when Nolan finally appeared in the Great Hall that evening, nobody thought much of it. Hey, Nolan. Where have you been all day? Asked Miles Bletchley, who was midway through devouring a grilled elephant meat burger. Seeing Nolan, dressed impeccably as always, sit beside him, Miles couldn't help but ask. Nolan carefully selected a slice of pie and placed it onto his plate. Without looking up, he replied, I had the pleasure of spending the day with Professor Babbling. She's a highly knowledgeable lady, and I'm glad we reached a consensus on a few topics. Miles looked puzzled. Professor Babbling? Who's that? What does she teach? Ancient runes, came a sudden answer from behind. The voice belonged to Marcus Flint, the burly fifth-year Quidditch captain for Slytherin. With a grin, Marcus shoved Nolan's shoulders playfully, forcing the younger students to shuffle aside as he plopped himself down in the middle. While doing so, he explained to Miles, it's an elective class. When you hit third year, you'll have to choose electives. Oh, it's a nightmare. To the left, you've got hell, to the right, more hell. And no, you can't just not pick anything. Trust me, don't even think about suggesting that to Professor Snape, unless you want to endure a semester of his sarcastic ridicule. Miles grimaced, muttering, you mean we're not even taking all the classes yet? Ancient runes, just hearing about it makes my head hurt. I bet most people will stress about the electives. Well, maybe not Nolan. Nolan arched a brow. I'd recommend taking ancient runes. It's the most valuable class Hogwarts offers. It will change your understanding of magic and open up an entirely new world. The first and second years were immediately intrigued, wondering just how fascinating ancient runes could be. The older students who had taken the class, however, exchanged skeptical looks. Is it really that interesting? Who knows? Marcus gave Nolan a hearty pat on the shoulder, laughing. Looks like our little prince has already made up his mind. Hey, listen up, everyone, he addressed the first years. Any of you interested in Quidditch? You know, next year, as second years, you'll be eligible to join the team. I want you to sign up now so I can assess your skills at the end of this term. If you're good enough, you'll start training immediately. This year, Slytherin's obviously taking the cup, and I don't plan on letting it slip next year either. Really? I have to join, Marcus. Miles exclaimed enthusiastically. A passionate fan of Quidditch, he could hardly contain his excitement. Good, Miles Bletchley, Marcus said approvingly as he jotted down the name in his notebook. You've got a sturdy build, and you're going to grow taller, I'll train you as a keeper. Anyone else interested? He looked around, pen poised, ready to take down more names. Chapter 47, Eve's potential on the pitch. Sitting across the table, Montague spoke up. Count me in, Marcus. Marcus nodded approvingly. Good, Montague Rockman. I've seen you during flight practice. You're one of the better flyers among this year's Slytherins. Let's see. Next year, a beater spot will be opening up. You could train for that, it'll take some well-developed biceps, so you'd better start working on them now. No problem. Let me see, 1 beater, 1 backup keeper. I think we're still short 2 backup chasers. Anyone got recommendations? The younger Slytherins exchanged hesitant looks before all their gazes inevitably settled on Nolan Von Draugr. Nolan, sipping his own negative-infused tomato juice, shot them a sharp glance. Don't be ridiculous. You all know I'm no good at flying, he said softly. But you're clearly a great flyer, Miles Bletchley chimed in. That day when you saved Eve, you were so fast, we all saw it. Nolan, come on, let's play Quidditch together. What wizard doesn't like Quidditch? Nolan thought for a moment before responding in a low voice, then why not have Eve try out? You've all heard Madame Hooch say that she's one of the best students she's ever taught when it comes to flying. The table fell silent, and the younger Slytherin's expressions darkened. It was an undeniable fact that Eve had an exceptional talent for flying. Despite her shaky performances in subsequent flying lessons, she was still better than anyone else. However, for the prideful Slytherins, the thought of a Muggle-born representing their house on the Quidditch team was a sensitive subject. Nolan glanced at their conflicted faces, then sighed. Come on, you all know she's the most suitable candidate. He turned to Marcus. Marcus, you're the captain. Do you honestly think Eve isn't fit for the team? Marcus scratched his head in frustration. He didn't want to risk becoming the target of his housemates' disapproval. Nolan wrapped his fingers on the table, then turned his gaze to the quiet corner of the hall. Eve, what's your opinion? All eyes turned to Eve. The young witch set down her fork and remained silent for a moment. Finally, she spoke earnestly, I want to join the Quidditch team. Her voice trailed off as she noticed the hostile or skeptical looks directed at her, and she lowered her head. If that's even possible. Marcus hesitated, still mulling it over. Nolan clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. There's nothing to consider. Do you all remember Slytherin's code? Win at all costs. We need Eve to prove she's got what it takes to join the team. And if she does, what does anything else matter? Criticism. Slytherins are used to that. Or would you rather let victory slip away because of your own stubbornness? Marcus suddenly bellowed, Nolan's right. Guys, as captain, I'm not about to let talent go to waste. Eve, are you willing to undergo my evaluation? Eve clutched her robes tightly, her voice sharp with excitement as she exclaimed, I'm willing. Good. But be warned, this evaluation might be tough. I'm in too. Eve's eyes were a little red, her usual tearful self. I want to do something, anything, really. I just want to be useful. Thus, the next day, Nolan, unusually, neither stayed in his dorm playing games nor sought private tutoring sessions with a professor. Instead, he joined about 20 Quidditch players on the field. The Slytherin team, dressed in their green robes with silver trim and holding their broomsticks, stood ready. In front of them, first-years Miles, Montague, Eve, and Nolan stood in a line. Nolan glanced at his companions, then looked bewildered. Why am I being tested too? I don't recall agreeing to join the team. Captain Marcus Flint waved him off. Come on, Nolan. Don't let any chance at victory slip away, those are your words, aren't they? If you can lead us to victory, why wouldn't I want you on the team? But I didn't agree. Riding broomsticks is ridiculous, Nolan muttered. Marcus scratched his head, trying to think of a way to convince Nolan to stay. He wasn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. Then the vice-captain whispered something in his ear, and Marcus's face lit up. Hey, Nolan, I think you should stick around. Eve would certainly want you here, wouldn't you, Eve? Me. Eve was caught off guard, then nodded reflexively. I want to play Quidditch with Nolan. Reluctantly, Nolan frowned. Fine. If you insist, I'll be a reserve. But don't expect me to spend all day riding a broomstick, it's absurd. The tests began with Marcus and the starting team explaining the rules of Quidditch to the younger students. Nolan seemed particularly intrigued by the bludger and asked repeatedly, why does it deliberately target players? What sort of enchantment did they put on it? Marcus, growing impatient, replied, if you're so curious, buy your own Quidditch set and take apart the bludger to see what's inside. But the point isn't why it targets players, it's how we block it. Hey, Rockman, give it a go. Montague easily passed the test for beaters. Miles, however, showed less natural talent. His flying was subpar, and his reflexes weren't the quickest. But Marcus reassured him that those flaws could be worked on. Your height's an advantage, he said. Your wingspan will grow wider, which is great for a keeper. Finally, it was time for Eve and Nolan's test as chasers. Speed is everything for a chaser. Marcus explained. You might not have the build to knock opponents out of the way or the agility to outmaneuver them, but with speed, you can leave everyone in the dust and score directly. Hey! Just like Eve is doing right now. Incredible, how is she this fast? Eve's flying was indeed astonishing. Her silver hair, tied into a ponytail, streaked through the air like a silver lightning bolt. Marcus, thrilled, directed the starters, block Eve. Use everything you've got. Let's see where her limits are. The 3 starting chasers set up barriers for Eve, but her speed was unmatched. She ascended and dived, her movements swift and unpredictable. None of the starters could keep up with her. She bypassed one, then another, then a third, before closing in on the keeper. Stop her. Stop her. Marcus shouted, brimming with excitement. But Eve was unstoppable. She squeezed her legs tightly against her broom, and with a flick of the broom's tail, she struck the quaffle. The ball shot through the air, bypassing the keeper's defense, and slammed into the goal hoop's sweet spot with a satisfying clang. Goal. Chapter 48, The Noble Bloodline Elixir. In early May, Hogwarts students found themselves busier than ever, and the first-year students were no exception. They were all preparing for their end-of-year exams. Miles, it seemed, didn't enjoy the tense atmosphere of this period. Perhaps it was because he was naturally restless, or perhaps it was due to his consistently poor quiz scores in every class. Miles frequently tried to lure the first-years studying diligently in the common room to give up and join him for some fun at the Quidditch pitch. Unfortunately for him, anyone in their right mind was unlikely to pay him any attention. Slytherin, as a house that highly valued honor, had gained a significant number of points this year thanks to Nolan's exceptional performance. Even if they lost their final Quidditch match against Ravenclaw, they were poised to win the House Cup. At such a critical juncture, few Slytherins were willing to jeopardize their standing with poor grades and tarnish their house's reputation. As a result, the seat beside Nolan had become quite popular lately. First-years eagerly sought his guidance on perfecting spells like the levitation charm and transfiguration, while some upper-year students tried to extract hints about possible exam questions from Professor Felicia's younger brother. However, the young wizards were soon shocked to discover that the idolized Nolan Von Draugr wasn't as academically perfect as they had imagined. History of magic. Why on earth would I need to know when the house elves rebelled? Nolan exclaimed in disbelief when asked such questions, staring at the other student as though they were daft. The past 10 ministers for magic. What idiotic things they each did. No, thanks, I have zero interest. Montague gave an awkward laugh. Nolan, if you just put some effort into history of magic, you'd be a shoo-in for the top score across all subjects this year. But Nolan shook his head lightly. Transfiguration, charms, potions, herbology, astronomy, and defense against the dark arts, I can find reasons to study each of these. But history of magic? Sorry, I didn't come to Hogwarts to memorize dull facts like an idiot. The younger Slytherins were noncommittal about Nolan's stance. Perhaps it was true that not many young wizards enjoyed history of magic, but Slytherin prided itself on results. As long as you scored high on exams, what happened in between? Who would care? One day, Nolan finally managed to shake off the crowd of students pestering him for tutoring in defense against the dark arts. Gathering up his robe and coat, he made his way to the potions preparation room, which also served as Professor Snape's office, located in the dungeons. Nolan knocked on the door and waited patiently until the greasy-haired Professor's curt "come in" invited him inside. Good afternoon, Professor Snape. I believe I require your assistance. Snape was busy preparing the roots of asphodel, slicing them into fine threads to extract their essence for a revealing potion. He suspected the Weasley twins had been using a disillusionment charm to evade detection lately. Snape cast a cold glance at Nolan and, without speaking, motioned toward a chair with a slight tilt of his chin. Nolan understood and obediently sat down, waiting quietly for about 10 minutes as Snape completed the final step of his work. The revealing potion transformed into a beautiful pale blue hue. Absolutely perfect, Professor Snape, Nolan murmured, admiring the result. The purity is remarkable. I'd wager that even a goblin couldn't remain invisible before you with just a single drop of this. There was no denying Snape's expertise. His skill in potion making was why he held the post of potions master at Hogwarts. Snape's lips twitched slightly, holding back a sarcastic retort. Instead, he coolly began organizing the leftover ingredients into their respective containers. Do you have questions about your coursework, Mr. Von Draugr? If this is another request for a potion to prank someone, like last time, I will not hesitate to assign you detention. I simply wanted to show you the fruits of my research this term. Nolan pulled a small vial from his pocket, its contents a vivid, blood-red potion. Snape quickly strode over, snatched the vial from Nolan's hand, removed the wooden stopper, and sniffed it carefully. African violets, burdock, broom, water nymph ash, and vampire blood. More precisely, it's ancestor blood. And there are also 13 milder stabilizing ingredients mixed in, Nolan explained. Ancestor blood. Professor Snape frowned deeply, moving briskly to the workbench. He pulled out a small white mouse, applied a single drop of the crimson potion to it, and observed. The mouse twitched violently for a moment before dying just seconds later. This is a failure, Snape declared icily. Nolan, however, shook his head. No, it's a success. I call it the noble bloodline elixir. When consumed, it grants a wizard the physical traits of a vampire for an entire day. Snape's voice turned even colder. Put away your impractical fantasies. No wizard can withstand such power. This foolish concoction will cause a wizard's blood to boil, evaporate entirely, and leave them a desiccated corpse. Nolan shrugged. The potion does seem too potent. I need to dilute it, but I'm not sure how. Snape furrowed his brow, tapping a finger rhythmically on the desk as he thought deeply. After a long pause, he said, I can help you refine this potion. However, ancestor blood is not easy to come by. I'll need at least 2 liters. Nolan grimaced. More blood. Felicia is going to nag me again. At that moment, a knock came at the door, followed by a girl's voice from outside. Professor Snape, are you there? Snape cast a sidelong glance at Nolan and said coldly, it's your little girlfriend. Nolan froze. Cho. The other one. Eve. Snape's expression grew peculiarly amused. He secured the vial of noble bloodline elixir and called out, come in. Sure enough, the girl who entered was a young witch with striking silver hair. As she walked in, she said, Professor Snape, I finished the assignment you gave us last time. It gave me a lot of inspiration. By changing the configuration slightly, I was able to achieve completely different results. I've created 7 variations of burn healing salve. 2 of them are the most effective, but one is blue, the other orange. One is odorless, while the other has a terrible smell. Their magical properties are completely opposite, and I can't figure out what I did wrong. Oh, Merlin. Nolan, what are you doing here? Nolan explained quietly, I'm working on a new potion and need Professor Snape's help. Oh, I see. Eve stammered, flustered. She quickly placed a thick stack of notes on the desk. I won't disturb you, then. With that, she hurried out, almost stumbling over herself in her haste. Nolan watched her retreating figure with a puzzled expression. Snape, meanwhile, had begun flipping through the notes Eve had left behind. After skimming 2 pages, he gave a barely perceptible nod and tossed the stack onto the desk in front of Nolan. Von Draugr, take a look at this. Chapter 49, Run, Eve, run. The notebook was filled with neat handwriting, detailing a young witch's many experiments in potion making, hundreds of entries in total. After each experiment, Eve had noted down hypotheses and questions, gradually addressing and resolving them in subsequent attempts. Eve's approach to using raw materials wasn't particularly advanced, but her unique ideas made her efforts stand out enough to catch the attention of a professional podiwanner, who found them rather valuable. When did she start working on this? Nolan asked in surprise as he flipped through the pages, glancing at Snape. Early March, Snape replied coldly after some thought. Von Draugr, if I were you, I'd check with other professors to see if your little girlfriend has been getting extra tutoring from them as well. Oh. I'll be going now. Get lost. Snape pulled open a cabinet of potion ingredients once again, seemingly preparing to test the new recipe Eve had developed. Don't forget the 2 liters of your ancestors' blood. From then on, Nolan began keeping an occasional eye on Eve's activities. It wasn't long before he noticed how incredibly productive Eve had been these past few weeks. One early morning in mid-March, as the pale dawnlight filtered through the castle and the owls were still wide awake, Eve stepped out of her dormitory wearing Muggle workout clothes. She appeared in the Slytherin common room, stretching her body with a series of warm-up exercises before jogging out of the room. Good morning, she said as she exited, greeting the Mobius snake carved on the dungeon door. Good morning, Miss Stock. Safe travels, the snake-shaped door knocker responded politely. Eve had tied her silver hair into a ponytail, which bounced with each step as she ran. Like a little rabbit, her ponytail hopped along as she jogged through the dungeon corridors, climbed the moving staircases, and passed Argus Filch, who was cleaning up dung bombs from a late-night prank. Good morning, Mr. Filch, she greeted him cheerfully. Filch, caught off guard, seemed flustered. Very few students ever greeted him. He stood frozen for a moment, and by the time Eve had run far ahead, he murmured softly, good morning. But she was already out of sight. When Eve passed through the gates of Hogwarts, Peeves the poltergeist spotted her and decided to cause trouble. Peeves, who had taken a liking to the little Slytherin girl, often used mischief to show his affection. Look, look. A little Slytherin muggleborn is out for a run. Scrub her with water, shoot her with slop, make the mudblood cry non-stop. Peeves sang a nonsensical rhyme while hurling water balloons at her. Peeves, I'm warning you, I'll get mad. Eve puffed up her cheeks and cast a levitation charm, freezing the water balloons midair before sending them back toward Peeves. Don't call me a mudblood, and don't bother me. I'm busy in the mornings. She jogged out of the castle, following the lakeside path as the mist settled on the soil, turning it into sticky mud that clung to her shoes and pants, making her steps heavier. As she ran, her small face turned bright red, and every breath came out as a puff of vapor in the cool morning air. When the sky started to lighten, Eve passed Hagrid's hut. The keeper of keys and grounds happened to be stepping out, carrying a massive bough on his back, with his reeking hound Fong by his side. Upon spotting Eve, Hagrid grinned broadly. "Mornin', Eve. How about some roast rabbit for breakfast? Fong caught one yesterday. I always knew he was a good dog." Eve returned his smile warmly. Hagrid was a new friend she'd made since starting her morning runs. Though a bit intimidating, she genuinely liked him. "Good morning, Hagrid. Are you going hunting?" "Aye, seems there's a new neighbor in the Forbidden Forest. Been dodgin' me so far, but they can't avoid me forever. Eve, when you're headin' back, drop by for some rabbit. If I'm not here, it'll be in the fireplace. Grab one skewer, no, 2 skewers." Hagrid waved his large hand and set off toward the Forbidden Forest with Fong in tow. Eve ran along the lakeside, occasionally greeting the merpeople who poked their heads above the water. By the time the sun was fully up, she had circled Hogwarts once, her body lightly glistening with sweat. She cast a charm to freshen herself up, then stopped by Hagrid's hut to enjoy 2 skewers of roast rabbit. In return, she made a Muggle-style salad for him before finally heading back to the Slytherin dormitory. By then, some of the younger witches and wizards were already awake, reciting key points of magical history for their upcoming exams. Others, particularly couples, were taking advantage of the cozy warmth near the common room fireplace to get some early morning cuddles. As Eve entered the room, she was immediately met with strange and hostile gazes. Lowering her head, Eve avoided any conversation with the older students. She knew better than to expect anything but ridicule from Slytherin upperclassmen. Back in her dormitory, she changed out of her workout clothes and sat at her desk to review her coursework. "Good morning, Eve. You're up so early," a voice greeted her warmly. If anyone in the dormitory were to speak to her kindly, it would undoubtedly be Alicia. "Good morning, Alicia," Eve responded with a sweet smile. "TCH, just a filthy mudblood. No matter how hard you study, what good will it do?" The sneering voice belonged to either Camille Smith or Laura Cook, who always delighted in calling Eve a mudblood. "I'm not a mudblood," Eve whispered timidly, her voice trembling. "Oh, but you are. Camille, don't bother with her. She's just trying to play the diligent student to win Nolan's favor. But we all know Nolan doesn't care about her type." "Exactly. What a waste of effort. Pathetic." The 2 roommates giggled as they left to begin their elegant and cheerful day. Eve, however, sat quietly for a while, her shoulders drooping in sadness. Poor girl, every time she was called a mudblood, it stung deeply. After a brief moment of dejection, she refocused on her studies. By around 8 o'clock, she would rouse a still half-asleep Alicia to head out. At the same time, Nolan would often be dragged out of bed like a lifeless corpse by Miles. The group of young Slytherins would head to the Great Hall for breakfast together. After classes, Eve would join the Slytherin Quidditch team for practice, sweating it out on the field. She had quickly become the team's rising star, their secret weapon, and everyone was thrilled to have her on board. After practice, Eve would dive into her homework. On days when she finished early and had extra time, she would visit various professors for additional tutoring. Her packed schedule often stretched until 11 o'clock at night. Only when she felt utterly exhausted would she finally collapse into bed. Watching Eve's busy, determined routine, Nolan muttered under his breath, "She really works hard." From the side, Alicia, usually absent-minded, made a rare, pointed comment, "And who do you think she's working so hard for?" Chapter 50, Felicia's Message. June. The last defense against the dark arts class of the term. At the end of the school year, Professor Felicia Von Draugr would be leaving them. After all, she had made it clear from the start, she would only teach for 1 year. On this day, a group of girls clustered around Professor Felicia, expressing their reluctance to part ways. "Can't you teach for just 1 more year? Professor Drawber, you're the best professor I've ever had. If we get a new defense against the dark arts teacher, there's no way they'll be as good as you." Felicia smiled gently, her silver eyes gleaming as she patted the girls' heads. "Didn't you know?" she said with a sly grin. "Know what?" "That Hogwarts defense against the dark arts position is cursed," she replied, pressing a perfectly manicured finger against her lips. "The fact that I've managed to teach an entire year unscathed is already a miracle. Stay on for another year. I'd probably die, don't you think?" "What nonsense." Nolan smirked, silently scoffing. Felicia belonged to the rare breed of individuals for whom even dying was a challenge. While it was true that some vampires were prone to suicide, she was not among them. "Relax, girls. Even when you're old and gray, and your grandchildren are grown, this beloved Professor Drawber will still look as youthful as a 16-year-old girl. Time is so unfair, isn't it?" Felicia clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention. Alright, children. As you all know, today is our last class together. Being one of the rare defense against the dark arts professors to make it through a full year at Hogwarts with all my limbs intact, I'd like to leave you with a few parting words. First and foremost, modern wizards' battlefield awareness is simply atrocious. How many times have I told you, standing in place like idiots while firing colorful magic missiles won't work? If your opponent were my dear brother Nolan, that tactic would be pure suicide. Why don't wizards use physical combat? Your wand is in your right hand, but what about your left? It can throw punches, claw, elbow, or wield a weapon. Your legs, knees, kicks, even your head and shoulders, are weapons too. Yet many wizards, once disarmed, become useless, as if their intelligence was tied to their wands. Did you know that 1,000 years ago, wizards would wield swords in their left hand? The student sat silently, absorbing her words. Despite the fact that she hadn't taught them a single spell all year, they had grown to admire and adore this eccentric yet captivating woman. Now, some of you might wonder, why do we need battlefield skills? I just want to graduate, get married, and have kids. At this, many of the girls blushed and sneaked glances at Nolan, each thinking their secret crush went unnoticed. Felicia chuckled, teasing them. My, it seems my brother is quite popular. If you're interested, feel free to get to know him better. He's terrible at saying no, so if you want him, you'll probably succeed, probably. Nolan's face froze, and he muttered a quiet protest. Felicia, stop making me sound like a fool. When it comes to this, you are, she retorted cheekily. Now, where was I? Oh, right. Here's the part you might not want to hear. You've all heard of the Dark Lord, haven't you? Felicia arched an eyebrow as she spoke, and the mention of the name caused the first years to pale. Even those who hadn't lived through Voldemort's reign of terror had grown up hearing tales of his darkness. The truth is, before the rise of the Dark Lord, no wizard could have predicted his ascendancy. And yet, we all know he succeeded. Through his actions, he proved that the wizarding world isn't as safe as you might think. You may believe in lasting peace and tranquility, but who's to say when or where the next Dark Lord will emerge? Or when they'll start plotting against you? Her words hung heavy in the air, silencing the young witches and wizards. Because none of them could deny it, there was no guarantee that another Dark Lord wouldn't rise. Felicia swept her gaze across the classroom, her voice soft but impactful. A wizard's enemies are far more numerous than you might think. Werewolves, vampires, necromancers, demons, dark wizards, and even threats from across the ocean. Never underestimate your opponent. Develop a solid combat awareness and master the skills necessary to survive brutal battlefields. Sometimes, these abilities might save your life, or the lives of your spouse, family, or loved ones. Who knows? Her concluding remark, laced with uncertainty, struck the young wizards like hammers, shattering their immature sense of security. All right, Felicia continued, let's see what you've learned. This year, I haven't taught you any spells or physical techniques, only knowledge. But combat knowledge is the most valuable kind. Now, it's time to test the results. Nolan, step forward. Under the watchful eyes of his classmates, Nolan stepped out nonchalantly. Felicia grabbed her brother's shoulders, turned him around 180 degrees, and playfully rested her chin on his shoulder, grinning mischievously. You all can attack my dear Nolan with everything you've got. Anyone who manages to hit him will earn a kiss from your beloved Professor Felicia. Nolan's eyebrows shot up as he muttered, stop messing around, Felicia. They're going to kill me. Felicia leaned closer to his ear, whispering, do your best, my Nolan. My kisses are for you alone. You must live up to your role as my knight. This woman needs a knight. What a joke. Nolan shook his head bitterly, looking at his classmates, who were practically itching to attack. He sighed internally, wishing he could protest more loudly. Even Montague was raring to go, cracking his knuckles. Nolan, we're friends, but friends have to compete sometimes. I'm sure you understand. Miles, meanwhile, was almost delirious with excitement at the prospect of Felicia's kiss. His eyes glazed over as he muttered, Nolan, just let me hit you once, just once. I refuse, Nolan snapped, pulling out his wand and pointing it at the 19 students gathered before him. Come at me all at once. Nolan might be strong, but he's just one person. Everyone, charge. Whoever shouted that idiotic suggestion set off a chain reaction, and the students launched their attack in unison. Nolan barely had time to wonder why even the girls were participating. He fired a quick succession of Stupefy and Petrificus Totalis, instantly incapacitating 2 students. But the onslaught forced him to use shield charms for defense. He wasn't the only first year who had mastered Petrificus Totalis, after all. Author's note. Let me take a moment to talk about the thought process behind writing this story since the first year is about to end. First of all, regarding the pacing, it's intentionally slow. The first year doesn't have much plot, so I've focused entirely on character development. You've probably noticed that Eve and Cho have taken up a significant portion of the chapters. Why this approach? Well, I could write fast-paced stories, but I personally prefer slower narratives. I enjoy stories that delve deeply into the world, allowing me to feel like I'm part of it. If you can immerse yourself in the protagonist's journey, then you'll enjoy the story as it unfolds. I also want readers to see how the characters grow and change over time. Remember the timid Eve, the somewhat awkward Nolan, and the tomboyish Cho. By third year, they'll all have undergone significant transformations. From the second term onward, the plot will shift toward the Philosopher's Stone arc, which will serve as the main storyline. That said, it won't just be about Voldemort. Let's be real, having the Von Draugr family, with their level of power, spend 7 years fighting Voldemort would be laughable. Here's a little spoiler: later on, the story will evolve into a massive conflict involving the wizarding worlds of Britain and France, vampires, vampire hunters, werewolves, and other factions. Voldemort's role, well, let's just say it'll be relatively minor. As for Harry Potter himself, I still haven't decided on his ultimate fate. Honestly, in such a brutal magical war, I'm not sure if the so-called chosen one, who's been manipulated his whole life, could realistically survive, but who knows what might happen. Now, about the female leads. Initially, I planned for 5, Felicia, Eve, Hermione, Luna, and Cho's younger sister. But somehow, things got out of hand. At this point, I've already added over 10. I can't bear to cut any of them, they're all too dear to me. Well, it doesn't matter. Nolan's a vampire, so having more isn't an issue,